on reparation, to listen to the voice of the people on reparation. That's what we're doing here in this country.
Okay, y'all got a reparation movement going on. Y'all got a reparation movement pushing.
A very vibrant one. Garfield was there last year. Garfield came over last year, and I met him over here. You know what I'm saying? Gave him the mic. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we are over here. We're fighting them over here. We don't come to be comfortable with imperialism, to think that we're all complicit with imperialism. We're not that way. We got to let them know we're resisting on behalf of our ancestors and on behalf of ourselves and our future.
I must say, I must say, Jamaicans are more Africans than some of those African on the continent.
Listen, we're not African because we were born in Africa. We're African because Africa was born in us.
Goddamn right.
Talk
I have a question.
Talk that shit.
Yeah, so I'm just curious and what his thoughts are. Like, I know he's saying Africa's united and all the other trying to come to unite and get rid of the European colonialism. I want to know, is the Chinese move into Africa, is that a myth or is that a fact that they're going in there?
It's a fact.
It's a fact. Even in Liberia, their presence is well known in Liberia also.
And I think it's probably necessary at the moment, because the US and Britain and Europe normally would be there for Africa with technology and equipment. But America and Britain charging the African extortionate rate for equipment and technology. China come in, give you the stuff at 30%, almost 70% discount. Yeah, we charge more to go with the Chinese.
I'm gonna look into it a little bit more, but I did see that
the Chinese come in and they undermine it.
I did see that America spent like 300, I think it was 315 million for agriculture, certain shit. That's just like
for the whole continent, right? For the whole continent.
No, for Zimbabwe.
Oh, for Zimbabwe. Okay. Now I know America spent less than $1 billion on for the whole continent, but small as Israel, size of freaking Delaware, they give it like $8-10 billion. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. It's a joke.
Well, yeah, I understand, but see that listen, politics, world powers, it's not a clean business at all. And when you talk about going into Israel, that's just for influence in a region, basically. We all know that there's no such things as friends. There are partners and realms of influence. So
interest,
exactly, interest. And that's why I was curious about China, because you're right. They're gonna. I mean, they're coming, and they're gonna be an influence as well. And they're as much as you. And I don't have a problem with you disliking colonization. It's a horrible thing. But as much as you hate the Europeans and Americans in Africa, I don't think Chinese are going to be much better. That's why I was curious on what is Africa looking like.
Hold on. Here's the thing. My president in Tanzania passed away a year and a half ago. You know, because I was adopted by my by the Tanzanian, but he was kicking Chinese out because they were doing bad business. You know what I'm saying? Like you saying, they was trying to do the same thing the white man was doing. You dig? Yep. And it's all through Africa.
To what No Saint said. Related to what No Saint said.
Don't cut in the middle. Don't cut in the middle. Just don't cut in the middle. Hey, let him get it out, bro.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real. I'll be like 10 seconds. Uganda. Go ahead. It was on YouTube. Was a Ugandan man who was speaking English, right? He wasn't speaking Ugandan, whatever. He was getting mad at the Chinese for building highways and put it but the language, it was in Chinese. It was in Mandarin. So he's like, why they put it in Mandarin? I'm like, nigga, you mad? Why are you mad? You know what I'm saying? You speaking English. You ain't speaking, yo.
Wanted to expound on that, especially what No Saint said. Brother Delani, Zimbabwe just released, and then to kind of take this conversation to somewhere real, they just released that gold coin. Now, what does that mean for the Chinese? as for the economy.
Listen, it's just a currency. It's just a medium of exchange. Because what happened is that Zimbabwean money has been destabilized. You know that Zimbabwe get the paper for print their money from Germany and from England, and they got a sanction against the paper for Zimbabwe to print their own money. Wow, it's the kind of thing that they're doing. And so Zimbabwe used to go to Zambia next door, and Zambia would buy the paper, ship it across the border to Zimbabwe, and they stopped that too. So it's all kind of trickery. It's all kind of. I can't even find a word to explain that kind of madness.
Our brothers there are surviving despite this European
despite all of that. Yeah, I mean, they're trying every little way to sabotage the people's economy. It's deliberately been done. And when you see the reality, you can't do but shake your head and say, how they have the gall to do this? But when they talk about it in the media, you hear nothing about these details.
Well, with no sense question, do you think that the deal with the Chinese will be different than the kind of deal that they had from the European?
Thank you. Let me respond to that.
I don't.
Let me respond to that, please. Let me respond to that. I think we got to be practical here.
That's right.
We have to lay out the terms and conditions of our engagement with China. African people have a responsibility to get the best deal possible for Africans. And the reality is that when you compare a deal with America and a deal with Europe, with Africa, and you compare that same deal with China, it's always going to be better going with the Chinese. Because the Chinese going to give you a better deal. That's the reality of it. Now, you have to make sure you lay out your own terms and conditions. You can't build a road and the road will get Mandarin on your road. It's madness.
So doing actual.
All right, hold on, Jay. Let Federate States make a comment. Go ahead.
It's another thing. You know, I was in Tanzania, and they love anything that comes from America, even though there's flooded with Chinese shit over there, right? They say break easy, you know, they want me to bring stuff from America, this and that, the calculator, and this and that. America still have, even though they make their product in China, wherever they're making it, it's just the namesake. It's American product.
That's the branding. That's the branding there. Branding in the media. Branding.
Can I
Federation.
Go ahead, Stupid.
Let me add something to this. The difference between trading with China and trading with the West, and this is what everybody will say. When America comes to your country and they say, listen, we are going to give you aid. We're giving you $10 billion in aid. You're not getting $10 billion in cash. What you're getting is tractors that Americans no longer use. You're getting equipment, surplus equipment that they have. That's the kind of trade you're getting. So you get a tractor. In Jamaica, we buy most of our things from Japan. But you're getting an American vehicle.
Stupid, your mic is muffled.
Back away from your mic. I think you're too close to the mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Sound muffled.
No,
Maybe you got your hand on it or something.
Sound muffled.
Sorry. Are you hearing me now?
No, it's muffled. Clear, intermittent.
Shut up, Jane. Let me hear. Say it again, Stupid.
You heard what he said, nigga.
James, I'm finna your ass, but I can't do your ass. I just can't. That'll drive me crazy.
Am I better now?
If you work social,
Can you hear me now? Yes. So when you get paid from the Americans,
he got to get a little more time. He's too spicy, bro.
Yeah, no. All right, listen.
Whenever I get a chance.
Hold on. When you get aid from the Americans, it's different. When the Chinese say that they're going to build their bridge, you get a bridge. When they leave, you still have a bridge. When the Americans say that they're going to build their bridge, you get the bridge money, you get aid. It starts out as a 50-foot bridge, but by the time it's done, you get a 10-foot bridge.
10-foot.
You get a 10-foot bridge. When the Chinese say that they're giving you a 50-foot bridge, you're getting a 50-foot bridge. When the African leaders will tell you, when they go to China, they're treated with respect. They can't see the Secretary of State. They can't see up to the president. When those same African leaders come to America, Nancy Pelosi don't want to talk to them. They're not treated with respect.
But
and
listen,
that is why.
I hope you're right.
Okay, I got something I want to add though.
Yeah.
I hope you're right.
All right, let the other do the ad.
Okay, well, I just want to say this is the start of a new show. So I just want to recognize a couple people we have on the panel here. We got Brother Sosa, we got Brother Stu Pease, we got Brother Psychopatheus, we got Brother Tuck Ma'at, we got Brother Federated Kemet, and
Michael
Brother
Jackson.
Dulani. Michael Jackson. But we got Brother Dulani.
That's correct.
And so we having a conversation about how Africa is looked at in the eyes of the media over here in America, right? Am I correct on that?
Right.
How
right.
All right. Go ahead.
No, he said sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. And so I just wanted to give a little bit of background to the conversation as we start a new show here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And Psychopaths, if you got something, you want to jump in and add something? You know what I mean?
I'm just listening to a bill. I'll chime in a minute.
All right, for sure.
No doubt.
So, is it okay for me to come in now, or?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I want to say, I think Federated made a point that they want, when he goes over there, they want them to bring American goods. I have a little bit of experience in this because my wife from Colombia, and they always want us to bring stuff from America there. But there is a truth to the quality of Chinese junk we get is better than the quality of Chinese junk they get in South America. It just is. I think it's regulations and things like that the stuff they ship to some other countries, I can speak for Colombia, is just not as good, and it's more, and a lot of the times it's not even cheaper. The second thing I wanted to bring up is when you're talking about the Chinese thing. Listen, we're the American government and these other countries are complaining, kind of like what you're saying about what Africa gets from America, like they're never giving you the right deal. China agrees to all kinds of stipulations and just breaks it right in front of your face with their tech, with what deals they want to do, and they're constantly doing that. So to think that China's going to go into Africa, first of all, I don't know who's paying attention, but if you look at a lot of these mega cities in China, some of the bridges are falling down. I mean, bridges that are 10 years old. I'm talking about like overpasses. I'm not talking about in like maybe Shanghai where the construction's a lot better. They've built many cities and the construction is poor because they do it really fast and they don't have the same standards. So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying
beware.
I'm not saying that don't give China a chance. I'm just saying I think if you think another country is going to come in there with aspirations to be a superpower and they're going to be nice or they're going to do something, they're in it for their own interest as well.
Can I respond? Let me respond. Can I respond?
Give me a response to that first.
All right, let Stu P respond. Then after Stu P's, Brother Delani, you go ahead.
Every country, every third world country.
You on the water?
Your mic.
Go ahead and let Dulani.
Okay. Let me clean that up, Stu P's. Listen, like I said, it is up to African governments to set the standard, to set the terms and conditions to deal with any other entities, whether it be corporations, whether it be other governments. We are intelligent enough to make those scientific decisions about what the standard is going to be. If we're going to build a road, they have to be road standard. They got to be world-class standard. And that's what we have to do. Best practices. We as African people have to employ those standard in our contract with anybody, including China. However, the bottom line is the West have had over 400 years for dealing with Africa. And what they have done, they have left Africa in a backward state. So America can't complain now. Europe can't, because they had a chance. How many universities and schools did America and Europe build when they came to Africa for the last 400 years? So we have to look at it in perspective. And in the last 50 years, how many universities and schools have China built in Africa? We have to be practical.
I don't know the numbers.
We have to be practical. It's a lot. It's a lot compared to what they have done. When Britain left out of Africa and when America left out of Africa, they didn't build nothing for the Africans. Very little they can show for it, tangible. So okay, we've done that. We can show that. But what is happening now?
I'll look into it.
But what is happening now is that the Africans we're getting better. We're not perfect, but we're getting better at making better decisions and the better standard and enforcing it. Now, somebody mentioned Tanzania with Magufuli. Magufuli didn't play no games. If the Chinese came in there and they weren't performing, you're out of there. If you mistreat African people, you're out of there.
That's why they kill him.
Some leaders would be wishy-washy and play games and getting payoff and they don't want to do nothing. But some leaders are serious. Not all African leaders are with this backward, corrupted mess that everybody speaks of. Some of us are principled and willing to do something for our people, and that's what we got to push those people. In South Africa, you got Julius Malema. He's very committed to the Pan-African Revolution to get those white people in order in South Africa. You know what I'm saying?
But he's not a president though. He's
a
political leader.
Yeah, I know, but he's not a president. So
he's a party leader.
He can't do much. You keep saying he party, he can't do a goddamn thing, man.
No, but he can speak. He can speak. At least you can say something because education is still a big component in Africa. Because the colonial education system is still intact in Africa.
That is true.
It's still intact in the Caribbean.
To add on, and my father, a very brilliant man, right? Very brilliant man. He was telling me when I was telling him, like, I was giving what Unc was teaching me like a year and a half ago about Onesimus. Yo, my dad's like, I don't believe you. He had to do research on it. He was like, yo, there's a lot of shit that I learned from you guys, though, that I get in my dad and his brothers and sister who are doctors and Kim, they like, well, they all grown up and went to school in Liberia, and some of this stuff they don't know. They know European. They know. Listen, they know European history. They know European history.
You ain't that history ain't come out of school, bro. That's extracurricular. That's extracurricular. Don't think we learned about Onesimus in school, goddamn. That's extracurricular shit, right?
Exactly. So the reality is that the education we're getting in Africa, they can tell you all about Shakespeare, about King James, and all about the Roman Empire, and they can't tell you nothing about African empires.
No, they can't. That's
a problem. That's problematic for us. So we're trying to break that narrative and trying to break that mold. And it's like we are starting independence all over again. Because
my dad went to school with the black African guy who's the second man commanding for the Coca-Cola industry. What's his name? He's an African from Liberia. The guy is second. What's his title? But he the man's a rich. He like worth $30 million. He tried to run for president 2 years ago. I mean 4 years ago it didn't work, but he running this year. My dad was telling me how him and 4 other people were on a debate team, and they used to read the Guinness books. You know what I'm saying? And go debate other elementary school. Go debate all the elementary school, high school and all kinds of stuff. But what I'm saying is, yes, you're right. We do have a lot of African have a European mind. A lot of us do. We got nothing. I'm not saying it's something
called
bad.
Modern. It's called modern.
Yeah,
it's called modern.
And I'm not saying listen, I'm not saying something bad or good. I'm just saying that's what if you call it modern, whatever the case may be, we do have that shit, baby.
Don't do that shit. Let me say, the thing is, what y'all getting is a classical. It's called a classical education,
right?
And so when you get a classical education,
hold on, let him get it out, brother. Let him get it out. Then knock his block off once he get it out. Go ahead, bro.
Okay.
Yeah. And so what they're getting is a classical education. And a classical education is something that you can build on, right? And so when you get that classical education, it's upon you to take the extra step to learn about Onesimus and whatever else that you didn't learn about. Because like we said here, like Sosa said, we didn't learn about Onesimus in the classroom here, right? And I had a lot of Black teachers, right? And so we didn't learn about Onesimus or whatever here. It was took upon us, or as growing into adults or going into higher education, or either our parents were knowledgeable about that. So it's a foundation. It's a foundational education, a classical education that they provide, that you can go on and build on that. That's all.
Can I respond to that?
No. Let me jump in. Stop. Slow down. How y'all doing?
I thought you said I was
Hey,
next.
what's up,
What it do, brother? Doing, man?
I thought I was next.
You don't have to respond to everything, though, bro. You don't have to respond.
No,
to a lot of things I wanted to respond to.
I told him he was up next, but go ahead, since you already jumped in, let make a statement. Then I told him he would respond after you, okay. So go ahead,
so
since you don't say, then let.
That Onesimus history is really a state history of Boston. So if you went to school in Boston, you would kind of understood that. Yeah, you would have understood that. Because they named like one of the 100 great Bostonians. So you would have kind of been familiar with that. So I know it seemed like a big deal to us, but yeah, if you went to Boston. So like just somebody from Boston on here, really... I don't believe that. Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, I ain't ready to pick, I ain't ready to fight right there. I'm gonna fight with the whole African piece. And as long as I think African Americans fucked up a lot of the history, Corey and them do a great job of fucking up the history again. So they gotta define this shit for themselves. They gotta leave us the fuck alone, because we fucked their shit up, right? They gotta stand on their own. It's called politics. It's called do whatever you gotta do, and it's called control your resources. And that's what powerful states do. Regardless, whether you're gonna be a Christian nation, then be a strong ass motherfucking Christian nation. Don't let nobody build something in your shit without getting what you're supposed to get. Make sure they teach you how to build factories. Make sure you know how to have parts for the shit that they have. So if you got tractors, motherfucker, don't just give me tractors, nigga. We gotta know how to fix them tractors. And we gotta be able to have pieces for those fucking tractors. You gotta do all of that building a state, right? And you gotta be ruthless. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. See, y'all playing around this motherfucker. You gotta be straight ruthless. That's why the African kings be getting their head busted, right? Because they fucking with ruthless people. You gotta be dead serious, and you gotta be fair. You gotta be fair to your people. You can't starve them out. You can't do the Mao Zedong shit where everybody goes starving. You got Black people supporting Mao Zedong. Niggas was starving under this nigga. No food at all.
Yeah, Mao Zedong. Yeah, Mao Zedong.
Yeah, no food. Crazy as fuck. And you got Black people that say, can't fuck with that. Nah. You gotta make sure people eating, right? You gotta make sure your nation is serious, strong, and powerful. Simple as that, yo. And Africans can do it. They will do it. They've learned a lot. They're not dumb. They on par with everybody else. I think that was Sheffield said, yo, it's not European, it's modern. It's modern, right? So if it was me and I was a modern president, I'm gonna lock your motherfucking ass up for running down the street trying to hunt a wild animal in the middle of the motherfucking street. Now I'm gonna lay down the law, none of that. Can't do that. We're gonna have a certain time of the year where y'all can hunt certain things. You gotta implement that shit. You gotta put your country in the space age. You gotta negotiate with space age powers, right? You got enough resources. Oh, you need this, you need that? Okay, bet. Well, if you need this, need that, and we gotta do this to get that. It's simple. They got enough resources to negotiate with these people. You need some arms. You can't tell them, you can't let them tell you what you can't have. Like Iran and them, they're not even listening to them people. They're not listening. Korea not listening. Threat me, motherfucker. Threat me, motherfucker. I need to have the same shit you got.
Thank you.
You just got to be strong with that. And maybe a few nations that this close proximity, right? They got to put together a block, stand together, figure out, okay, who the toughest nigga out here? You is, bet, then you gonna run it, and we gonna do it like that. We've done this before, bro. This is not our first rodeo with this shit. I just want to add that to the thing. But make sure the African Americans ain't fucking with y'all shit, because they gonna fuck it up. Get them out of there. They either gonna be too soft, floating through the air, making up shit, or they're gonna be too soft, making up shit, floating through the air. It's gonna always be that.
I agree with what Hunk said a while ago. I really do. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty much what I've been saying. I want to address something about this classic education that Corey mentioned. I totally disagree with that classification about classic, modern, and classic education. That's bogus. It's a Eurocentric education system, a colonial education system that's in the Caribbean and in Africa that need to be eradicated and rebuilt for the space age, based on African culture, African history, and African mentality. This stuff that is going on down there, we know more about Shakespeare. We can talk about Macbeth and talk about, read all the damn poems of them people.
That's the arts, bro. That's the arts. That's different.
No. I'm saying that's education.
That's curriculum. I know. I learned Shakespeare growing up.
Exactly.
I read Othello.
We should be learning about Anansi. We should be learning about Anansi and African proverbs. You know what I'm saying? That's what we should be learning about. Great African playwriters.
You thinking classical education like the Greeks? Well, they could study classical civilizations in Africa. Did you have classical civilizations?
Yeah, well, but what I'm saying, I
don't think they meant that. They mean modernized, yo.
What I'm saying, what they're trying to do is compare the colonial education that we are getting to some kind of classical education. That's not classical education.
You need that in the modern world, though. Like,
it is a Eurocentric education. That doesn't make it modern. That doesn't make it classical. It's Eurocentric for the benefit of European people.
You can change it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me say this.
What the fuck would you change?
Hold on. You're arguing.
Bring out our own standard of education.
Hold on. Let me say this. You're arguing. No, there's one thing to be arguing about history, right? You can teach your own history. Hold on.
Niggas crazy.
You can teach. Africa fucked up. Listen. As far as empire like that, that's history. You can teach your history. But in terms of your biology and your science and your astrophysics, you want to be with the people. You want to be with the gold standard of that shit, and then you take it and then make it your own. Build on top of the information that they have, just like the goddamn all the other empires before them. That's what you do.
I agree with you. I agree with that. But that's not what you're talking about when you're talking about the existing colonial education. The colonial system that's in Jamaica, for instance, where I come from.
Don't want to learn. Y'all just don't want to learn.
No. Hold on 1 minute. Just give me a minute.
You just don't want to learn. Just say that.
Just give me a minute. We want a system that will encourage and inspire the African child to be the best they can be. Not a system that have you worshiping a Eurocentric world and think that their world is better than our world. That's what I'm getting.
They get that. They actually get that. Ask Corey. Corey, let Corey explain it. He don't mean y'all fucking it up.
Yeah.
I don't think none of this.
When it comes to
I think they understand that you're supposed to modify it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're supposed to get the foundational education. Like I said, it's a classical education. It's a foundational education.
It's not classical.
He don't like the word classical, yo. Don't use
just let him get it. Like he's not meaning classical, like like goddamn. You know what I'm saying? Just let him get it out. He just mean a modern foundation for. Go ahead, Corey. Go ahead.
No, but if you let me just get it out.
You gotta let Corey go so he can explain it. That way we don't gotta argue through it.
Let me say this. I'm gonna say this then, because what I'm saying is too controversial. So I'm gonna say it this way.
No, it's not. Explain what you mean, Corey. I know you.
No, I'm still. What I'm saying is. Jesus.
Get it out.
Yeah, listen. I have good days and bad days. This one of them days, right? So don't.
It's a good day.
Y'all making me forget what I.
You
ain't mean Macbeth, did you, yo? You ain't mean Macbeth, did you?
He was at.
No, I don't mean that it's the best education. It's a foundational education. Like and I don't know. See,
you already explained shit perfectly, yo.
Yeah. Let me say this. Let me say something, please, guys, please. Like I said, it's a foundational education, and you take that education and you go into higher education with that foundation. But what I'm saying is, you can't expect them to be able to substantiate African history in real time like that, and then come in and teach it, right? Even if they brought in some said expert from whatever said country in Africa, right? You cannot expect them to be able to teach that and have it be substantiated. Now, what they're trying to teach you is substantial education, things that you can foundational things that you can substantiate. You know what I'm saying? Through evidence, right?
Like what?
So
like what?
You can't.
Like what, Corey? Like what?
Right.
Like Rome, like Greece. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when it comes to curriculum, you know, it's
and they give you a foundation on how to do history, and they use that as an example, the Rome, the Greece, and because it's substantial. They already can substantiate.
I'm not knocking Rome.
I'm just saying, like, you can't expect them to do that in real time to be able to substantiate those people's history. If they coming in and they bringing in the education, you see what I'm saying?
Oh, you saying you want them to bring in education? He's saying that the Africans got enough shit at this point to educate themselves and talk about Egypt and talk about Rome and talk about.
Apparently they
that's part of classical civilization.
Hold on,
Egypt is a classical. Hold on, Egypt is a classical African
civilization.
So you would definitely teach that.
I know.
No matter what y'all niggas say.
I found out like in the last 2
African
days.
Civilization, bro. Simple as that.
The whole point is
so you damn near gonna make that nigga right. You damn near gonna make him right, dog. We ain't in Africa acting like they're the classical African civilization. See, niggas ain't doing that.
I don't want to talk about Egypt. What I was saying is this.
No, we're not talking about Egypt.
Yeah, I get it.
We're gonna teach about Rome. We're gonna teach about Greece and they proper context, my nigga. And I'm saying ain't nothing wrong with that in an African classroom.
No, I agree with you. I'm not arguing. That's not my argument. What I'm saying is that to say that they're ready to do it from an African perspective, right? And they're able to. Hold on. I'm talking to Brother Delon, right?
Yes, I want to respond to you, my brother.
If your argument is that they have all the people and all the economic structure in place to do that, then you can't blame nobody but them. They can build schools too. You see what I'm saying? So if that's not the case, then I understand why the American foundation is necessary. You know what I'm saying? But like Corey said, it's just a foundation. But if Africa has the other means, then build your own or build on top.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean? No. Hold on. See, what do you mean by? First of all, if we got the fucking land and resources, motherfucker, you teach the fuck I want you to teach, or I'm not giving you what you want. We talked about the ship of the slave. You bitch ass niggas, I'm not giving you no human body out this bitch. Not I have this, and that. So it don't matter. It don't matter about that. About the American my ass, nigga. We want this for this. That's how it's done, yo.
Robert DeLon, you need to go ahead and take Unc over there and let Unc run from goddamn president and goddamn show y'all.
Nigga, I know how to take a block in the corner, nigga. Now how about that? And I know how to
you talking to shit. I don't want to talk street shit. You talking to street niggas? Like, what the fuck? Come on, bro.
No, nigga. You bugging. I'm saying, yo, if I got a plot of land in the country, and I know I got put farmland out there, yo, I gotta control the sea.
Me myself, I learned.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Like history. I learned way more history outside of school than I ever learned in school. You know, they teach you the bare minimum there. They're going to give you pretty much the basics, 1492, or they pretty much cut you off after the civil rights movement. They pretty much don't go too much beyond, at least not in my lifetime when I was in school. And I had to learn. Yeah, so you got to pick and learn all that extra history outside of school. But when you the two main things that can be taught anywhere, regardless of whatever country you in, whatever race or whatever, the two universal subjects is math and science. Like that. That's it's same everywhere.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's part of your classical. That's part of your classical education, right there.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's standing, but I don't think the brother in Britain, the Jamaican guy, I don't think he's saying this, but you know, if we sat there, he's talking about the, you know, classical being a European, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he's coming from this direction, but like say, you know, if the US decided after losing soldiers against Germany, no, we don't want these Nazi scientists, we'd probably be 40 or 50 years behind in the space age right now. I mean, you kind of got to take the good, and, you know, we were having this discussion the other day, like Christianity out of Europe is a bad thing, but that doesn't mean everything out of Europe is bad. You got to take the good and just get rid of the bad. And I am totally for people in wherever they're at to self-govern without anybody interfering. I mean, that's the ultimate.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Hold.
Dulani he think he got to respond to everything, but go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
brother, don't say that, man. I waited for you to me, man.
Hold on, bro.
Come on, bro. I was told I was next. I don't have to respond to everything.
He another American dream. He sound like American
slow down.
dream.
No. Slow down for a minute. Slow down for bro. Slow down for a minute. Slow down. Listen, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm saying African leaders are smart enough to bring in German scientists. You just bring in what you don't have. No place on earth has everything.
Correct.
So it's not so if you sit in this motherfucker right now thinking it's a non-African thing to bring in a European scientist, you slap stupid as a motherfucker, and please don't talk to me, because that's not what I mean. I don't mean that. What I mean is you have to control the policies and procedures. That's what sovereign rulers do. If you're gonna have fucking slaves, then you control the fucking slave. Simple. You don't have to like how it sounds, but that's how it's ran. If you're gonna sell dope, control the fucking dope. Everybody understand what I'm saying? It's simple. If you're gonna have a farm, grow the land, have a farmland, trade with other people close by. Don't let another outside country tell you what you can grow, what you can't grow. That's why this shit is fucked up. That's African sovereignty. That's Ghanaian sovereignty, and that's what we lack. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead and respond.
And that's exactly what I'm saying, brother. That is exactly what I've been saying in this conversation. The African people have to control the terms and condition and negotiate the best deal for African people. That's what we got to do. We're bringing in the expertise.
I don't think that's pretty elementary. That's a no-brainer.
But that's why y'all was missing each other, though. I knew y'all was missing each other with it.
Just allow me to.
I mean, it's a no-brainer that you should make the best deal for yourself. I mean, I understand.
Thank you for.
Who would argue that?
Thank you for.
What
I'm saying, my brother, just allow me to get my thoughts out.
Zinga definitely did her thing.
I'm just building my thoughts up, my brother. You know what I mean? I mean, forgive me if I sound oversimplified, okay? Forgive me.
No, I understand you, bro. They just being crazy as fuck. They want a motherfucker to lay down. They want a nigga to lay down.
It's not confrontation. I'm not here to compete or confront anyone. I'm just laying out because I didn't like the kind of statement that was made earlier in the conversation to make Africa look like we're incompetent, we're incapable of this, and I didn't like the way it sounds. So I just want to give that other alternative that Africa is a diverse continent, and then we got leaders of all qualities, all types. We have universities, we got corporations, and we can build things as good as anybody in the world. That's what I'm saying.
Great.
I don't think nobody on the panel doubted that.
I want to specifically.
We understand. Hey,
I want to specifically address the education thing.
Hold on, bro. All right, hold on, bro. What's up?
I don't think you was on, but I was giving you your flowers about what you talked about Onesimus, like a year or so when I got it from you and I passed it to my father, who is a chemist, and his brother and sister are doctors and shit like that, or lawyers. And they didn't believe me until they did their research. They were shocked by that. But I was just giving you flowers and I didn't hear you on it until you spoke about it a little bit about it. But I'm just giving you flowers on that, bro. That's it. That's all.
I appreciate that, bro.
No problem.
That. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. No. What I was saying is that, specifically speaking now about education system in Africa and the Caribbean, which I'm very familiar with. Which I mean, I also went to school in America as well. So I'm familiar with the American education system as well. The education system in the Caribbean and Africa is a clone of the education system in Britain. Britain is the architect of the education system in most of the English-speaking African countries and the English-speaking Caribbean countries. And it's a reflection of the Eurocentric mentality. I can tell you.
I know who you blaming with that. You can't blame.
No,
you can't blame them.
I'm saying that we now, as new Africans, space-age African, has to take what we have and redesign it for our own inspiration, for our own children, for our own future. And we can't continue
redesign it in terms of history, because you ain't gonna redesign biology.
No.
What I'm saying is this though. Like, so you just basically said that the education that y'all get is the same education that we get, right?
Yeah,
so listen. Take that biology, just pull that biology from that shit, pull that math from it. You feel me? And those are the foundation. The other shit, all that history shit, you can get that shit on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You can teach that shit at home. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, just listen. I'm gonna let you land your plane.
So you gonna get an hour? You're gonna get an hour in history class? You're gonna just take an hour?
No. I get it, but nigga, we get, you know how we get it here. We get the same shit. Nigga, Black History Month.
No, you're right.
It's not like we get.
You're cutting me off, though, Corey. You're cutting me off, man. You're not giving me a chance to. You're not giving me a chance to land.
Yeah, but Sosa barely talk, though. Sosa barely talk.
Hey, you notice the one that we got the Living Land and Plane from, right?
We got the what?
Living Land and Plane. That's him. Yeah, that's him.
Oh, hell no.
Plane, brother. There you go.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is this, my brother.
Hey, I'm on your side, man. You know what? Why you want to debate me, though? You don't want to debate me.
All I'm saying is this. Is that now we are in position now where we can design our own system.
I realize we can't listen to you because you don't mean nothing you're saying. If you're the same guy on something else, I can't.
Who you talking about?
We talked to Unbiased. That's where we got it from. He was on Unbiased with us.
Who that?
Oh, that ain't my man on Sonetta.
No. Y'all got me confused, man. Listen. Y'all got me confused.
You on Unbiased platform?
I'm none of that.
No, when you on Unbiased platform with us?
No.
Nope.
I thought you was like, let me land the plane. I thought that was you back.
No. That's all. I just want to get my thoughts out. That's all I want to do.
No, you got hell of a thought. You speaking a million miles an hour, nigga. You can get the whole
because I realize that if I don't get it out quick, I'm
no,
gonna get
no, you don't gotta do that. I promise you, yo.
Because I want clarity when you said
I want to hear you, nigga. You rocking.
When you said that we need to restructure it, break that down. Like, what does that look like? When you say we want to restructure, what does that look like?
Okay, you see, education. It's when it comes to the math, the sciences. The sciences is the sciences in every language. That is across the board. But when we're talking about the teaching, from the teaching system, how the teachers are taught how to teach African children, from the elementary school, the kindergarten, the first grade, the whole aesthetic of the education need to be reformed because it's all geared towards a Eurocentric worldview.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. But that's on the shoulders of the Africans to develop
that's
new
what I'm saying. I agree with you.
For them. Right. So don't yell at the Africans.
I'm talking to African people now. That's what I'm talking. This conversation is true.
Can I go?
All right, let him finish. You gotta let him finish. Let him
talk to me. I'm the African.
So what I'm saying to you is that not only from the elementary level all the way to the university level in Africa and the Caribbean need to be reformed. And we have enough great minds to do it. We have enough historians, we have enough architects, we have enough professionals to do this work. And it has to be done. And in many parts of the world, it is being done. But we got to continue it. That's all I want to say, my brothers.
I just want to say shout out to Psycho Pages, man. Make sure y'all support this channel, man. They got a good show, man. Him and the sister, man. I appreciate their shows, man. They got Pseudo Sunday. That shit be funny as hell, yo. So yeah, shout out to him, man. We're a supporter over here, y'all show, man. I just wanted to
Appreciate that, appreciate it.
Big up. Yeah. Drop the name of your show in the chat, please. I can't.
Okay, no doubt.
Hey, Unc, I just want to say, I don't know if you were talking to me. I was pretty much agreeing with what you were saying 100%, other than I was talking to the guy over in Britain saying you don't want to throw out the good, and if, in other words, if you have a shortcut, use the shortcut, no matter if it comes out of China, Japan, or the United States or Europe.
Oh no, I wasn't talking to you. Your shit was smart. I wasn't talking to you. That was intelligence. That's common sense. I'm talking to you.
Right.
Can I say something now? Can I say something, please?
Because they German, we don't want that European stuff in here. No,
can I say something? Can I say something? Not at all. This is it. Somebody, I went to school in both Jamaica and up here, and I'm going to tell you something. Textbooks. What people don't understand, unless you go overseas and go to school somewhere else, the textbooks, how they are arranged in the Caribbean is different than the American textbook. A textbook is a scientific approach to learning. Definitely. It's a scientific approach to learning. And what I have realized with textbooks is that the higher the level book that you read, if you're in a master's class and you read a master's textbook, and you're in a high school class, you read a high school textbook, the language, how it is read, is almost, I, as a Jamaican, have to be deciphering it, have to translate it, meaning that I went to the University of the West Indies, and I came up here and I was doing something totally different, and I went to college. When I read the books here, it is almost alien to the books that I use in Jamaica, although it might be the same subject area. It's how it is written, how the melody of the book. Every book have a melody to it. If you read books a lot, you realize that books have a melody to it. When you read the book, it has a pattern to it. That's why some books are easier to read than other books. I find a lot of the books here, although the information is good, it has a monotone pattern. When I read a book from a Caribbean or an African author, the melody of the book is different. I hope I'm not talking bullshit for all the people who read. Uncle read a lot of books. Would you say that each book have a different melody to it? Or you understand the book? Or you grasp the book? Right?
I understand. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
The books that African children get have a European melody to it. They have to literally translate it in their mind first. When somebody here would read that same book, they read it one time and get it. The African child or the Caribbean child has to read that book multiple times to get the same information.
With a European mind.
Not that one.
Oh, you talking about history?
Oh, crazy, man. I don't know what they saying the books in general. They saying they saying basically they shit is trash.
I'm just saying, but y'all shit all black. Like Africa,
no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. 90% of the books used in the schools in Africa and the Caribbean are from Europe and America.
And our leadership is Eurocentric.
I'm talking about the population. Then y'all can do that shit. Why can't y'all?
Because the leadership.
It's the leadership.
The leadership
it's the leadership.
They're Eurocentric.
One at a time. Relax. No, you can't blame Christian. Listen. This is what we're not gonna do. Listen, hold on. Let's be intelligent on this one, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm gonna keep saying her fucking name, yo. She played the Christianity card. That didn't stop her from doing what she wanted to do.
But
right? So being a Christian, hold on, bro. Come on, relax. Listen what I'm saying. Plenty motherfuckers then got transformed to Christianity and build the nation. I can give you the fucking Russians, right? That they came in and implemented what they needed. They learned. They went to school. Africans been going to school abroad since the days of King Alfonso and the Zing and them, sending their children abroad. Plenty of time for a motherfucker to come back and put their foot down and change it. So at this point, dude, you can blame nobody but the people that run the goddamn land, dog. Like I'm not gonna sit up here and do that shit. Like I done seen niggas like Pete. Let me finish, bro. That way you don't gotta talk 100 miles an hour. I'm gonna let you get it in. I'm trying to tell you that there's a Russia, the first Tsar of Russia, called Peter the Great. In his lifetime, he left when he's supposed to come to power. He decided not to take it. He put his uncles in him on the throne and left. He went to Europe. He studied. He learned shipbuilding and basic shit. He learned math, all that shit. Came back, took the throne. He put Christianity in its proper perspective. All y'all priests, cut your fucking beards off, change your outfits, or pay this tax. You hit him with the get down on that. What you gonna do? Okay, boom. The rebels in the area killed their ass half to death. Back. And he proceeded to build a city called St. Peter's, okay, which was like an exact replica of Paris, right? And then he built up Moscow. The shit was wood in his time. The shit transformed from wood to goddamn stone, brick buildings, right? He had a science center and all that shit in that motherfucker in his fucking lifetime. He immediately attacked his enemies. I think it was the Dutch, right? He fought a war against the Dutch. They tied. Then he came right back with better ships and won, and it put him on the world stage. So I don't know about all that attacking a motherfucker, European nation and all that shit. But what I do know is a leader can do it in a fucking lifetime, Doug. It's the internet now. The world leader don't even gotta go no fucking way. Nigga, download the shit and fix y'all shit. So at this point in juncture, there is no excuse for African nations not to have proper textbooks. It's real corruption. Talk. It's fucking corruption, bro. They got enough. It's corruption, nigga. You can build a road instead of a motherfucking church, nigga. I'm just trying to let you. I'm giving you some real shit right now.
Real talk.
So I'm not trying to hear that shit. So enough of the poor, sorry African nations. No, they strong. They can do all that. So they gotta take fucking responsibility. Man, the fuck up like Peter the Great did.
Let me say Peter the Great have sanctions against him?
Nigga, fuck the sanction, my nigga.
Listen to you, nigga, fuck a sanction. You know how much farmland and shit they got? Fuck us, nigga. We can definitely eat. This ain't Russia. You tripping? They got
y'all niggas don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
We gonna give you a chance. We gonna get the suit on. Everybody gonna put on their spacesuit when you start talking. So go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. We're now entering the pseudo zone. We're now donning our space masses and suits. Go ahead and tell me why I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm muting out.
The brother just talked about the British and European sanctions against Africa. The Ghanaian I think he's an American, but with Ghanaian parentage, should know about what's called the
Liberian.
Liberian, brother.
Now the pact for continuation of colonialization. If you ignore those things and say, fuck that, we could do it, we have to handle some things first. You know, before you handle your block, sometimes you got to put work in. And I'm saying we can't ignore the shit that's coming at us that's debilitating.
We're asking you what? We're asking you what? Don't play me. I gave you a clear solution. I'm listening.
So I told you what, and you said, fuck that. We got sanctions against the
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Nope. What's the name of the sanction? I want to know right now. Don't play me, nigga. You got the wrong dude. What's the name of the section? We're looking it up. I don't want to hear that shit. Don't stammer and stammer. What's the name of the sanction? And what country is getting the sanction? Now, don't call for help.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, give me the name of the sanction.
Zimbabwe.
I yield my time to Brother Delani.
Zimbabwe is currently under European and American sanction because Zimbabwe. Let me continue. Zimbabwe decided to take the land from white people and redistribute it back to black people. Britain want to tell Zimbabwe who to give the land to. And Zimbabwe telling Britain to go F off. You can't tell us what to do with our land. This is our land. Principle rule over anything else. You can't, because Zimbabwe can't come to England and tell England what to do with their land. But England want to dictate to Zimbabwe what they must do to their land. So therefore, England says, okay, you don't cooperate, we're going to put sanction on you, and we're going to get our big brother in America to put sanction on you. So none of your goods will be coming to Europe, and none of your goods will be coming to America, and you won't be able to buy from us or sell to us.
America put sanctions on them on European deal when Mugabe did what he did with the farmers. right?
Yes, yes.
But since then, I was reading. I tell you that sanctions been lifted. At least I got to U.S.
Sanctions have not been lifted.
I got to the United States part where they said that they sent them like 315 million, maybe a year ago. I think a year ago. In aid, maybe a year ago.
In aid.
Yeah, a year ago.
We don't develop a country based on aid. We want trade.
But what I'm saying is that the sanctions came down because of what Mugabe did. Like, we can't just leave out. That's why they put the sanctions.
But I just said that.
I'm
not blaming Mugabe. I'm not blaming Mugabe.
Let me reclaim the time, brother Unc. You could look at the U.S. Department of Treasury and you could see
I'm great.
You look at the sanctions, sure. That's just for America. We ain't even getting into the UK sanctions.
Hey, bro, hold on for a minute. I'm going to pull it up so the listeners can see.
But what I'm saying is,
now don't be saying nothing. We're going to pull it up.
It's not
we don't believe you.
Zimbabwe. All right. Anybody that stand up as a man is going to get.
No. Okay. So listen to what I'm trying to tell you.
If we ain't struggling.
Hold on for a minute. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. As a politician, because that's what world leaders have to do. Right? No matter how much power you got to know when to make the move. So if you can't handle the fucking sanctions, then don't chase all the white people off the land. You work it out a certain way. It's simple, bro.
Bullshit, bro.
No, it's not. Listen, you're making up. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. The world we live in, right? You have to be measured in your approach. This is what world leaders do, bro. You don't just say fuck Russia and immediately blow up a tanker. You don't do it.
No, you don't.
You work it out. Right. So what you do is there's a certain amount of land, right? White people been living in there for how long? 50 years, a long ass time that they stole it. We know, right? Okay. So you work something out, bro. You don't just throw the motherfuckers off the land. You can't just do it. Not. Let me make my point. Let me bring the motherfucking aircraft carrier to the base. Not unless you've already got things worked out where the sanctions do not affect you. But if they do, then use the stupid ass motherfucker.
Okay, let me explain something, please.
You don't gotta explain that to me.
Please,
you don't have to explain it to me.
Let me explain.
You're about to give me another excuse.
Yeah, no, let me explain something to you. Do you know that Zimbabwe became independent in 1980? When they became independent, the British and the Zimbabwe made an agreement that the British would compensate the white farmers, and then they say within 20 years, they will work out the arrangement to hand the farmers the land back to the black people.
Yeah, Mabuti, right?
No, that was with Mugabe. So what happened? But what happened was, every time a new government came to power in England, they were saying, oh, it's not us. The next government will have to deal with it. They keep putting it off and putting it off. So Mugabe, after 20 years of dealing with these people about the land, they keep flagging them off like they're insignificant. So he set a deadline and saying, this 20-year deadline come, if you don't act, we're gonna have to act. And he did. And they passed the legislation in Zimbabwe saying that the land will have to be turned over. Britain came in and said, oh, we will honor the deal if you give the land to so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. So the people of Zimbabwe say, which sovereign country is going to allow you to dictate to us what we must do with our land? And because they refused to accept Zimbabwe's sovereignty and independence, they decided to say, okay, we're going to put sanction on you. If you don't comply with what we want you, we're going to put sanctions.
So you didn't actually hear what I said. You just ignored it and ran the stop sign and said,
but I'm explaining to you what happened. I'm explaining to you what happened.
I'm gonna make an excuse.
I'm explaining to you what happened.
Listen what I'm saying right now. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you, yo. The only reason they can tell you that because you ain't strong enough to stop that.
That's true.
So then what you do is you get strong enough to stop that. You lie to the motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got a great leader in the name of the Zingas. She lied to motherfuckers. I'm like, yeah, I got you. And fake their ass up. I'm gonna keep going. But she showed you how you do it. She showed you how you do it against ferocious motherfuckers.
Peace, brothers. Hey, can I get just a brief word in?
But Brendan, I got it.
Let Brendan get it after Brendan get it.
Right after.
Got you. So hold on. So what I'm telling you is, listen, bro, we all understand the sanctions is going to come down the pipe. We're looking at each other. We're measuring this approach. Okay, we got our farms together? Do we got our trading partners within Africa? We got the grains. We good. So then you vote. Can we make this move? How much will the country suffer? Right? The same way Russia do. Okay, can we do that? Bet we voted. Let's do it. You don't sit around and cry about the shit. You can't do. You will never win. Right? It's small increment steps, bro. You know what you can do and what you can't do. Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, dude, I love where you guys are heading. Even the brother he mentioned, he said, how they need to respect the sovereignty, right? But you have to build capabilities to build true sovereignty, right? We'll give an example, right? You guys talked about earlier about, hey, we're going to outsource capabilities that we can leapfrog and get new technologies into this country, right? And we're going to get the best deals possible. But for some capabilities, that's just not possible to maintain sovereignty, right? Things that are in the strategic, what you would say, interests of those countries in Africa, their infrastructure pieces, they need to build those capabilities in-house to be able to stand against those types of sanctions or those types of threats against your own interests. Right? Just mentioned, he mentioned the aircraft carrier. He was going to land the aircraft carrier. For instance, that's something from the U.S. perspective, right? We will never outsource the building of an aircraft carrier to an external nation. You know why? That's within the strategic interests and imperatives of the United States of America. That's a capability that we own in-house, and we will never outsource that. Right?
Because that builds actually doing it is me on this panel. All right.
No, man, you gotta let that man finish though. No, let him finish.
Because that is a military deterrent that helps the United States maintain dominance in its sovereignty. Africa has to identify capabilities and things that it needs in the same way, right? Things that it can't, it just doesn't have the, I guess you would say they can't afford to outsource, right? They have to build these things in-house, right? To have that true sovereignty, right? Now, in terms of like the inner workings of the African nations, right? Of course, they can build alliances and work together on these capabilities, just like any other sovereign nations do, right? But yeah, you can't outsource everything, right? Like for the United States, we don't care. We'll buy a television from anybody, right? But we'll build our own nuclear subs.
I got a question now. Since you were addressing me in this thing, I just want a request. If I could have a couple of minutes just to show how the US Blacks did it, how we handle sanctions, and I could begin, it's just a couple of minutes. Do I have the time?
No, hell no. You ain't got time to teach pseudo school. You can talk though.
No, man, let's listen to 30 seconds and see if it's pseudo then. Now, this was due in large part to a grossly inaccurate and disparaging official report of the US War Department in 1925 regarding the performance of Negroes during World War I. This highly biased and illogical report concluded that Blacks were inferior to their white counterparts in every discipline. Blacks lacked the intestinal fortitude for battle and were unreliable under fire. And they were incapable of possessing the necessary skills to operate and master the complex military equipment employed in combat. Needless to say, the experts and the national leaders of that time chose to ignore that Black men and women had performed admirably and courageously in every conflict and major event since the Revolutionary War. Now, as the winds of war raged across America in 1939, Negroes were denied the opportunity to have a meaningful part in our nation's preparation to defend, democracy at home and abroad. Due to harsh segregation and rigid social barriers, the doors to aviation, in particular, were tightly closed to African Americans. From 1932 to one more sentence. From 1932 to 1951, only 9 Negro aviators had earned commercial pilot license certificates. Only 102 were licensed private pilots, and only 160 were licensed.
I got you. So what's your point, though? What's your point?
Just drop the link for the Tuskegee. Drop the link for the
Yeah.
Tuskegee Airmen, please, so the chat can just look up the Tuskegee.
Yeah, and let me make one more point about capabilities as well, and I'll be done. Right.
Drop the link for the CO3.
I just
the CO3 to me is
if you
greater than
want to
the
hear
Tuskegee
more,
Airmen.
if you want to hear more about, you know, how Americans did it prior to the civil rights era, I have more information for you.
No, I'm trying to get what you say. You started off saying one thing, but told us nothing about that. Like,
okay, that's what I thought. Okay,
He's talking about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Damn, how the fuck
Let's not go back to aviation. It gets back to aviation somewhere. Right.
I mean, it was good though. It was interesting though.
But just one more point, and I'll be done in terms of capabilities. I'll give you an example. This is back when I was working state and local government in the state of Georgia. Right. I was working for a city that had just implemented a brand new water treatment facility. Right. And what the Chinese government, well, I think it was a Chinese delegation committee. Right. They wrote that city a letter. They wanted to come and actually tour the entire city, the city infrastructure. Right. They went through, I think it was about like a week long type thing. Right. They went through and they looked at some of the electrical facilities. They took a look at the parks and recreation department. But you know what? The main piece, that Chinese delegation, they spent the most of their time looking at the brand new water treatment facility because it was the state of the art. Right. Those Chinese people didn't come there to say, hey, you guys are going to come over and build us a water treatment facility as well. No, they came to survey, get the knowledge, and go and do that over in their country. Right. So that was just as important to come all the way to a rural city in Georgia just to get information into how to deploy a water treatment plant. Right. Those are the capabilities that, of course, those are very important. Right. I'm done.
Y'all see the screen?
It's boring stuff.
Before you say something, important. Before the screen, y'all see on here, here's the list of sanctions that they was talking about right here. All right. It's right here. So basically, funny, it's a Zimbabwe sanctions program implemented by the Office of Foreign Assistance. Control, let's see, began on March 7th.
Foreign assets.
When the president issued,
Foreign asset control. Foreign assets.
What did I say? Foreign office? What did I say? Office of Foreign Affairs. I said, it says, okay. It says control began in March 7th, 2003, when the president issued an executive order 13288. You know, they put the numbers on your ass. You know you're in trouble. It said impose sanctions against what? Specifically identified individuals and entities in Zimbabwe as a result of actions, watch this is deep, and policies of certain members of the government of Zimbabwe and other persons undermining, watch this, democratic institutions or processes in Zimbabwe. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. So at that point, we need to figure out, okay, what type of government was Zimbabwe wanting to run? You know what I'm saying? They wasn't going with democracy, right? Maybe they was going with the thing that Russia do. Okay.
No, they had election like any other country. Mugabe was winning it. The election, 90% of the population was voting for Mugabe, and they didn't like that.
So they was going. So they wanted to do the democratic thing, right?
They did do the democratic thing, but the party that America back always loses.
I got you. So they right. So they meddling in your politics, right? Like they supposed to. It's called espionage.
Most definitely.
They supposed to do that. So we sitting here knowing that shit.
The opposition and still lost.
Yeah. So listen. So we know that then, right? That's all in the game, though. It's just like Russia fuck with our election. It's in the game. It's nothing new. You got to expect the unexpected.
That is true.
Right? So you got to be. So when you playing the game, watch this at the highest level. You can't be soft. You got to be ruthless. You got to be measured, right? And you got to make sure you take care of your people. It's got to be a healthy mix somewhere along the line. So we have to learn that, right? So that you already know when you buck against them trying to play in your election, and you know what I'm saying, and you're trying to do something right for your spot, you know they're gonna always, like you said, they're gonna finance the other side. They've been doing that forever, just like they did to Patrick Lumumba. Like Patrick Lumumba say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna fuck with the Russians." But you got the damn general who ended up fucking killing him. So you got to take a responsibility for bullshit. Right? This is an African leader do that shit. An African general, right? Who he made the damn general and then killing him. You know what I'm saying? So all that shit got to be measured out, bro. This is not the toys. This ain't the toy soldier movie. So everything got to be right. You can't just run your mouth talking that shit. Yeah, we're gonna do our election, and then the sanctions destroy the fucking country. Then you it's chess at the highest level. Then you was playing checkers then. So a lot of times we're playing fucking checkers. Yeah.
He had to know, or at least you would have to predict. Okay, if I make this move, how do they retaliate? You gotta anticipate the sanctions in a way to combat the sanctions that's coming. If you didn't, you made a hard mistake, but that was a poor decision.
You got to calculate for that. You got to keep that in account.
Yeah.
You have to.
You got to.
You have to. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, because even when Russia hit Ukraine, America did the same shit. They sanctioned them, but then Russia still got China. You know what I'm saying? So he knew that he wasn't tripping. He like, yeah, I don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
And as well, Sosa, you know, Russia announced there were certain sanctions that they said if countries issued certain sanctions against Russia, they would consider it an act of war as well. There's the U.S. does the same thing. You just can't slap a sanction on the U.S. at a certain level because they would consider it an act of war and make you take that off the table.
Exactly.
And they got the
privilege.
And they got the muscle to do it.
Yeah, that's the key. They have the military to back it up. Many of our African countries don't have that power to back up our talk.
Yeah. And you gotta build those skills.
So why are you trying to get him in trouble then, yo? You trying to get him in trouble, yo?
I'm just being practical, Mo. I mean, I'm just to be practical. There's a thing that we have to do. We have to do.
I agree with you.
You're gonna be here for a second. I'll make you the host, Brady.
Russia got Japan.
Yeah, I'm here.
Who said Russia?
We'll make you the host. We'll make you the host.
Yeah, make me the host. Go ahead.
Japan.
So it's not and plus I like I appreciate you with the actual I talk to the no, that wasn't even Brother Line. That was whatchamacallit crazy ass. They came up with this James. That was James ass. But James, you both of y'all made good points, especially you, James, about the sanctions, right? And so that's duly noted. I pulled up the source. It's right there. All right. So when you say something right, and you didn't actually mischaracterize it, right? You just proved that they ass wasn't ready to do what they did. But you was absolutely right about the sanctions, and now our audience know that, they had legitimate sanctions put on them. And what I'm saying is you got to already know what's coming. Sosa gave a great example of how Russia say, all right, if you do this, it's an act of war, motherfucker. And then you got to say, well, am I ready for one of these cities to get blown up with nuclear weapons? Right now, African nations
I've got a
missing brains and shit like that, right?
I just want to say,
let me finish though, yo. Why you cut me off?
Hold on, bro.
How you gonna cut us off on our shit, yo? You can't keep doing that, yo. Let me talk. I'm gonna let you rock. I got specific things I want to put forth. Seriously, let me ride. Come on, yo. Like I study Patrick Lumumba. It's like one of my favorite persons, and I know how the shit got undermined. Right. So the point I want to make here is that, we watching it right now in real time. Enough of us aren't even really familiar with politics. We studied the war in Ukraine. I'm gonna give you something slick. Think about this, yo. We can talk about the level of respect, right? And as African Americans, we can talk that talk, and we don't like America, but that's our right as African Americans. We can say that because that's what Americans do. But what you wouldn't see happen if our if our ass was in goddamn Ukraine and needed to cross that goddamn border, they're not saying you can't cross that border. As American citizens, they ain't saying that. That ain't what they saying. They gonna let, oh, you American citizen, take your ass on, right? But you see the respect that they don't have for African nations and those students. Man, they held their ass up talking shit. But that wouldn't happen to us. So it's just, yeah, yo, Africa has been underdeveloped. Yeah, yo, they took some of the best minds out. Yeah, they did all above, yo, but now Africa has the youngest population. You know what I'm saying? Like you know how it works. You know how the world works. Everything don't stay at the top, baby. So they got to be ready for the wave. You don't know what's going to happen. As a matter of fact, Africa was the less decimated from COVID. Don't nobody want to talk about that. So maybe having a hell of an infrastructure, you know what I'm saying, would have put them in harm's way. The fact that they didn't have a whole lot of infrastructure everywhere, right, slowed people's movement down, which didn't allow the shit to spread like that. So what you think is helpful in a power move could be the very thing that gets you. I mean, that's how it's been in my world. But go ahead, somebody want to talk?
Yeah. Unc, I think you make a great point. Like America wasn't the world power until the rest of the world went to war and they had no industry left. So, but America was prepared to take that vacuum and prepared. They just happened to be prepared. So I think that's a great point. I wanted to say there was a guy talking about how we don't let our infrastructure or things like nuclear weapons or other critical technology, we don't export that.
Right.
And I want to add to that.
Right.
I found this out. I don't know how many. Yeah, Sims. Right. I want to add to that I found this out recently. I had no clue that like everybody's GPS is controlled in a base in like Colorado, a military base. It's all run by the American military.
And you know, and you know what who that capability falls under now? The Space Force, right?
Yes. Space Force.
Not the Space Force.
Right? That's right.
But listen, that is only for certain GPS, not all GPS.
Because no. There's only one GPS infrastructure in space, right? There's no two GPS infrastructure.
There's different satellites up there. Different satellites.
And it's one system. It's one system. It's a complete system.
I don't know about that. Because Russia have their own satellite system that do their own GPS.
Well, I'm saying ours, right? You don't have access. You don't have access to the Russian. You don't have access to the Russian GPS system.
But I'm saying that. But Russia have their own satellite. China have their own satellite.
Of course,
their own system.
Of course, you know why? Because that's a strategic. It's a strategic capability that you will not outsource.
Exactly, I agree.
But I'm not sure. I'm not positive on this. I'll have to look it up. But I'm not sure that China's. I know China's getting up there, and I'm not sure that Russia and China is as extensive as the one that we already have up there.
Ours was the first. Ours was the first.
But Europe has it too. Europe has their own as well.
Though, in line with the conversation. If I was able to finish this introduction, you guys could decide how African Americans dealt with the sanctions against them.
You took too damn long. Got straight to it. Yo, you the whole thing about the airmen and all that crazy shit.
I mean, if I complete the introduction, you could decide if you guys would want to hear a chronological history of the Tuskegee Airmen.
Let me ask you a question.
Or a PowerPoint.
Hold on. We kind of touched on it. Was it the other day, yesterday or the day before, about that nuclear weapon that South Africa let go. Remember, I brought it up. I think it was '89. Really, I think they dismantled it. Actually, totally dismantled it, like in '93 or '94, something around that time.
As soon
as black people took charge of South Africa.
Yes, I can.
As soon as black people took charge of South Africa, the nuclear program was dismantled.
They should have never done that.
I'm not done. I wasn't done. Why are you talking? I wasn't
James.
done. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Let the man. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to hear your point of view on that subject. Do you think it was it was intentionally, because it was on the table in Cairo. So it was intentionally, it wasn't intentionally done not to give so-called black man, African man, any type of that type of power per se. Because they had it during the white regime, but once they knew that Nelson Mandela was going to come out.
So let me tell you what I would have done if I was United States. I would have done the same thing. Y'all can't have that. I'm taking it off the table. We cannot let y'all have that. Yeah, we got clear examples in Angola, where the war was starting to switch over, and then they were like, no, we can't even do it to our Portuguese brothers like that. We're gonna get out the agreement with the African, and we're gonna go with our brothers. Yeah, they always do that. That's how it works.
So my question is,
right? They did. That's how you do
it. Yeah. So my question is, as African nations, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't know how to think like that. Like how
they don't know how to think like the African American thing. Remember, the African American thing is all one Africa. They need to start thinking like that. See, that would probably help them at times. And then sometimes it might not work, but they need to definitely need to implement that shit. Be real helpful. Like they got a lot of watermelons, and I know it sounds funny, and just different crops that they just let die in the field, but they could actually trade amongst each other. They getting seeds and shit from European countries. That shit's stupid as fuck, yo. I'm saying I'm not trying to throw no shots, but damn.
Yeah, that's powerful. That's powerful.
Jesus Christ.
30 seconds, only 30 seconds introduction, and you can decide whether you can see the PowerPoint or not. How about
no, we ain't. No,
check it. No.
Hey, James. I'm gonna say this. Hey, James, they being ignorant, bro. So, man, I'll do a show with you, and I'll let you get your shit off, because you've been trying to get that off all day. You feel me? I'll let you get that off.
And I'm dropping. I'm dropping.
It was good. It was a good. I was feeling that Tuskegee shit, but
it was good.
Man,
that was good.
Man, you gonna hook up later on, and I'll let you, present your shit. But don't worry about these niggas.
Hey, James, I got one question, man.
Chefron, the 303, one more important the Tuskegee here, man. The tank division that saved Patton ass and caused them to win Euro. Black people, the 303 was more important than fucking Tuskegee here. I'm not saying that was important, but the 303 is the Black American greatest fighting force. The 303. People need to look them up. That's what we talk about.
Yeah.
Is that an ICBM back behind your head there?
Yeah, it's how you guys were talking about Russia, so we had to have that date.
He's at an undisclosed location.
Yeah, right.
You got the ICBM ready, huh? Get the finger on the trigger.
It's the Titan II,
Yeah. But you know what? How are you going to be able to deliver that Titan II without a sound GPS system for timing, brother?
So we got it. That's where the beginnings were. That GPS, man.
Dude, people think the GPS is just for navigation. One of the most important pieces is to keep accurate time. Right? That's why it's strategic, right? Think about if you outsource a nation's ability to keep accurate time that way. Hey, come on.
Yeah, we had some big when we let the blacks, as they call it, into the military. And what I'm saying, this to be brief, because of the many hurdles and setbacks that I mentioned that had to be overcome before Negroes would be allowed to participate in military aviation and training and serve their country in a meaningful and dignified manner. What happened next? Well, you guys can stay tuned, and Chef and I will present the information. I also have a PowerPoint, Chef. And we could find out how we overcame this.
Yeah. PowerPoint be good. I'll let you run all that. Good. Yeah, kill it. Okay, we'll rock. Do a good job. Do a good job, though, because they be on your head, Jay.
Don't hit us with that death by PowerPoint. Don't hit us with that death by PowerPoint.
No, when I drop the science, man, it's league, I don't have to get down dirt with
James, they're crazy, James. They're crazy, man.
Right on. What you say, man?
and I'm gonna have to get you about that whole idea that the Space Force is an unarmed branch of the U.S. Armed Forces as well. You don't know that.
No, you guys covered that.
You don't know that.
I'm tore it up. It was food for thought. It was just an exercise, man. Come on.
Right. I got you.
Pseudo on my shit. Right. It was an exercise to see if people thinking right. And hit it on the head. It is a branch because he was Marine Corps, and the Marine Corps is a department of the just like Space Force is a department of our Air Force. And we got a very distinct history in our Air Force from the beginning, from before Air Force, from when it was Army Air Corps. And with this chronology that I have to present, man, it is one story that needs to be told. And if I have the PowerPoint, I could distribute it and you guys could get more familiar with what happened back then, man. It's serious business, right?
Well, let's set that up. Sounds
nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, this was a good build tonight, though. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take an exit, man. It was an honor to be on this panel with all these distinguished pseudo killers. And I appreciate our contribution as usual. One of the greatest mind alive. I must say so myself.
Great mind, boy.
Yeah, you definitely be rocking. Space Age African. Definitely like that. I'm a Pan-Africanist and I'm going to defend Pan-African until I die, man. We got to unify and develop our continent. Africa is the future. Africa is the future.
That's a fact.
Like I said, Jamaican folks are more Pan-African than the African on the continent. True fact.
Okay, brother.
I'm gonna stay away from Africa till they get their shit together. I'm gonna say that.
Okay, Sherman, you can do that. But when you're ready to come home, we welcome you with open arms, man.
Oh, that ain't my home. That ain't my home.
We never need all the great minds.
Y'all good.
You can stay. Don't worry. You ain't gotta come. You know what I mean?
I hope y'all get it together though.
Yeah. We wish you all the best as well. You know what I'm saying?
There you go, Chef.
Man. It's been 4 years, and we're gonna get it together. We got to get it together.
Yeah, anyway, you guys keep a tight lid on those uranium mines you got over there. That's what you need to do. Be careful.
I agree with you 100%. All strategic resources, we need to have a tight grip on that mess. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I definitely agree with that. So man, on that note, man, I say peace and love, man. I wish you brothers all the best. And I hope to be back one day on this platform.
All right, bro.
Hey, man,
bro.
Thank you, man.
Peace.
Hotep.
Oh, that's not your home, huh, Chef?
Yeah, that's on the other side. That's on the other side.
Mm-hmm. With the sanction.
Chef be tripping, man. That's your home, Chef. That's your home. Come home, Chef. LIB.
Yeah, Chef, wow.
Maryland is my home. Y'all are tripping.
Hey, we got a Maryland. Hold on. We got a new Maryland in Liberia and a new Georgian, and we got a new Mississippi. That's crazy, huh? We got Maryland.
I would never see it.
Chef, I want to say the excerpt that I was reading from is from a mentor of mine. Now, this is Colonel Richard Tolliver, United States Air Force retired. He's a Tuskegee Airman protege, meaning he came after that. He attended Tuskegee and Air Force. He's 84 this year. And, the Tuskegee Airmen were in the 90s and stuff. So he came after the war thing. However, this gentleman had 446 missions in combat in Vietnam, A4 Phantoms, and then he switched when they first came out with the F-15 Eagle.
He was a maverick then.
Dick Tolliver was the first class of the F-15 Eagle. Matter of fact, Luke Air Force Base got his plane as a.
You said he had how many what, yo? Yeah,
what's that?
What? Yeah, how many what missions in Vietnam?
446.
Doing what? What was he doing?
Flying F-4 Phantoms.
Doing what?
low-level bomb runs. You want me to?
Oh, he's a murderer. He's a murderer. He's a murderer. I don't want to talk about it. He's a murderer. He's not a hero. He's a murderer. I'm not.
He was killing Vietnamese.
Murder.
Oh, I guess he wants me to say that part. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Somebody's mic's feeding. Federated, can you mute your mic? Okay, Stu Pease. I think it was Stu Pease, Mike.
Yeah,
okay,
we're not celebrating murderers around here. Remember that? He's a murderer. He's
No.
a murderer.
My point is, I'm reading his ex because it's an accurate chronological history that he studied about Tuskegee Airmen. He's also the founding chapter.
I don't want to listen to a murderer though.
No. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker.
Nah, he's a murderer. You let Chef listen to him. Chef and them put the rules in.
I know where you're going. He's a devout.
Yeah, they put the rules in it though. So I don't want to hear. Yo, they put the rules.
He's a devout Christian. But I'm saying this should not take away from this man's historical association with the history of the Tuskegee Airmen.
Yes, he's a murderer. He killed Vietcong people, murdered them. Murder,
right? So Nzinga is not a murderer, right? The man was an Air Force.
Yeah, she's all I know. Remember, we made that rule up. He
was an Air Force pilot under orders.
Everybody. Now, everybody, bro. He's a murderer. Don't talk to him.
Chill out, man. Nobody say that. You messing up the man's conversation.
So what? He did.
No, we said a slaver. We said, well, because she was a slaver.
Right.
I'm talking about whether she was a murderer. I don't give a fuck about.
Nah,
sometimes you got killing this.
Attack because I was out of pocket.
If you're a warrior,
but Unks got over that.
So
he accepted my apology immediately. You know, I don't know how that came.
I was actually I was actually playing, bro. I was actually playing, bro. But that's how the fuck it sound, though. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It sounds just like that.
Well,
that's my point.
That's what I'm talking about. With things, how it sound. We got to be careful about how things sound.
I don't gotta be careful. Okay, we did it for 2-3 hours yesterday.
Man, this not the same shit. Why is y'all even feeding into that goofy shit he's saying?
Okay, I'm goofy now. See, told you.
I said that goofy shit. I said the goofy shit you said.
No, you know I ain't taking it like that, Chef.
This nigga Craig, he said, now I'm goofy.
Hey, go ahead.
No, I don't think you think that, Chef.
He said, now I'm goofy.
No, I don't mean that. I know what you're saying, yo. I ain't taking it like that. I'm saying all that y'all was saying yesterday is the same thing.
Well, why would you take what Jabari said? Hold on. Why would you take what Jabari said? Like, yo actually really called you a goddamn agent.
Because he did.
He did not.
Don't put police. Don't he did.
No, yo, he said you was an agent of confusion.
So that make me what?
It was the play on words, Chef.
Exactly. He wasn't calling you an agent like the police.
Jabari know what he was doing. You know,
come on, yo.
It's already smoke. You can't say nothing. It's already smoke.
Yo, if I call you an agent of confusion, I am not saying you a snitch or anything like that.
You taking the shot.
He's being very
bro.
Yeah, exactly. He knows the language. He knows the language that is used in this community.
Yeah. Straight up.
Call somebody an agent confusion and call somebody contrarian. That's like just saying somebody
exactly.
I don't see how y'all didn't see that. I don't see how you didn't see
that. Nigga James is a
you didn't see the shot? I don't know.
That's a fact. Nigga James is a goddamn agent.
He's playing defense. He was
the agent provocateur is something different. Agent provocateur is something different. Yeah,
he was playing defense.
The most deliverer of your mind that you ever seen, man. I'm dropping science. Well, you know what? It's a good description because of my background, right? You could say that.
You ain't dropping no goddamn science, man. Stop talking that science.
I'm a military officer. I had a long career because the airlines is like a reserve unit, right? So I had a long career in airport management.
Man, the airlines is not no reserve unit, man. What are you talking about, man?
Lord, you don't know again. But I wouldn't use
you
any.
Gotta stop there, yo.
You just don't know.
Yeah. If that's that man field, yo, you gotta let him.
Right.
Like if you don't know, yo.
So y'all saying that American Airlines, y'all saying that all airlines are reserve units for the United. Man, let me get off.
Yes. That's what we saying.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
I can't help you, man. I could just drop it to you. You do the math, man.
Hold on. You say what?
You can't.
Airlines and reserve units?
Yeah, I for the United States military.
Airlines could
Crazy
be called in.
Can be called in? Okay, yeah. I don't see why not.
I don't believe. Yeah, go prove
Yeah,
that.
Everything is though. Like everything you need to use.
I know.
Our entire industries, all of industry can be, right?
Okay, but
you can retrofit.
You don't call them a reserve unit, though.
Not a reserve.
Language.
Yeah. Our industries can be retrofitted for wartime, for sure. For
sure. That's the highways, all of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, great point. Great. The highways. Can be landing strips.
You don't. Right. You don't call United States citizen reserve it. I'm not reserve.
You call them what you want, but that's what they are. If it hit the fan, you might be out there too.
Man, all right, man. See, y'all see how it rolled downhill though, right? So don't teach y'all kids that. All right, they gonna sound crazy. You know that American Airlines is really the reserve unit. Gonna get put out of school for that.
He didn't say that definitively. He kind of worded it a little bit different. And you just
okay. Hold on, we're gonna ask him again. Where you at, James? What you say again? Say it again.
I said
he said you ain't said it definitively. You ain't mean it that way.
I said airlines can be called into reserve service immediately. That's what I said.
Exactly.
Reel it back. And when I mentioned the word reserve, you jumped out the window. And when I said reserve, you went flying.
James, check this out, James. Check this out. I did take that though. Let's play this back for the listening audience while you talking shit, licking crazy Chef Renell get you into it. I know exactly how you said it. Now you didn't say that.
What he said.
You said that it's a reserve unit. I heard you.
Fuck how you feel.
That's totally different than because everything United States be called into. If that's the point,
we already said that. Yeah.
Right. Where you said was like you played it. And matter of fact, what you said is an extension of what you said yesterday with the space unit. You playing the whole game, bro, and you connecting them all together. I'll forget what you say. I ain't crazy. Get out of here. SpaceX. That's the you did all that, bro.
That nigga running back, Jay. I ain't at the crib.
He said that it's the most pseudo part of the American armed force. And
they ain't got no arm. They ain't got no arms.
You're right.
Give away
Hey, Sosa. It's six branches, right? If you got six gangsters in a room, 5 of them got guns. You gonna assume that the other one don't have a gun?
But the other one don't need a gun. The other one can lock down GPS.
Don't count on it. Don't count on that. The 6th one not having a gun. I'm just gonna tell you that.
It's crazy, man. It's wild.
Yeah. I'll look for reasons that to get at a motherfucker. Because I swear, I listened to. I didn't feel like Jabari called you an agent, like agent provocateur. Agent of confusion don't mean like a government agent or something like that. That don't even mean.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't have to make them search down information. Listen, if you simply go on airforce.mil and go in the search window and just pull up Civil Reserve Airfield.
Yes, James be on his own time.
I'm trying to deal with what's going right now.
He just ignored Sheffrin's comment.
Right. Yeah, James be on his own time.
Hey, look at what's the James? I like that profile picture. Imagine being in the audience during that speech.
What is it? A Christmas speech?
What would you do? What were you doing?
Well, it wasn't Christmas.
Listen, we sitting there talking about goddamn the Black Panther movie, and you know what I'm saying? So we get to talk about different movies we like, the diversity and shit. He coming there, y'all there talking that goddamn cool shit. I'm like,
no, listen.
We goddamn kids and shit like that.
Now I'm addressing this. So check this out.
James said the PKs was on the 4th of July shows whistling Dixie. Say what? Says the retired military guy, right?
I'm gonna tell you something was real. Hey, Chef, if he called you that might not mean nothing to you, yo. But I done had a million niggas in this community call me an agent, this, an agent, dad. You know what I'm saying? Just for teaching science, right? Young Pharaoh, I'm the police, I'm an agent, Dr. Snitch. So that term, don't use that term around me in no way, shape, or form. And Jabari know it. Just like when I call him a damn pseudo, he know what I mean. Like, I ain't hide my hand.
The pseudo is pretty definitive. Like,
yeah, but I'm saying, but you know, we talk about how he's very elegant in the way he throw his shots.
That wasn't even elegant.
So
that wasn't
it was
elegant,
a shot.
Yo.
It was a shot. It was a shot.
It was a shot at what though?
It was a shot at me, nigga, because we was on there going back and forth while he waving his hand, acting like he wasn't lying, waving his hand. You know, if I turn my camera on right now, right, and I'm on a computer screen, which we all were, and I start waving my hands in the background, yo, it disturbs you in the middle of you talking. It's a hell of a ploy they use in these days. It really does. And when I say, bro, you doing that, then he lied. I said, I ain't really doing that. I was like, what? So off of that, he's saying I'm causing confusion. But not only am I causing confusion, I'm an agent for fucking confusion. No, you wild ass coon, you're a coon.
Hey, he wasn't just waving his hands. He was doing like the roll, like wrap it up. You're taking too long.
Right.
Nah,
That's crazy. Man.
I feel you.
Hey, that ain't fair to play that game like that, bro.
I ain't even watch it. I gotta go. I ain't watch.
Yeah, I
just don't like when people fuck with Jabari. I think he's a good guy.
And I don't like that.
So he Cornell. And I want someone to look up that Africana. Y'all scared of that word. But Africana is so different from Americana. I don't know why.
Just go look it up.
I did look it up. I'm saying
not that worried about Africana and Americana.
And the sheer fact that he went to Cornell and he's educated, and he knows that word agent, that term is a loaded term in this community. If I call somebody an agent anything in this community, I know exactly what I'm doing. You know, because that's not something a term. Like I'll give you an example.
But the way you work the language, though, you gotta play the game like a contract, bro.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what he was doing. He was being coy.
And he must think. See, well, then something else comes to mind. Then, right?
How often do you use the term agent of confusion in your just normal words and when you're interacting with people?
So think about
it's not something common.
So then, if that's the case, then I gotta really believe that if y'all actually think that he was implying to Unc that he knew Unc was going to take it that way, then he's saying that y'all intelligence is at this level where this shit is going to land somewhere. Like, because, like, how the fuck could he even? So he's basically, and then the shit lands.
Let me set it up for you. Can I set it up for you? Hold on for a minute.
If a nigga called me,
you missing like 30 words before that.
If that's the case,
you're missing it, Chef.
Then he's calling you stupid, and the shit landed.
Yes. No, remember he's talking to the audience as well. He's talking to the audience as well.
First of all,
that nigga can't be that smart, yo.
No, you know what he said? No, he said, Unc, I'm taking real estate up in your head, some dumbass shit like that.
Yeah,
fucking stupid. And then he hit me with that. After, in the middle of him doing all the hand movements and crazy shit, which we do not do. We let a nigga rock, yo. He know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I supposed to be able to rock, nigga. You rock, he rock hard when he rock. So, nigga, I know when to rap at I don't need you in the background throwing me off, nigga. So he did all of that. And he know when he do me like that, I'm on his head. So I'm on Jabari's head. Don't fuck with me. I ain't the mark, nigga. Don't act like I'm dumb. This he's called me stupid before. This what y'all don't know. The nigga called me stupid. I'm say I'm stupid because I said Jesus Christ ain't African. That make me stupid, nigga. Fuck out of here with that shit. So I'm not even listening to you.
Trust me, bro. Like I know how to take, but nigga, you can't control how a person takes something. So we move real easy with our fucking words around people. I mean, that's the world I come from. You don't know how I'm gonna take it. Right.
Yeah, he said that in one of your back chats.
And that's the problem. That's the problem, that you so touchy that something like that real touchy, nigga. Real touchy, nigga. If you done took my money, nigga. Real touchy, nigga. I'm touchy with niggas. I'm touchy with niggas to take my money, nigga. Yeah, I'm real rally, nigga. I'm real rally touchy, nigga. Right? You robbed me one time, nigga. You coming around again. I might shoot the shit out you because you jumped and said boo. Remember you robbed me last time, nigga? Don't say boo around me, nigga, because you know what it is. You saying boo. You just robbed me, nigga. Now you acting like it. Okay, my fault. I ain't mean it. I ain't know you wasn't trying to rob me this time.
Look, well, I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree that there's two people that shouldn't say wrap it up, and that's Jabari and the Apostle.
Word.
Let me speak. Let me speak.
All niggas, everybody, all them motherfuckers be long wicked as hell.
Hey, no saint.
Oh, them niggas would be like, let me ask a question. Ask 4 questions and keep talking.
Hold on. So no saint. So then what's the name? Then Chef promised he wasn't gonna use the N-word. He gonna try hard. You see it, Chef using the N.
I try. It's a part of my
he tried.
That shit roll off the tongue.
It's in Chef's. Hey, it's in the lexicon, brother. It's hard to break, right?
It's too smooth. It come off the tongue too smooth.
Listen to you so say you block me.
I hate the word. Look, to be honest, I hate the word. I think none of us should use it, right? But the shit is ingrained, and like that's the first thing that's gonna come out my mouth.
That's true. That's true. I'm playing with you. I'm just playing with you.
All right. Is that federated? Federated States, you had me going last night, bro.
Michael Jackson.
That show last night was fire.
It was.
Michael Jackson.
Between Corey, Federated States, it was another brother. It was another James on, not this James. It was. I think we've got 2 or 3 James.
It's got
Pan-African was on.
If I deal with the agent accusation, man, come on, man. Y'all ain't gonna give me that.
Well, we didn't call you an agent.
Nobody call you an agent.
Hold on, man. I want to ask y'all a question, right? Why is niggas allowed to play super pies after they steal niggas' money? See, I don't take kindly to that shit. Y'all can say what y'all want to say, yo. It ain't like niggas get paid a whole lot to get this place and get that place. Niggas spend a lot of time studying, just trying to get close to bringing some real information. So when you got a deal on the table worth about 3 stacks, you know what I'm saying, for an hour worth of work, yo, a nigga would need that money, yo. A nigga would even need the experience, you know what I'm saying, talking to another whole group of black people. And for an individual to come through and just steal that shit like that, like it ain't nothing, and just smile in your face, I ain't never been that type of dude.
Well, he hadn't stolen it.
I have never been that soft. Even if I can't beat you, even if I'm scared of you, nigga, you is not coming around me with that shit. You ain't apologize. You acting like you ain't do that. So excuse me if I got a short fuse with that nigga. Excuse me. I apologize to the listening audience. He ain't never apologized for that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna always remember that.
I don't think he gonna apologize.
North African Mike say, yo, you know what? I ain't even mean that. And it's over with because it's just a level of respect we gotta have for each other. If you speak out of place, yo, I apologize. I was wrong. I do it all the time. You know what? I was wrong. When I shoot somebody by mistake on this month, I say, you know what? I was wrong. That's all we gotta do as men. But I'm not letting you walk around me after you did some shit. You ain't even acknowledge your behavior. That means you can do it again. And then you're trying to get away with that shit. So don't say nothing to me about agent this, halfway agent, but whatever the fuck you said, nigga, it sounded slick to me. Based off you stealing, nigga.
So he hadn't stole it yet, huh? Y'all had the conversation before you stole it, right? But I get what you're saying now. But
he ain't stole what?
Before you stole it.
Nah, we had the shit set up.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Y'all did it again on Sarnetta, huh? Ooh wee. Oh, I didn't see that.
He went to the debate with some of the Vince Man 2 debate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he called him an agent of confusion while they was setting that up. While y'all was setting that up.
No, that was afterward.
Was that we calling it the other night for no reason?
No, that was recent. That was at the Chris debate, right?
Oh wow! Yeah, I don't even know how you sit on a panel. I seen you was on the panel with him. I don't even know how you do that. Huh? I don't even know how you do that. Huh? How you sit on the panel with him? Huh?
For the real black to bring people, I do it for that.
I mean, like that. He can't go at goddamn Floyd Mayweather, HOK. Huh?
Stop playing. Now y'all playing. Y'all doing too much. I get mad too.
In the Ivy League community, Cornell ranks at the bottom socially. All right, and they're abrasive.
Listen, we're not putting the shit on Cornell. Like
it's the bottom of the top. The bottom of the top.
There's a goddamn thing. We're not putting the shit on Ivy League school or the Pseudo Killers.
We
ain't got to shit on Cornell just because we upset at Jabari, dog. God damn.
No, I'm just trying to be, I'm just on no uncertain terms. I'm on Unk's side on this. It was foul. That's all. Here's
the thing, right? I watched Jabari eat with Garfield. That's why I'm saying he look like he knows exactly how to get y'all just steam blowing out y'all goddamn ears.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? And he, you know what I'm saying? And he be sitting back. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? It's like I gotta just learn it, play shit like how you play it. You know what I'm saying? Like learn to play the shit like how you play it.
No, there's a lot of psychology courses in America.
You know he gonna make some slick dabs here and there. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like
usually with a man when they get like that, you can hit him in the mouth. So I get one. You can't do it in this.
But the point is that you can't hit him in his mouth because we on video.
After you stole,
I call him a fake ass motherfucking Egyptian, though, can I? Right. Fake ass. Stealing niggas' money, nigga. I said all that. Yeah, nigga, charge niggas $5,000 for a fake ass priesthood. I can say all that. See, we didn't even all that. Right. He felt that.
You got to
y'all not even. Come on,
but then it rattle you a little bit because he don't get rattled a little bit, But yeah, he is being pious though. I see that though. But I do like how Jabari debated too though. But I couldn't.
If I say something to you, right now, I'm dead ass wrong. But I get to you in your ear, right? And my walk up, nigga, you go crazy motherfucker like, what's wrong with Tuck? Them niggas are
facts. But y'all ain't never had. But if y'all ain't ever had to be around somebody who even owe you some money though, it's just a different energy with me. It's just gonna be totally different. And the stuff you can say, yeah, you on a short leash with me too. So I'm with Unc on that. Don't call me nothing. Don't even say nothing to me.
Yeah. Because I don't do that to Jabari. Y'all understand his demeanor. I don't try to bully him. I don't try to do none of that with Jabari.
It was ad hominem.
Conversations, yo, right. But he always doing that shit first. I don't never throw no shots at Jabari. Then he lie about the shit after he do it. It's crazy as shit. I'm like, man,
he needed to be on that Kemet shit, huh?
And all
shit. You know what I'm saying? Get a little
he's got a couple of
make a couple dollars. You feel me? Line that shit up, bro. Capitalize
he's got a
couple
of ad hominem attacks that you guys got to deal with. He's got this other thing that he does too. He goes, look at his face. You know, you gotta know how to counter that shit.
You got all the bullshit, right?
Jabs. We're throwing jabs.
But what I'm saying, you can capitalize off that shit and put some money in your pocket. Same time. And get at it.
Now he already took the money out the pocket.
Right? You know what he does that, right?
I talk about setting up a show the way he can debate him.
He won't even debate Garfield.
They're gonna debate September.
He gonna beat Garfield up though. He gonna beat Garfield.
Yeah, he gonna beat Garfield up
on that point. He gonna beat Garfield.
What's the point? What's the point?
What's the debate?
Talking about the Egyptian influence on Christianity. I think he got too much.
Right. Yeah. He gonna beat him to sleep.
Nah, he ain't gonna beat him to sleep.
You don't think so?
No. He will.
Man, they didn't did that. Nope. I used to.
Garfield is ready for that nigga, man.
But they did that a million times over there. Yeah, I mean, I don't even really. It's not gonna be nothing new for me, but I just think, and like you said, he just, I don't know. He just gonna wiggle out of it. But y'all said he lost to Vince Bantu, and I didn't see that though. I didn't.
He got beat up. Got beat all the way up.
But it was two religious people. I don't think two religious people can win the debate.
I know.
I think everybody loses. Two religious people.
I know, man.
So then it's gonna be a tie.
It's not about the person. It's about and it's not about the information. It's about argumentation when a person debates. So the better debater, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's battle rap. It's battle rap. It's battle rap.
It's battle rap. Yep, it's battle rap.
It's the crowd reaction and all that stuff. Because people be saying, Tazari, man, every time I be hearing people say somebody wanted to Pastor Bennett, how do they be winning debates when they talking pseudo? I just don't. I be hearing y'all say that. Y'all said Pastor Bennett beat up somebody else.
They beat Chris up.
They both beat up, though. They just talking me to death, like to where I can't hear no more, and it just be like they haven't said nothing. No.
It's arguments, man. Like when somebody make an argument, when you rebut, you gotta rebut his specific claims. You feel me? Like you gotta attack that person's arguments. If the other person ain't doing
what if their argument is off point? They argue. Sometimes they go into and they'll never answer the question of the debate. And people be saying they won just because the crowd reacted to something.
You deal with the premise. You deal with the premise and their rebuttal. You know what I'm saying? The premise is the argument they're laying out, and the rebuttal was the rebuttal was against the other person's argument. You deal with that. The question, the Q&A always can go crazy.
Debate. I understand.
I think Garfield embarked up this tree so long. I think he gonna get what he asking for, and
he gonna get beat to sleep.
Yeah,
but you know what? Garfield. I would say this about Garfield.
I didn't hear all his arguments, yo.
All disloyal niggas.
That's what I'm saying.
All of you niggas are disloyal.
All he gotta do is show Egyptian influence. Early Christians spent a lot of time in Egypt, right? So I mean, it's going. Yeah, it's one or two slides. I think it's gonna be over.
You know what?
You know what about Garfield? Garfield.
You know
he's
why?
got.
Hold on. Listen. Chef. You know why I asked that question the other day, right? Because that was a question that was disputed about niggas being able to translate that past that first century.
Yeah, yo. That was a good fucking question, yo.
Yeah.
No, man, that shit, y'all fucked that up, man. It didn't say that. What is y'all saying?
Oh my God. I'm not reading
it wasn't that, man. Y'all it wasn't that. It's in the argument, yo. No, listen.
Sandy and Pharaoh was about to beat y'all to sleep too. Quiet as kept. I'm just gonna say
y'all crazy as hell. If you think Jabari is gonna beat up Garfield, y'all crazy as hell.
Yeah, y'all crazy.
I'm a little better argument, bro.
Jabari, dude, Garfield has got the best command of information in this community.
That shit.
In terms of
Brandon,
I'm telling you what, he will tsunami. He will tsunami Jabari with that. But what I would say, I'm caveating this. What I would say, he needs to get a couple additional debates under his belt, sort of like the thing that he did with the brother. Who was it?
Ain't no time.
Who was it?
Gorilla Hebrew. Ain't no time.
Yeah.
Debate September. Ain't no time.
Oh, they've already got it on the calendar. I didn't know they had it. I didn't know they had it on the calendar.
Gorilla Hebrew, yo. He did good against the Gorilla Hebrew.
Yeah, he did good. He did good. But that wasn't.
Those types, listen, man. Like those shits, like the 12 tribe types. Come on, man. Like,
come on, right? Come on.
I'm not.
But the only thing, dude, Garfield can beat Jabari, but the only thing that I would say is his Achilles heel. Only thing I would say is his Achilles heel. He's, I think, I think he's afraid to lose to Jabari.
Yes,
I think that
he cannot.
Yeah, exactly. So he's gonna put this. If he can compose himself, get through the information, and get through that debate like he needs to, but without having that intimidation factor on him, I think he can pull it off. But that's the problem. For Garfield, he cannot lose to Jabari. It will be an ego devastation to him.
Hey, can I say this? Hold on. Can I make this point, man? Y'all playing.
You know what I'm saying? Get them arguing.
Hold on for a minute, man. Do y'all know when Christianity was started, though?
I knew. No, I don't know.
Christianity.
Y'all do understand it, right?
Yeah. Christianity started the first century.
All right. So who is actually in power in Egypt
at that time?
But we already went. We already pulled up the whole show.
The Romans, right?
We just went through the whole rabbit hole when a metadata went out of fashion.
No. I'm trying to make a point. So if y'all think them people in Judea was less influenced by their own culture because the Christianity is a Jewish sect initially. They follow all the shit the Jews do, yo. They not following no Egyptians. Matter of fact, their book is a treatise against the fucking Egyptians. Y'all gotta know that the Bible is a book against the Egyptians. They hated them. Right?
No, that's
the Old Testament. The whole point of we say that is because
show influence.
Just listen. The reason I said about the first century, right, is because Garfield had said.
Maybe your phone can't hear me though, yo. But I don't want you speeding me up real quick to talk. But go ahead, yo.
No, because you're making a point that I'm not making about the metadata. The reason I said it because it was a dispute between Garfield. All right, go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, bro. I wasn't talking about the metadata. I was talking about
he's talking about them too.
SETI and Farrell.
Can I respond to you, Uncle?
No, you can't. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna let Solstice finish. Go ahead, Solstice, make your point. Go ahead.
No, I was saying the reason I brought that up because when Garfield was like, yo, they couldn't even read it better in the first century. And then the bar was like, are you kidding me? And he broke. You see what I'm saying? At that time, so I was like, yo, and that's why I was like, yo, I never looked into that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then we went over that day.
But y'all found y'all looked it up, but y'all should go back and read what y'all thought y'all read. Y'all didn't read what you thought you read. What they said was they found a whatchamacallit in that first century. That doesn't mean that it was widespread enough for anybody to do anything.
Wayne say widespread.
Right, okay, but it didn't mean that. So now you have to prove that particular, like you got to prove that. You can't just say it because it doesn't say that it wasn't right. It wasn't none of that. Why nobody running around doing that? It wouldn't even made no sense to do it.
Why is there an obelisk?
Do it. No, yo, I don't feel like losing my voice fucking with you though, yo. Seriously, I'm not doing that. Go ahead, Soldier.
No, I'm asking. So what? That's why I asked before, bro. What date? Because the whole point was that they couldn't read the metadata during the first century. Nobody could read it, couldn't transliterate it. So I'm asking you
about the Hebrews, though. We talking about the Hebrews, exclusively the Hebrews, because they wrote the text.
The New Testament was written by, but those people that wrote the New Testament were literate in Greek.
Right.
Yeah, but they was Hebrews too, though.
They was no goddamn Hebrew. They were Hebrews.
Yeah, they was Hebrews. Come on, y'all, man.
Yeah, they was Hebrew because during the Ptolemy age, they sent forth Jews to write down and copy down their text and to write the Septuagint.
No,
they like African Americans writing English, though.
That responsible for writing the Gospel Mark was a Hebrew.
You had Hellenic Jews.
I know it was a Mark.
You had Hellenic Jews. That was all the debates between the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They was fighting and debating on whether they should add Greek shit to their culture and shit. Some was down with the Greek shit, some wasn't.
Right. Was they in Egypt? Was they in Egypt?
They was Hebrews, bro. In Egypt.
Was they in Egypt?
All the text wasn't written in Egypt, and it don't matter if it was written in Egypt.
Bingo. So you did.
No, man.
Yeah, the Septuagint was written in Egypt. Even the identity Hebrew is a Greek concept. Like that.
What is the original New Testament written? I'm gonna pull it up.
Hold on. I'm gonna let everybody finish because we're just going past each other.
I'm looking this shit up. I'm looking this shit up real quick.
All right, well, I'm gonna say this. This is how I took the question.
All right, go ahead.
They had a contention over whether the goddamn Medu could still be understood and read in the 1st century. We looked it up. It could be, right? It was still some people that could read that shit in the 1st century, right? So if that's the case, and the Jews that y'all claim wrote the what you call it, the Septuagint and all of that shit. They translated it from Hebrew into Greek, right?
Okay.
So by proxy of them being in those libraries, we're saying that they had access.
Influence.
If they couldn't read it, they had access to people who could read the goddamn Medu because somebody still knew how to read it at that time, and they was in Egypt. That's the whole point.
All right. Okay, nobody, let me say this. So I thought y'all kind of, first of all, I thought y'all kind of understood. Well, nobody understands the goddamn Egyptian religion, first of all. And all the Aswad crazy information on this subject is pseudo. There's no Noah in Egyptian religion. There's no Horus is not Jesus in Egyptian religion. It's not a virgin birth in Egyptian religion. So I'm gonna ask y'all, what exactly did they borrow from Egypt?
I don't know.
See what I'm saying?
Well,
Let me answer. Let me answer then. Can I answer?
Conscious community says that.
Didn't they use? Hold on. Didn't they use? Hey, what in the early churches in Egypt? What in they? Hey, Stupies, you gotta mute out, yo. I know that's your mic.
Yeah, that's you. Come on, Stupid.
No, that's not me. My mic was muted. That's not me.
Oh,
that's not me.
All right, well, listen.
Give me a co-host. Give me a co-host, and I'll see if I can keep him.
I'll give him a co-host.
All right, guys.
So what I'm saying is, I didn't sing Christian crosses etched into Egyptian temples. You feel me? So the early Christians co-opted Egyptian temples into their churches. You get what I'm saying? So by us knowing all of these things, right? I think Jabari can put forth. I'm not saying that Noah and all of those stories come out of Egypt. I'm not saying nothing like that. But I'm saying if the question is, did Egypt influence early Christianity? By proxy of them early Christians being in Egypt and the Medu still being people could still understand it at that time, right? And the Christians used the temples as their first churches. Yeah, I think he can finagle something. You feel me? It's a debate. That's all.
Yeah, he can finagle niggas. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, what wasn't a story about Osiris giving himself up so he could sacrifice himself for everybody else to live in morality? Well, isn't that similar to what Jesus did?
No, hell no. Osiris was fighting against his brother, and his brother chopped his motherfucking ass up because he ain't wanted to take.
Right. I'm talking before that though.
Yeah, is that the only? So I'm gonna ask you this.
Many stories.
Is that the only story of Osiris?
But that's the main story.
Hey, fellas, I found the noise. If Federateds and Psychopathia, if you guys aren't talking, if you could go on mute, that'd be great, because that's where our noise is coming in.
Yeah, Federal just did it. Just did it.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the New Testament. That shit it was written in. So most of the New Testament was written in Greek, and others was written in Aramaic. You know what I mean? So them niggas the niggas that wrote that text were very literate. Extremely. They ain't talking about no dumbass niggas.
Yeah, it was second generation. It was second generation literate in Greek.
Right, and by the writing style, these people were literate. So don't think like it's just some regular bum ass niggas walking around. Nah, this nigga was extremely literate, bro.
Yeah, they went to Greek schools.
St. Peter's Square mean? What does that mean at the Vatican? An obelisk, an Egyptian obelisk. That's a good point. So wait a minute, hold on.
That was a good point.
You can't correlate this to the conversation? Really?
Right.
What are you talking about, sir?
What was the good point?
They got an
obelisk.
They got an obelisk at the Vatican.
I know. How's that a good point, though, sir? Why did you cap and say
that's Egyptian influence on Christianity?
I think Garfield argues that.
Is that an Egyptian religious symbol? The obelisk?
Yeah,
no.
It is.
Is it an Egyptian religious symbol? I'm gonna ask you.
No, the Ankh is not a religious symbol, yo.
No, I didn't say the Ankh. He said the obelisk.
The obelisk is a penis, yo.
And it's a part of that religion.
It's an erect penis. It's not a religious symbol. It's just an obelisk.
That is a part of that religion. That is a part of that religion.
Okay, all right, look it up. Read it. Nope, look it up.
The nigga with his dick poking out, bro.
I didn't know that, bro. I never knew that.
Oh, hold on.
Man, I'm gonna look it up.
I didn't know that.
Hold on, stop. The obelisk is supposed to be the penis of Osiris. Isn't Osiris a god?
The god? They be bugging, chef.
So if you have Egyptian
what part of Christianity? Okay, what part of Christianity is that though?
Hold on. If it's at the Vatican, that just shows that they took Egyptian religious iconography and implemented into their shit. It's there. It's in the Vatican.
That's why I said beat to sleep. Beat to sleep. Easy.
Hey,
y'all going, let me get this straight.
I think Garfield concedes the iconography, right? He concedes the iconography.
Well, he
that the iconography comes later. So he already conceded the iconography. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, he gave up a lot of ground already. He done gave up a lot of ground. You know what I'm saying? Because he already gave up influence.
It's a Tekken, man. It's really called a Tekken, man.
I don't care what it's really called. I told you what it was. Is it not?
All right, hold on. Let's read it. Come on, yo. We ain't gonna do that since you know what it is.
Yo said it's a Tekken. Like,
yeah, that's a real name, a Tekken.
It's an obelisk, man.
An obelisk. And people come to
it's not as a Tekken. It's a fucking Tekken. It's a Tekken.
Supposed to be on the goddamn mound.
Wrong with y'all,
and he ejaculated from the mound and created shit from his sperm. Like he ejaculated and created shit from his sperm.
All right, go ahead, read that. Read that, yo. Go ahead.
That's in the same video that with the white boy talk about men and shit.
Huh?
That's in the same video with the white boy explaining that shit about men. About the mound, the premortal mound, and he came out with his penis erect, and he was showing it. And he was showing the images with the nigga with his penis sticking out with the penis erect.
Yeah, but that's Mem. Yeah, that's Mem though. That's a god. And then
he's arguing that men. He's arguing that men is actually the ancient, the oldest, the ancient. That's what he's arguing in the damn video.
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with the Tekken. I know, but it ain't got nothing to do with the Tekken though.
Why
Let's read it. It's okay. It's right here. Let's read it. Let's see. Go ahead.
And it says right there, religious. Like you said, it wasn't even religious.
All right, where's
that?
Go ahead, read it. What does it say?
It says an obelisk from ancient Greek, diminutive of spit nail, pointed pillar, is a tall four-sided, narrow, tapering monument which ends in a pyramid-like shape or pyramidion at the top. Originally constructed by ancient Egyptians and called Tekkenu, the Greeks used the Greek term obliskos to describe them, and this word passed into Latin and ultimately English. Ancient obelisks are monolithic monolithic. That is, they consisted of a single stone. Most modern obelisks are made of several stones.
Yeah, they carved them out of one stone. That's what it means. All right, now, so all right, go ahead. The ancient just, what is it?
All right, Egyptian obelisks were prominent in the architecture of the ancient Egyptians and played a vital role in their religion.
Keep on.
placing them in pillars at the entrance of the temples. The word obelisk, as used in English today, is of Greek rather than Egyptian origin, because Herodotus, the Greek traveler, was one of the first classical writers to describe the objects. A number of ancient Egyptian obelisks are known to have survived, plus the unfinished obelisk found partly hewn from a quarry at Aswan. These obelisks are now dispersed around the world, and fewer than half of them remain in Egypt.
Right. So I'm just saying, so of course you got this shit at different places. They put it in the damn cemetery. So I'm just trying to feel, okay, in Egyptian mythology, go ahead, yo. In Egyptian mythology.
In Egyptian mythology, the obelisk symbolized the sun god Ra during the religious reformation of Akhenaten. It was said to have been a petrified ray of the Aten, the sun disk. Benben was the mound that arose from the primordial waters Nu, upon which the creator god Atum settled in the creation story of the Heliopotan creation myth from the ancient Egyptian religion. The Benben stone, also known as a pyramidion, is the top stone of the Egyptian pyramid. It is also related to the obelisk. It is hypothesized by New York University Egyptologist Patricia Blackwell Gary and astronomy senior editor Richard Telcott that the shapes of the ancient Egyptian pyramid and the obelisk were, you moving the screen?
Yeah.
The obelisks were derived from natural phenomena associated with the sun. The sun god, Ra, being the Egyptians' greatest deity at that time. The pyramid, the obelisk, and the obelisk significance have been previously overlooked, especially the astronomical phenomenon connected with the sunrise, the sunset, the zodiacal light, and the sun pillars, respectively.
Right. So how would we fit that in the then you go to Nubian Kings, 25th dynasty. So then how do we put that together? Yeah, it's right there. It say Nubian, ancient king, the 25th dynasty, sought to legitimize. They ruled over, yeah, it's right there.
All right, so let's read it because it got something in here, but this ain't even really about Nubia while I'm reading this. Ancient Nubian kings of the 25th dynasty sought to legitimize their rule over Egypt by constructing Egyptianized monuments in the Middle Nile region.
Don't even read that. That's some bullshit.
This killing y'all, but
keep reading. That's how they separate Nubia to me. That's all they doing right there. But you got to know what you read and understand that. This James, I'm just popping in.
Ain't got no clippers. I'll bring them on tomorrow.
Pan African.
Yeah. I guess I got to call myself
that. Peace.
Yeah, peace. What's happening, man? This is crazy.
Probably about round 4.
Yeah, but Sheffrin is right. But you use the word Tekanu and obviously they're one and the same.
Let me finish reading. Yeah, it's definitely the same. Egyptianized monuments in the Middle Nile. Let me start that over because I like the way it was flowing. Ancient Nubian kings of the 25th dynasty sought to legitimize their rule over Egypt by constructing Egyptianized monuments in the Middle Nile region. Historical sources mention that King Pai built at least one obelisk. The obelisk was made of local black granite and was found at the site of Kadoko. It had been cut down to make it into a column, presumably for one of the early Christian churches in the area of Old Dongola. Today, the obelisk is exhibited in the National Monument of Khartoum, that's Unk Place. The obelisk is inscribed with the king official tutelary, strong bull appearing in dominion, Thebes, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, 2 ladies, ruler of Egypt, son of Ra, Pianki, what he made as his monument for his father, Amen-Ra, Lord of the two lands, great king. No, I'm just fine.
So what that you know those two medical pillars with the snakes, with the two snakes coming up? What is that called?
Hold on, yo. So what they got to do with the Catholic
in the
Church?
Vatican City,
though. I think in Vatican City, and how and what are they taking from this to form Christianity? That's the point. How does that have anything to do with Christianity? And
we gotta look at
you know what I would say? I would say it's because like Rome had political authority over the region at one point. Just like like it says, the Nubians, right? The ancient Nubian kings of the 25th dynasty sought to legitimize their rule over Egypt by constructing Egyptianized monuments, right? In the Middle Nile region, right? Rome was doing the same thing to legitimize they adopt, right?
Doing it.
They adopt those things.
My question is, what else were they gonna use?
Hold on.
Why was they putting Egyptian religious symbols in their early churches? It says that right here.
Again. They weren't worshiping. They weren't worshiping.
They used it as a damn pillar, man.
Right. They were using. Those are symbols. Those are symbols of power. Those are symbols of conquest.
Yeah,
that's what they were using those of.
Yeah, but if you look up phallus, right, or phallus architecture, it talks about how men, right, and he got his Egyptian statue of Osiris with his penis. He's laying flat with his penis erect. And if you look at phallus architecture, they talk about how it's in Rome, right? And they say that it most probably came from the Egyptian deity Men, who is proposed with his penis erect. I'll tell you about him being erect and ejaculating. So that same symbolism goes there. It doesn't matter how or why they worship it, but it just evidence that the icon is there, the influence.
Yeah, he's also
they were influenced by Egypt.
Christianity, what is he talking about?
It don't have to. It's just that.
No, make it make sense.
Rome interacted with Egypt, right?
They took the shit.
Exactly, they took it, right?
They took this shit. They dressed up like them.
They ain't formed no Christianity out of that.
It don't have. Oh my God! It don't have to be.
They didn't worship. Okay, we don't get that. Hey, so you gotta knock that off. So remember,
we already went.
Christianity. Because y'all crazy as hell.
Like you're not listening, bro. Like it doesn't mean that the shit
already formed.
What?
Christianity is already formed.
Don't fuss with them. Sosa.
Right? Don't nobody understand that. Don't nobody understand you and Sosa. Because they got an obelisk in the Vatican. That means it's influence. What the hell are y'all talking about?
And they can read the
center of the Vatican.
The Ptolemaic period starts in the goddamn BC time. You know them niggas was dressing up like Egyptian. They had Osiris cult rituals. They had all type of shit going on that was Egyptian.
I know what that got to do with the Hebrews and Christianity. What the hell?
Those are the same people. Those are the same people. They're the same people later in time.
So they saying that the Greeks and the Hebrews are the same people?
No, but they was all in Egypt.
Yeah, so it's not the area of confluence.
Are y'all serious, yo?
Yes, we did see.
There it is.
First Christians was Hebrews, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to understand that religion is a cultural construct as well, right? So things that bleed into the culture is going to bleed over into the religion as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Good point, Brenda.
Yeah.
And okay, Vikings influenced Christian, but I'm saying y'all look. Here's the point. Vikings. The most influence is going to come from
what now?
where they at.
See, he always throw a curveball, yo.
Yeah, I'm saying influence. No. Hold on for a minute. I'm saying that you can look at the Viking religion and see crosses, right? That doesn't mean that Christianity influenced the origin of Viking religion. It just means that they use some of those symbols. So just because you find an Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican doesn't mean that shit did that. Like, is y'all serious right now?
We're not saying that.
So do y'all study the other religions?
No.
Hold on, whoa.
I think Christianity did mess with the Indo-Norse mythology, but that's a different argument.
Right. So I'm saying that y'all hope y'all do know that there are plenty of religious people around the Hebrews that brought way more to the table, you know what I'm saying, to help influence the Hebrews and Christianity than Egypt would have.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, it don't matter. Like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you can have.
We don't even know the time. I need to figure out what the topic is.
No, I'm saying you can have.
I've been arguing.
You can
arguing that.
You can have multiple. You can have multiple different influences, bro.
Right. So let's get Let's get out that picture. Yeah, let me get out this framework.
Zoroaster,
let's stop.
Let's stop.
No, let's stop. Let's do this. Are we saying
Egypt was
that Egypt? No, are we saying that Egypt? Hold on, Egypt gave rise to Christianity, or influenced the origin of Christianity, or just Christians using some Egyptian symbology? Is that what we saying?
There's influence. There's influence.
Certain things influence Christianity. Yes.
Yeah. I don't think that's what they debating though. I think they debating like the Horus, Jesus. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what that is. No. I'm trying to figure it out now. I'm trying to figure out. Shit ain't that though.
No, I don't think Garfield would not take that debate.
It's influence, right? This first was influence. Then.
No. I'm saying.
Hold on. Just listen. I'm gonna tell you what it is. It was influence, right? And then he felt, and then he kept getting beat up on the influence. It was like, I think Muja came on, bro. I wouldn't do that. And then he reworded to where like, is Christianity stolen from Kemet? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like,
yeah, because we agreed that everything got influenced.
Nigga, read the walls.
Right.
I'm telling you, that's what the debate is, though. That's what debate is. He gonna debate. And Jabari is arguing the motifs. He's talking about the motifs. That's why he don't get him, bro.
Who's got the flyer? Who's got the flyer for the debate?
I haven't find out.
Reggie knows it. Reggie knows it. Let's get Reggie.
Stolen from Kemet, bro. That's what the debate is. Was Christianity stolen from Kemet?
Okay.
And Jabari's gonna argue that the motifs that were developed in Egypt made its way into what we call Christianity. That's what he's gonna argue.
Okay. Garfield can win that all day long.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
Right?
Yeah.
Against Mayweather, right?
Yeah, he's gonna have to refute his argument. Every motif he bring in, then Garfield gonna have to be able to rebut those.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, it's a standard set. It's a standard set. We all know about the ones he's gonna lead.
He's gonna lead with them. You have to be very, very knowledgeable of goddamn Kemet. Because if he come with a goddamn Osiris story you don't know nothing about, like he did the other day, he gonna get him, bro. He gonna get him.
It's multiple stories. It ain't just the regular ones that we heard from goddamn Ashwar Crazy and the Egyptian religion spanned 4,000 years.
Well, that would make sense though.
They was making shit up all the time.
But the burden of proof is on Jabari then, if he's gonna say that, because no one says that.
But
so it would be on his back to bring some overwhelming proof with that. I hope he does.
Y'all more in Jabari's wheelhouse though. Y'all giving him room to play in there when you do that. So
but the burden is on him. Exactly.
Garfield is gonna lose to me. That's just to me though. Garfield got that Brooklyn magic too though. So he might be able to do something with that.
No, he knows the origins of that Christianity though. If he starts proving that origin that contradicts it, no, it's not going to work. If Garfield starts bringing out sources talking about the origins of Christianity that contradicts the crap Jabari's talking about, it's going to be a hard sell. It's going to be a hard sell. It's going to be a hard sell. Yeah, because I don't believe anything he's talking about. I don't believe it.
Okay, but there's no single origin for Christianity because there's no single origin.
So you're saying he stole it?
There's a bunch of groups in Christianity. You know what I'm saying? So it's no single origin.
That's why I say
all type of shit coming together to form Christianity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they got a little bit of Persian shit in there. They got a little bit of Zoroastrianism in there. Like it ain't just like It's a bunch of shit in there, bro.
Christos, all of that. Yeah, you know they're gonna
I can
do
imagine. Syncretism is real, right?
Yeah, that's why they said that's why he did the stolen stuff. When you say stolen, then it's more. It'll be easier to run that down. Well, I don't think that's gonna be easy either.
That's the linchpin. That is stolen from Egypt or Egypt. Yeah, exactly. That's the lynch.
Garfield's wheelhouse when you say that. But the influence part, you was gonna get. That's why I said.
That's why I say
it's not. Let me explain why. Let me explain why.
Garfield would not take the influence debate because he knows there's influence. Right.
Hold on,
so he wouldn't take
that. Let me explain to you why stolen ain't a big deal. Right? I got a radio, right? You get my radio, Brendan. You paint the handle blue. The radio then gets past the gullet. He put gold knobs on it with the blue handle. So I'm saying, even though it may end up in Chef's hand, you know what I'm saying? The motif is still mine. You know what I'm saying? It's still, so really, I can show that even though it's in Chef's hands, that shit belongs to me.
Yeah, but it's
so he can still work around that.
But it's a little more wiggle room on Garfield's side when you say stolen than influence.
That's all. Because you got to deal with chronology. You got to deal with all this stuff because exactly Pan-African. Yep. You got to deal with, because Garfield knows that where it came from, what regions and the chronology. He's on top of that stuff.
All in the same region. Egypt empire spread into the Mediterranean. They all in the same region.
No. I know that. I know what the topic is now.
You know what
I know what it was.
I'm not saying that.
Hold on. No. I know what the topic was, Joe. Yeah, because I remember we was trying to set up the debate against the Christians, right? Of course, you got an African influence or Egyptian influence. Like that's nothing. What he's arguing is the origin of Christianity is Egypt, right? So, and he ain't beating nobody off that point. We was like, come on, dude. Of course, you got influence in the Mediterranean. We could have been the same thing over here just now. Of course, that, right? But what we're saying is that the origin of Christianity is not Egypt. That's what we're saying. That's the point. That's the conversation.
Is that what Garfield say the debate topic is?
Yeah, but
I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. I'm telling y'all, god damn.
So they switch. I'm saying, if you ask them, then that's what it is. Because they switched it again then. Because
we never was arguing. Yeah, we never was arguing.
But I don't understand how that's not going to be.
Y'all did that shit
when they wrote that shit in their own history. That's pretty much the source.
And that was the whole part of the delay, right? Because because Garfield did not want to take a debate saying that there's Egyptian influence. Right, he did not want to take that because that would be just a blowout. That would be too easy.
Y'all just did that shit.
Garfield was the one picking the title, and then he kept switched. It was Garfield that was choosing the title.
No, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Like
Garfield thirsty that motherfucking Jabari debate. So he
showed crazy. Yeah. You know how many shows they did after that show? I was Bourgeois came right on there, bro, and said, "Yo, don't take that influence debate, bro."
Yeah, I was on the panel.
He said, yeah. Don't take that.
And then he switched the title. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, but I'm confused because we was already saying that. So when he just switched it up, Garfield just switched it. We was already saying like that.
Somebody put the link in for Kyle. Kyle wants to jump on.
They was on Sarnetta first.
Kyle, no.
Hey, hold on.
Oh yeah.
I know. Hey, you know what would be the greatest debate?
What was that?
You and Garfield, if Jesus really existed.
Oh shit!
We didn't beat him to sleep. That Jesus, that's too slippery.
Nah, you know,
not the Superman.
That is a good
Superman Jesus or the Carpenter.
That'll be a good.
Nah, that's too slippery.
No, take that debate.
You agree with Garfield?
Bro, in order to take that,
I think there's a historical figure, and then there's a figure that our parents and them fell in love with.
Oh, this nigga.
We ain't never got the carpenter.
Go ahead,
I'm trying to make a point. My mother and them would have never fucked with a nigga that just was a carpenter, yo. She only fucked with it because the nigga could walk on water and help save humanity. She ain't fucked with it.
Thank you.
So what? The carpenter building cabinets, man. Fuck that. She didn't figure out another God, yo. Yeah, nobody.
So hold on. So you and Garfield agree. So you and Garfield agree then, pretty much.
Well, that's easy. I mean, but that's no. I'm just saying the way he uses it. But I mean, but if the scholarship says, if the consensus says that the shit is built off of a real human being that walked around, and that's what it is, yo. I got enough sense to know that you can have a preacher and it can just blow up.
Y'all got Pastor Bennett running amok.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like, you switched up on that stand, but we had a whole full-blown argument, but it's all good. But listen.
My argument.
I got money on Pastor Bennett.
But hold on, but we already
we argued them down, and I'm still arguing them down.
Yeah, nobody. That's what I'm saying. No scholar argues theology. That's not what they talk about. When they talk about the historicity of Christ or Jesus. See what I'm saying?
Don't say Christ.
In order for somebody to debate Garfield on that and have a chance, but I'm saying, in order for somebody to debate Garfield on that,
don't say
Christ. Don't say Christ.
Okay, but I'm saying, in order for somebody to take that debate with Garfield, they would have to understand the historical critical method, bro, and how they go about showing the evidence. If you don't know that, you can't have the debate with it.
Yeah, I still feel like they're trying to cheat. Because once you say that, you just ease that nigga into walking across water. Yo, it's a hell of a slippery slope there, bro.
Nah, nobody. That's theology. That's theology, man.
I know, but nobody can separate that though. Yo, what person walk down the street can make that separation? That's a Christian. Once you make the separation, you no longer a Christian. Come on, yo.
Yeah, they can. They just not going to.
Bullshit.
They not going to make the separation.
You kill your religion. You kill your religion.
Right.
Then you have to figure out that religion killing. Yeah,
it's not
to accept the historical Jesus is religious killing.
But that's for scholarship. It's not for religion. That's religion or something. You know what I'm saying? That's belief.
But you see the religious people.
We argued that, Sosa, and I was looking and I couldn't find nothing.
Drown him in the Sea of Galilee. You're gonna drown him.
I was like, yo, that's some bullshit right there.
Right. They didn't find man, y'all stop giving these religious people legs to stand on, boy, because they be using them, boy.
There's a scholarship, bro. Scholarship is
religion. It's scholarship in religion.
There's a consensus on that, bro.
It doesn't prove the supernatural, though. It doesn't prove the supernatural. That's what really matters.
Yeah, there ain't no supernatural scholarship. What we doing?
No, I already said that they don't.
Okay.
They're not discussing theology. That's theology. They're not trying to figure out if Jesus walked on water. Like, no fucking atheist is going to waste his time trying to, like, come on, that shit don't make. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to fucking look for God. No, that's not what the debate is about. The debate is whether Christianity was framed off of a historical person. You know what I'm saying? But then we got examples like a Malachi Yard, who, if 1,000 years from now, niggas gonna be like he came from planet Risk. That mean he was an alien. I mean, his parents were alien. The shit is based off a historical, a real person. The other shit is theology, is religion.
Yeah, that's why I just give that argument. Like, as far as like whether or not Jesus is real, I don't even bother arguing that anymore. I just give.
Hey, bro, you gotta.
Peace, Kyle. Peace, Haskell.
That mic track.
Yeah, his mic is going crazy.
I hear that work on his show.
Let me ask you. You can be that his mic for the YouTube screen. You be killing it.
Maybe you can educate me on this one.
What's the question?
Hold on, let Kyle do it. Kyle King, I want to clear it up.
Yeah. I think Kyle's here and Haskell is here as well.
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, if Haskell wants to go first, he can definitely go. But I mean, it's on y'all.
I ain't got much to say, Kyle, man. Y'all, damn, I didn't realize y'all was this deep in here. Shit. It's like
it's more people on the panel than in the chat.
But what I wanted to say was
that's good.
Peace, everybody. What I wanted to say was
peace and blessings. Peace and blessings.
Yes, sir. Shit, what the hell did I want to say? Yeah. Yeah, insofar as the whole the stolen versus influence thing, well, and I commented in the chat, this Jabari Garfield debate at this point, it's like the Dr. Dre Detox album. Like, you ain't gonna string me along, nigga. Like, nah, nigga. Cause I was
that Detox album was classic. Quit lying, though.
It wasn't a Chronic though.
Dude, it doesn't matter. It still was a classic. So don't hate on.
No, it never. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but it never came out. That was my point.
Chronic 2. Oh
no, Chronic 2 is in Detox. Detox was an
Yeah,
album.
Detox was supposed to drop. It never dropped.
Right.
Yeah,
That shit was supposed to drop since like 95, and that was my like.
Right.
I believe this debate is gonna happen when it actually like they ain't gonna string me along anymore because I was geeked up 3-4 years ago and nothing. You know what I'm saying? But what Garfield is harping on.
Come on, let him go that shit.
Is two things. The concept of can you show the stealing of the stuff off the walls when he knows full well you can't do that, right? So that argument is a non-starter, right? Like, okay, if I see Chef, to go back to what's the name example, Sosa, if I see Chef with my motherfucking Tommy Hilfiger windbreaker on, bitch, I don't know how he got it, but bitch, I know that's my shit. You know what I'm saying? That's mine. I don't know if you went in my crib and that's my shit. And I could tell because XYZ, I put a little mark on the inside, whatever the fuck, right? And then his second thing is this concept of the historical Jesus, right? Not necessarily being affixed to the supernatural aspect, right? And I'm not gonna, Garfield, if you're listening, you know I love you.
He jumping in.
You
ain't coming right now, but go ahead. He said
Yeah,
you ain't coming.
Garfield. Hey, listen, Garfield always want to raise me up because him feel like I'm like a traitor.
Jabari,
you know
yeah,
because I be on his shit like I'm rocking, which I do. But this is the type of dude I am. I could be your best friend, bro. But if your shit,
you got some people coming in here.
Yeah, if your shit ain't 100, bro, I'm gonna say it, bro. I don't give a fuck. You could be my mama, like, bro. All right, so this whole
we got the CEO of the Dagger Squad in here.
Hold on, let him get it out, Brent.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so this idea of you got Lee Bedward. I think that's the guy's name, right? They have in Jamaica. They got some guy named, I think his name is Lee Bedward.
Bedward,
right?
Yeah.
So he's not an actual supernatural human being. However, they affix supernatural tales to this particular individual, right? And Solstice said the same thing regarding Malachi York. Okay, fine. If that's the case and that's the analogy you're going to draw, do you have a particular individual, right, that these supernatural tales have been affixed to? And I've asked Garfield this, and he was coy about it, and you got to dance it, right? So you being, in my opinion, that is a disingenuous argument, right? So if you don't have an actual individual who you can point to and say, okay, this individual is who the Jews or whoever venerated and kind of put as an iconoclast or put on a pedestal, and then they put the little supernatural shit to them, then you've made the argument so nebulous to where nobody could pin you down, nobody could, you know what I'm saying? So
it's not his argument though. It's not Garfield's argument though.
Can I rock out for a second if y'all before Garfield get in here and take over? I know he about to do his thing.
Go ahead.
So my thing is I don't think it is even gonna be a fair debate because Garfield is way more studied than Jabari or most of the people that are even discussing this matter. And I mean no disrespect by that, but when you dive into like things like Zoroastrianism, and I think I've heard mention that a few times, but you will really see those influences are way more important or make way more influential than like any type of Kemetic influence. And even the Zoroastrianism is what influenced Kemet, and we don't want to have that conversation. So you got things like dualism, you got things like the angels and demons having a battle, you got the Messiah concept of him saving the world. All that came from Zoroastrianism. And so what all Garfield has to do is show these origins coming from Zoroastrianism, and then show the origins of the 12 tribe myth, show the origins of the story of Noah, show all these things coming from Greek culture and Zoroastrianism, and you will see that none of this stuff actually originated from Kemet. Kemet actually took this stuff from other cultures, but we ain't gonna. I don't know if y'all want to.
Hell no.
That's that tsunami. That's that tsunami I was talking about, Kyle.
That's blasphemous. You said Zoroastrianism influenced Egyptian religions?
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with
that.
Maybe Christian, not Egyptian. Maybe Christian.
I don't agree with that. But he ain't got
not Egyptian.
Big Golf feel good because he got to get ready. Go ahead, Golf.
I am talking about the period of time where the people that the Persian Empire expanded and was in control. You got people who are like the Shashu, not the Shashu, but the what's these people name? God damn, my mind was yeah. All these different people that are in Kemet that have this belief system, and you act like we're acting as if it had no influence on the people who were in that land. I mean, like it's like you have the Habaru, all these different people who came from the land of Persia today, what we would call Persia today, that had this belief system that took over this land, and then became rulers of ancient Egypt. Why would that not?
Whoa! When was that? Whoa! We're gonna pin that. We're gonna pin that.
It's coming out.
No, go ahead, Garfield.
Yeah, pin that, Sean. Pin that.
I'm pinning that. Oh, you done.
Can y'all?
Yeah,
can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, peace and love to everybody on the panel. First of all, I don't know who is on the panel, but it says 16 people, so all 16 of y'all. Much love and respect to the people in the audience too. All right, two things. I picked up on what the brother was talking about first about Jesus, right? You see, for me to have any conversation anymore about Jesus, I'm gonna say this openly. You're gonna have to tell me what your standard is to come to the conclusion of somebody historic in history. If you're gonna say you depend on physical evidence or archaeological evidence, that means you rubbed out 99% of the people who's written about that's historical. So you gotta be careful whenever you're saying you're looking for Jesus, because at the same time, you're Xing out a lot of people at the same time with your standard. So that's why methodology is important. So I need to know, whoever want to talk about Jesus, what is your methodology, or what is your standard for somebody in the past?
Archaeology.
Hold on. What is your standard? All right, cool. All right, that's fine. All right. Now
no. He gave you a standard. Hold on. He gave you a standard though. He explained it. Somebody that they attached.
Can I explain?
No. Let me finish. Go ahead.
Get it out.
Yeah, good.
Now, with the debate with Jabari, it's not about influence. It's about was Christianity stolen from Kemet? It's a different. Hold on, guys. That's different than influence. And I'm gonna say this, by the way, too. It's hard fetch for any human being. I don't care which school they went to and what degrees they got, to show that the people who put the New Testament together, because the Christianity is based off the New Testament. You're going to have to show that those writers knew about all the stories about Kemet, not influence, not shared culture, not stories without borders like I put in my book. None of that. This is about direct. So what Jabari is arguing the whole time we ever argue is influence, because he's the one that made the topic. It wasn't Garfield. Remember that. It was not Garfield. I said, Jabari, you picked the topic. He said, all right, was Christianity stolen from ancient Kemet? That's it. So when I hear my brother Kyle, who I love so much, my cancer brother from Georgia, it's not influence. And by the way, too, Kemet influenced a lot of cultures, and a lot of cultures influenced Kemet, because, for example, they were worshiping, like I could give you at least 10 deities that's being worshipped in Kemet. Canaanite, Nubian, all that stuff.
Yeah,
Libyan. All right.
Agree.
So that's not the debate. The debate is stolen. That's saying direct. That's the debate. If anybody want to take Jabari's side, good luck. But remember,
and Jabari is arguing a motif, right? That's what he said it a bunch of times. He's arguing a motif.
No, he's gonna bring that, because that's his ammo. But that's not the debate.
That's his argument.
That's not the debate. But let me say one more thing. Whenever you're gonna argue about anything in the ancient world, you gotta do something that's called comparative research. Meaning, if you have baptism, virgin birth, resurrection, all these different things that you find in Kemet, that you claim to find in Kemet, you're going to have to say, okay, is this in Hittite culture? Is this in Sumerian culture? Is this in ancient Persian culture? Is it in Indian culture? Because you have Chinese culture, you have trade routes, people making trade. So we can make a decision based off a methodology of looking at comparative mythology all over. Because if I ask anybody about baptism now, who you gonna say baptism come from?
John the Baptist, man.
The Egyptian. The Egyptian.
All righty. I guarantee you, once watch a debate with Jabbar, you're gonna learn who it come from.
Okay, I got a question for you. I got a question for Garfield.
Hold on. One last point. I'm about to get chipped out. One last point. Remember, when somebody says something come from Kemet, right? And you're researching it. Remember this though. You gotta ask transmission history. How did it get from Kemet to Christianity? Transmission. That's a key part of the research. Go ahead. I'm chipped out, but I can hear you guys.
Hold on.
Wait. Stop. He dove in. You can't dive in. Because Haskell said something when Garfield went on the paddle. So now he right here, Haskell. Deal with that, man. Right here. Go ahead, Haskell. Would you say he never would answer and keep running? Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So what I was saying is, and again, he just reiterated exactly the thing that I was saying. He's framing the debate in such a way to where, winning for him is going to be a default, right? So again, he's saying that you have to show how it diffused to, how Kemetian religion or traditions diffuse to these Christians, right? Meaning you have to have some sort of evidence that they took it off the wall. No, and my contention is, no, you don't. All I got to prove is, nigga, that's my motherfucking coat and you got my shit on. I don't know how you got it on. I don't know who gave it to you. I don't know who broke in my shit. I don't give a fuck, nigga. That's my shit. And I could prove it's my shit. Period. That's the end of that.
Yeah, because there was a mark on the collar, and I had a rip on the shirt right here, and then I had spilled some ketchup.
Hold on. Askel, give me an example.
Yeah, I'm not versed like that in this shit, man. But
you was talking shit earlier.
Hold on. Let's say the virgin birth comes from Kemet, right? Let's say that, which it doesn't. But let's just say it does. How do you explain the Christians getting it? Because they stole it. You're going to have to show how they got it and that they got it from Kemet.
But Garfield, that don't mean. Hold up.
Nah, don't dive in.
You can't dive in. I would agree, Garfield. I would agree with you, right? If we're gonna harp on the word stolen, and we're gonna take it for its clinical definition, then I would be in absolute agreement with you. But if that's the case, then there is no argument, there is no debate to be had at that point. But every argument that I've heard made from Jabari, right, is showing that the particular iteration of the story originated here, and he's showing dates to say, okay, Egypt or whatever was the first one with this concept, right? Insofar as the machinations as to how it diffused to a people, he's never, made that like the bedrock of his argument. And if he does, that's an impossible standard you're putting on him because
I didn't name the debate, bro. I didn't name the debate.
because they're all in that region. They're all in that region. So there's you know what I mean? They're right there in that region.
But Sosa, if Jabari can prove absolutely that the first iteration of the concept is Egypt, at that point, it doesn't matter. Well, okay, if you want to be a stickler about the word, if you want to be a stickler about the word stolen, it does. However, in real life, right? For me, stolen, and if he can prove conclusively that they had the first iteration of that concept, is over with.
It's already.
Whoa. No. So just because the person had farming first, don't mean they taught another group of human beings farming. But go ahead, Garfield.
Wow.
That's the thing with the conscious community, right? If Egypt did it first, that means they gave it to the world. This is the conscious community logic and their methodology. Now watch this. This is 3 things I'm going to do at the debate. I'm going to prove that the items that we're going to be debating, Egypt didn't even have it first. That's what I'm going to prove, which I don't have to. Because I know there's people like Haskell and my brother on here, that Pan-African design guy. These guys are Egyptomaniacs. Well, not Haskell.
See, there they go with that. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Come on, don't get in. Let him have
hold on. No slander, no slander.
Let me finish.
Let that shot go, Pan-African. Let that shot go.
What they say is it's on the walls in Egypt. They can't read the Meganetta, but they're telling you that a story. And I'm gonna give a perfect example. The Immaculate Conception is not a Christian thought, right? But we're told that it's on Kemet. We're told that it's on Kemet, right? And that everybody, Ashra Kwesi, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, all the greats said Immaculate Conception, and no Christian believe in Immaculate Conception. That was something that the Roman Catholic Church put in and talk about Mary. It had nothing to do with Jesus. But everybody and their mama said the Immaculate Conception come from Kemet. And it's not even Christianity. That's how crazy the conscious community is.
Okay,
crazy.
Hold on.
No. Don't jump in. Stop. Don't jump. Hey, Haskell. I don't appreciate you right now, Haskell. You had a lot of energy before Garfield came in. You done kind of shook a little bit. What was it that you said that Garfield refuses to answer? He's right here, bro. Don't shy away from the contact now. We right in the middle of the street. Go ahead.
Bro. Oh, nah. You know, my 10 toes always firmly planted, brother.
We about to find out because you're a little bit easy
Nah.
going now.
My 10 toes.
10. Well, you got 10 right
toes,
now.
My 10 toes cemented into the ground. So
what was he would never answer?
For one, right? Because he's drawn the analog to particularly Bedward, right? Insofar as not necessarily a human being having these supernatural abilities, right? So following along that analogy, Bedward, do we likewise have the specific individual, and do we have a way of identifying him and saying, okay, this John Doe, this is he, and this is specific person is who these supernatural stories was affixed to? That's one. Number two, what was the other thing? God damn. You know what? I'm gonna stop there until I can remember the other thing. I'm gonna let Garfield specifically there. Do we have a specific hold on, let me line this up. Let me set the parameters. Do we have an individual who can say, okay, he's in Galilee, he's 5'8", he's known for slapping chicks around, you know, he got 6 toes, and that was the guy, right? And then they venerated that guy, and then we put this supernatural shit on him in the way that they did Bedward. Do we have a way of identifying that guy?
All right, that's a very thorough question, and I'll say this: when we look at the 1st century Judea, and we ask to identify anyone in the 1st century, how do we document someone who is in history? Who do we consider historical? For example, if we say Pilate, if Pilate is existing, right? We said if Pilate existed, we have a stone with Pilate's name on it, but we don't have any person describing Pilate. We just have an inscription on a stone. So we have documentary evidence through archaeology, right? Now watch this. With Jesus, the issue that a lot of people have with understanding the concept of Jesus is we can't let go of the supernatural. We trying to include the supernatural, but every scholar that says Jesus is historical, the first thing they say is you don't look for a supernatural person. You look for a historical human person. And we got to separate it. You can't look for a supernatural because we know the supernatural is not real. That's the first thing that the scholars do. I'm telling you what they do. Now watch this. Everybody that we account for in history in the 1st century, all we have for them is what's called documentary evidence. We don't necessarily have somebody going around saying, hey, that guy, the Taheb, he looked like this, he was 5 foot tall, he this and that. You don't have that. All you have is secondhand direct witnesses. All you have is a documentary source. You don't have necessarily archaeology saying, hey, this guy exists or that guy exists. You don't have that for anybody in the first century. Hold on. But in the first century, I'm going to give an example. We believe, all of us on the panel believe that Manetho existed. We can prove with contemporary evidence that Manetho existed. All we have is somebody 400 years later who is Josephus writing and said, this is from Manetho. We don't know if Manetho exists today. We have no idea. There's no contemporary evidence, no contemporary archaeology, no contemporary historical evidence, nothing. But we all on this panel believe Manetho existed. The point that I'm trying to make is, you're not going to say Manetho don't exist and then there's writings exist. And it's, although it's 400 years later, we accept it. But with Jesus, he's held to a whole different standard than anybody in history. I'm going to give another example. Pythagoras. Pythagoras,
he's the
no
savior of the world,
evidence.
so of course he's going to have that. He's the savior of the world, of course.
He's a savior of the world, my nigga.
Yeah.
He should have
of course.
that.
All right, no. But
Pythagoras is not the savior of the world.
Hold on. No. But remember, how you gonna find a human if you're using a supernatural standard?
What you mean?
How?
Well,
how are you gonna find the human?
Let me ask you.
Watch it.
Let me say something.
Hold on, beloved.
We keep watching, but you ain't answering the question.
Hold on. Now with Jesus, what we have is this. We have Christians, right? And we have people following a guy named Christ. We do have documentary evidence from Josephus, who is after he died. He's a historian writing about him after he died. We do have what a guy named Nero in Rome. We do have Nero in Rome saying, hey, you know what? These people were starting the war. These are the people that follow Christ. We have Tacitus, who is using Nero's information and talking about the Christ guy who did X, Y, and Z and was crucified by what's his name. But listen now, we have to now look at the internal evidence of the biblical text. We got to look at the internal evidence, and this is where people get scared to do and say, hey, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. But listen, I'm going to come out of my car and I'm going to go in my house and I'm going to jump on the computer. All right, give me 5 minutes.
Yo, don't run, man. You keep running. I want to ask him a simple question that man running.
What's the question?
Right,
Go ahead.
Man, let him go in the house if it's gonna sound like that.
Yeah, go in the house.
Yeah, come back on, Garfield. Stretch your legs, bro. Bro, this is
you about to get beat up. You about
come on and stretch your legs.
Hey, so when is this supposed debate supposed to happen?
By the way, send me the link to my Facebook.
Hey,
send it to my Facebook.
All right, I got you, bro. All right.
Yo, do we have a date?
So how
on
can we discredit?
Do we have a date on this supposed debate?
No, they're gonna get you again.
Man, I'm not watching no damn debate about Jesus.
Boy, you better get educated.
You already
I'm saying
know
though,
that's in
we
the
got a
AD
date on this
queue.
debate because this shit like the Loch Ness monster at this point. Like, when is this shit supposed to happen?
Oh man, very elusive, right? It's been a very elusive debate.
But that was a good conversation between y'all. I like conversation.
Hey, but how can we discredit a person with the supernatural? But he's saying you got to look for him not in the supernatural. How can when they start talking about supernatural, how can we just say, oh, that's fake? The person is fake. Garfield just said.
Let me ask
what?
My scholar you my teacher, Professor Now, let me ask you a question. Because I was going to ask Garfield. Because, saying my question is...
I rebuke all those titles, but go ahead. Yeah.
All right. So the follower of Christ, not the leaders, or not the the followers. Now, my question is, did they ever found archaeologists dig of actual Christian followers who have a symbolic symbol of this Jesus or this Christ, or like a Christian
BiblicalArchaeology.com.
Biblicalarchaeology.com.
Okay.
Damn, man, ask me. God, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just fucking around, though.
Yeah, I mean, do they have
you got it in your feelings.
Do they have archaeologists
No, I'm fucking with you.
finds of actual Christians during the time during the time of his existence, well, really it'd be his death, because they're worshiping him. Do they have any kind of shrine dedicated to this man?
Simply look up the followers of the way.
They got actually Christians in the Roman records. Hold on, yo. They got actually Christians in Roman records. I think around 170 or something. You can start to find them in Roman record Christians. You can look that up. That's real. Like maybe 100, maybe 170, 170, I believe.
Before that, though, if you look up the people who are called the followers of the way, or the Ebionites, these are the people who followed him while he was alive, and there's proof of that.
And they say, and they said this is Jesus Christ, or they should call him something else. Are we just assuming it's Jesus Christ?
Well, I mean, they didn't call him Jesus Christ because that's not his name. That's what we would call him today because of the translations and stuff like that. They would have called him Yeshua or Yeshua ben what is it? I forgot the last name, but Ben Nun, I believe, things like that. So like it basically these are
Yahshua ben Mariam. Yahshua ben Mariam.
So I want to ask when he get back, I want to ask them, who is this guy's mother? Do they know who his mother is?
Ben, Mary, nigga. Mary, nigga. Mary.
Hold on.
No, I wonder if that what Garfield gonna say.
That's his mama, man. Come on, yo.
Cut it out. You gotta be joking.
What was his name? What was his name again? Ben what? Ben who?
Yahshua ben Mariam or Yahshua ben Joseph.
That sounds like something you would call that guy in the center.
Yeah,
that would be him.
You gotta understand,
not those other guys.
You gotta understand they don't have last names, bro. Like his name is not gonna be Jesus Christ. His name is whatever his first name. Ben in Hebrew means from, or the male descendant of someone. They would give the person that he came from, or or a spiritual path, or what God he worshipped, and that's how they name each other, bro. So you're not gonna find a consistent name. Like we may call him Bobby West, and you might have somebody else call him Aunt West, and then you got your real name. You know what I'm saying? Like these are all different names that people will call a particular person.
Yep, Yahshua ben Mariam.
So now his name didn't change and everything now.
No, Jesus is like a translator.
Again, like what I'm saying is you're talking about Christianity and you're asking me questions about something that happened prior to Christianity origin. He happened prior to Christian origin as we know it. So he had a real name, he had a real family, he had a real life that he subscribed to. And so they would have called him Yahshua ben Nun, Yahshua ben Yosef, Yahshua ben whatever, whatever like that. That's what that name would have been applied to, because he would have been like, this is Yeshua.
What's crazy about what you telling me, right? Is how y'all know who told y'all this?
That's a
there's records. You got Roman records. You got.
So they didn't hold up. So you telling us they didn't trace Jesus, the people, this mythical Jesus?
No. I'm telling you, that's a name. That's a common name in Jesus. That's a common
just
name.
not one name.
Okay, I get that, but I'm talking about how they traced it to this one individual that they talking about.
That's not one name. That's a title, yo. Like all them people y'all naming are different motherfuckers with the same title name. That's a priestly title.
Hey, but let me ask you a question. So is it safe to say Ben whatever Jesus at that time was the equivalent? Yeah, he was the equivalent of a big meat, but not the equivalent of a Osama bin Laden though. He wasn't on that. He wasn't at that time. He wasn't at that time like a bin Laden type.
He might have had a he might have had a following of about 12 people. Yo, he ain't had a whole lot of motherfuckers.
Yeah, so he wasn't he wasn't. In some way, somehow, he got extraordinary huge. Like a snowball. He got real big, but he wasn't on the level. He wasn't a threat like Bin Laden was to the U.S. pretty much, right?
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been a threat to the Roman government.
Nah, he actually was a threat to the government.
No, he was not a threat. Get out of here.
All right. Okay, you can cut me off, but I'll let you talk.
I apologize. I'm just joking. I'm playing with you.
So what I'm saying is, like, so the Roman government at the time, they were the people who were occupying the land of Israel. And Israel went by something they called a Torah. That's their law that governs them. And he was teaching people to go against the law, and he was making a new law. So his political stance was a threat to the Roman government and also to the people who we call the Jews, quote unquote, because he was rewriting their religion and making a new religion. And so that was a threat. And so
not to the Romans, man.
No, hold on, I can't yell over you. Relax. Okay. Just what I would like to say to that. He actually in the Bible said Jesus to unseason, so he wasn't trying to usurp that. He wasn't trying to teach them not to. Yeah, he understood where he was living at, yo. And the only threat is he'd been a general. That's what he was supposed to have been. He was supposed to have been a savior. And the savior then was somebody who's going to help get Nero and them off their ass. But go ahead.
Everybody and their mama know who Jesus was supposed to be and who they were supposed to be and all this shit. Like, y'all gotta cut it out with the Jesus shit.
Exactly, Corey. Now me and you on the team. Because this is some bullshit.
It's real back then.
This shit is crazy, man. This shit nuts beyond nuts. You know what I mean? With the Jesus shit.
Yeah.
Hey, Corey.
But I jumped in the car with Corey.
Corey, they doing it. Garfield doing the same thing that you be in the car too. Them of, bro. Like just constantly being nebulous about shit, so you could never pin them, bro. You corner them here, they just slide over here. Like that's how Garfield doing it, bro.
Exactly.
I'm right here.
We see him though.
I'm right here. You ain't got to corner me, bro. I'm right here, bro. I'm right here. You ain't got to corner me. I'm right here.
Yeah.
What's up now? What's up? Hold on? Let me deal with one person at a time. What's up, James? What's popping? What you wanted to ask?
Yeah, you scaring me. That's why. Now play with you.
What I wanted to ask you was, since y'all then identified.
Hold on a second, James. Who's federated? By the way, who's that?
That's me. What's up?
Who's that? Who's this?
That's me, man.
Me who? I don't know the voice. I don't know who's this.
I'm a newcomer. But you really know me. You did my tax a few years ago, but you didn't finish doing it.
All right, cool. All right.
That's funny as hell.
We ain't gonna talk about that on here though.
No, we could talk about it, but why would you bring that up though? That's not even funny. Go ahead.
No,
anyway.
you asked me who I was. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he's one of our listeners, right? Yeah, we a lot of diverse people on the panel, right?
Yep. What's your name? That's all I was asking. What is your name?
Oh, it's Sklarkhan Jackson. That's my name.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I'm a Liberian.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes. But you did my tax. You know me. You did my tax. Remember Sklarkhan Jackson?
Oh, this Sklarkhan. Okay.
Yeah. Michael Jackson. You don't remember?
Yeah. I remember.
No, you don't know. God, this guy.
He said Michael Jackson.
That's his name, but that's his name though. That's his name.
And we tried to hit him with that Brooklyn shit. Oh yeah, no doubt, son. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. But anyway, what's up, James? Go ahead, James. What's your question?
Well, when you left, I was asking. So since y'all done narrowed this down to who Jesus, who the real Jesus is, so you say, who is his mother? Since y'all know all this.
Oh, okay. All right. First of all, let's look at everything on an overall picture first. All right. His mother.
Everybody mute out. Somebody getting chased by a fire truck.
What happened? Garfield went out.
No, I'm right here. No, I'm right here. I'm because of the noise. I didn't want to talk over the noise.
All right, go ahead.
All right, cool. So James is asking who is his mother. His mother in the story, the tradition is Mary. Now you might say to yourself, okay, Mary is his mother. All right. Now when we look at the Jewish tradition, because remember, the Talmud is talking about Jesus, and the Talmud's tradition has that he slept with a Roman soldier named Jesus, right? And that the mother was a whore. This is them kind of mocking who the real Jesus is and what he did. Now, if you look at the history of Jesus and who has documented him, you do have a guy named in the 1st century, Mara Serapion, that documents him being killed. All right. And you do have Paul, that you guys might not recognize as a real person, but he's actually documented in history as a real person by Clement of Rome, who documents that he was a contemporary of him and that he was martyred. In fact, the only person that mentions that Paul was martyred in history around 64 to 68 AD is the gentleman, is that gentleman. All right. So as far as Paul now, he would be considered internal evidence. Not that, oh, you can't use the Bible to prove the Bible. He has 7 legitimate letters. And in one of his letters, he documents that he got in conversation with Jesus' brother James. How could Jesus have a brother named James? If how could a person that's not real have a brother? And if James, who at the beginning didn't approve of Paul's teachings, eventually loved this teacher. And if you want to get internally as far as the evidence, because remember, you have external evidence, which is archaeology and history, and you have internal evidence, which include things that's in the Bible that you could use in a historical sense. You can't use the supernatural stuff. But if you look at Mark, for example, it tells us that his siblings thought he was out of his mind. This is Jesus' siblings. In John 7, it tells you that Jesus' brothers mocked him. So if you're talking about somebody that don't exist, why are they referring to his siblings and his brothers mocking him for his belief, going around like he's, I don't know if you guys ever watch a show with Eddie Murphy. What's it called? Holy Man.
Man, hold up, though, man. You still ain't answered the question, though. Like,
Hold on. I'm breaking down. I already answered the question. I told you his mother is Mary. I'm explaining to you why I know his mother is Mary. That's what I'm explaining to you. His mother is Mary. Do you want her grave? Do you want her gravesite? Is that what you want?
No, I don't need her gravesite.
Okay,
I just
what do you need?
Know have you so you saying you've identified his mother's name is Mary?
That's the tradition. Yes, his mother is Mary.
Okay, that's cool. I'm just saying. So you said, but I'm just asking you, do you agree that his mother's name is Mary? That's what you tell him.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. That's all
Garfield,
I wanted to know.
Garfield, let me ask you a question. Garfield.
And she was a whore.
Let me ask you a question then. So what is the oldest surviving evidence or manuscript that this man actually exists, so I can look it up? Like the oldest, not because I know Josephus, what is his name? He's like 10th century, right? I mean, the oldest. I'm not saying it's a copy of a copy, but I'm just saying it's a copy of a copy. I know he's in the 1st century, but I'm just saying the oldest. Yeah,
I'm not familiar with the manuscript dates. I'm not familiar, but I've heard that Josephus is like 9th century. They found an Arabic 9th century one, I think, and they found I mean, I don't know when Tacitus is dated for, or even Paul's writing. Some of Paul's writing is 3rd century. So I don't know the dates for everybody right now off the top of my head.
Okay.
But look at this though. You do have Paul's writing in the 40s. His writings is in the 40s, which is over.
We do have that. We do have that right now.
Not the primary. We don't have the primary. No, we don't. But it's dated to around in the 40s.
But how we know it's the 40 though? I mean, how do we have evidence of it? I mean, because you got to study that stuff. Do they have dates?
Okay, let's look at what you're saying and take a look at it. Hold on. Let's take a look at it. What he's saying. Okay. Paul actually, and I'm going to say this one time, so really pay attention. Paul actually in the 1st century in Judea, there are certain things that happen that Paul is in line with. For example, he said he went up to Jerusalem, I think for 3 years, and then he went somewhere else for 15 years. So what happened is whenever you add those dates up, and then what happened in Acts, somewhere in Acts, there was a famine that was all throughout the land. And scholars have said, hey, there's geologists and people who are archaeologists who talks about a famous famine that is recorded in the 1st century. And it actually aligns with the famine that Paul talks about around the timeline where he said it. Sometime around 40, I think it's 47 AD. There was a famine that's actually known in history. So the famine he talked about when he left is actually lined up with Paul's famine in Judea or Jerusalem, wherever the famine was. And you could actually backdate the 15 years that he went to Jerusalem and the 3 years, and you would end up around the time period him living near when Jesus actually existed.
So genealogists are saying that, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, whoever documents like famines and all that stuff, events, natural events and so forth. I think, what's the name of the guy? Not Pliny. I forgot what's his name. But he documents those type of events like eclipses and earthquakes and famines and all that stuff.
Okay. All right.
Or natural disasters and all that stuff.
Hey, Garfield, I asked you this question. We're just giving you some rapid fire, getting you ready for this debate, because I think you're gonna beat Jabari up. What is your thoughts when people are gonna ask, they're gonna ask you, okay, well, what are these similarities about the risen king, this risen Messiah figure, right? These similarities between these stories.
There's no resurrection in Kemet. There's no resurrection in Kemet. That's a lie.
Oh, okay. Can you go into a bit, because that's one of the things that I've heard.
The truth is Osiris was killed, but we know Osiris is not a real guy. But when he was actually resurrected, he was resurrected as Lord of the underworld. He was never reresurrected in the regular world. So if he's the Lord,
Jesus ain't a real guy.
Hold on a second. Let me end that conversation right there. Federated. Can you prove Jesus didn't exist?
No,
it wasn't me.
Come on.
I didn't say that. I ain't say nothing.
I said that. See, this is what's going on.
Hold on. Whoever said that, can you prove?
James is not knowledgeable on the subject.
Hold on.
I don't have to be knowledgeable on the subject.
Hold on, you don't have to be knowledgeable.
Chronology.
You
just said that Mary was Jesus's father, but Mary is also associated with a Set and Isis. So there you go. There's the link right there.
There you go. Look at this. Look at this. Stop. Everybody stop.
Ain't no pseudoism.
Everybody stop. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, my brother. You associate Mary with Isis, right? That's what you just said, right?
History does. I don't associate it with anything.
All right. How do you associate...
Dr. Ben.
Hold on.
No. Got nothing to do with Dr. Ben. Everybody knows that Isis is associated with Mary.
How is she associated with Mary, brother?
The Greeks did it. I don't know how they accomplished it because they was in the same.
I believe it wasn't like a picture of something that was similar to Isis. With Mary,
everybody know that's where they got that
Jesus and whatever.
And then try to act like it's
no, the Marys. No, it wasn't Isis.
The mother-child iconography.
Yeah, we gotta let the Black Madonna. Yeah, we gotta let everybody deal with them one at a time in the street. We can't jump Garfield. Everybody,
y'all can jump.
We're gonna jump him. We got him.
That's fine.
Kill him, Garfield.
That's fine. Hold on, guys. Everybody stop for a second. Can I share my screen real quickly?
Please.
I just want to end this ISIS foolishness immediately. Just off the bat. Just end it right now. Because what we're doing is repeating, regurgitating, and we don't know. When I asked the brother, he said, Garfield, everybody knows. You see? Everybody knows. But except Garfield.
Yeah. Dr. Ben wrote the book.
Except Garfield.
Hold on. Dr. Ben wrote the book African Origins of Western Religions.
Watch this. Look on the screen. Let's play who was first. Look at the screen. I want the brother who's talking the most with the Kemetic signs that he has and tell me who is first. Let's play the game. It's on the screen. Let's play the game. Who is first? Since you want to play this game with Isis and Horus and all these different babies, people holding.
But hold on, the Mary that you talking about comes after that ISIS. I don't give a fuck. Hold on.
Oh, so now
we're not even talking about that. We're talking about Jesus' mother being Mary. Don't try to convolute and go back before where they got the concept from. We're doing in chronological order.
How do you know? All right, watch it. How do you know that,
man? So they got it from there, and y'all got it from there. Okay,
hold on. No, I'm not saying none of that. I'm playing the first game. That's what I'm playing. Who did it first? Because if I could prove who did it first, based on what Haskell said earlier, then I'm gonna say, oh, they got it from this person first. The point I'm trying to make to you is you cannot show a connection between Mary and ISIS, and I guarantee it.
But you can show a connection to this and Egypt, right?
No. I'm not. No, I can't.
So what are you putting this on the screen
I'm asking you because you make the claim. I'm trying to show you how you
convoluting and going. I'm trying to the subject matter. What we talking about? We talking about chronology. No, let's stick to the chronology of what we talking about.
No.
Which comes first?
Hold on,
James, hold on.
But it's not.
Let's deal with this ISIS and Mary because I'm going to tell you why he said it. Let's deal with it.
All right.
Go ahead, brother.
So basically, what I'm saying is, right? Are you listening?
Mm-hmm.
True or false, right? This is a true or false shit, right? That the oldest text of the Bible is found in Egypt.
The oldest text of the Bible or the New Testament?
New Testament.
Okay, the oldest Bible of manuscripts they find is in Egypt. Yes.
Of the New Testament, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a connection, right?
No.
Okay,
so it's not a connection to Egypt per se. It's just that the person who listen, because remember, Egypt has the best paper. They have the best papyri. So people always go there to get the best paper that preserve the writings.
Okay, so why they didn't take it right back to the damn Israel? Why they kept it in
Israel,
goddamn
there is no what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Why they didn't take it to Israel? Why they kept it in Egypt?
What does that say if it's kept in Israel or not? But what does that say?
It says a lot.
No, they had a Christian center in Egypt. They had a Christian center in Antioch.
Exactly. They were learning that shit in Egypt. They were
learning what? What were they learning? What were they learning, brother?
Well, let me put it this way, right? True or false?
Here we go.
At the Vatican.
Nah. Hold
on.
Nope. I don't know nothing. If you want to say Vatican, I don't know. Don't do the conspiracy talk. I can't answer that.
Oh, this cat here.
I can't answer that. That's conspiracy.
How's a conspiracy when it is right there?
You don't have the facts. You're just saying the Vatican. Once you say the Vatican, I know you don't know. You're just going by what you hear somebody say.
So the Vatican. What you talking? But it's a world. It's well known that the Vatican got the
secret stuff,
obelisk
right?
over. They got the obelisk over there, right?
Oh man. So what?
True or false?
What does that mean?
It's a connection there.
What type of connection?
Symbolic connection.
Okay, so you're doing the imagery then. So the imagery, I'm not saying that they never took imagery from Kemet at all. Okay. The Roman Catholics, I'll never say that. I've never said that. But there's other places where they took imagery from the Greeks, from the Romans. They took it from all over.
Okay, so a lot of that text, a lot of those old texts are and
I don't think you know. I don't think you know
in the Vatican, right?
I do not know about any scrolls in the Vatican. I don't know about any scrolls in the Vatican.
Right.
Okay. All right. I mean, okay.
I'm only dealing with facts.
They don't have nothing in the Vatican.
All right. Let me also say. All right, Garfield. Let me say one thing, right?
Yeah.
All right. Look, right. We know, right? I'm gonna be a little off, right? We know rock and roll started for Black people, right? Right?
Carry on. Go continue.
Okay, but if you listen to a Led Zeppelin or Fleet Mac, whatever, or you listen to Metallica, you would say up and down, hey, we didn't start that shit because they don't sound like a Chuck Berry, or it don't sound, you know what I'm saying, or Fat Dominoes. But they all give credit, those rock stars give credit to the foundation. I'm not saying that Christianity was all Egypt. I'm just saying they mixed that shit up and made it their own, but they all give credit. I'm telling you, they're giving symbolic shit that letting you know that that shit came from Egypt. It's the same thing, my nigga. Same exact thing.
One thing. Hold on, no. Let him talk. What example do you have? Give me an example, brother. What did they get from Egypt? What did Christianity get from Egypt? Directly or indirectly? I'll even throw you indirectly. What did they get from Egypt?
It's true or false?
Bro, just tell me what they got
true
from
or false?
Egypt, bro. Just tell me what they got from Egypt. That's all I want you to know.
They put Egypt more time in their book than their own nation.
In the Old Testament, they have it 700 times.
No problem. Then that's where it started from, the Old Testament. They in love with Egypt.
They were
more than they love their own civilization.
Okay.
True, right?
Okay.
Y'all sleeping on Garfield.
They mentioned in 700 times. Don't mean that.
Not really.
Come on, let's go. What's popping? Let me get back to James real quickly about this.
You know you're losing. That's why you want to go to James. James is in the Bible.
You have
James in the Old New Testament. So you want to go mess with James in the New? All right, go ahead. Go ahead, James.
No. Before I get to James, though, can you give me an example of what Kemet gave to the Bible?
Jesus.
The Son. The Son.
How did they give the Son to Kemet? To the Bible?
Because the Son is actually Jesus.
You see, you made that up.
I know I did.
Nobody didn't make that
making up shit.
There's too many correlations in that.
Hold on, James. Wait for your turn to talk, brother. We gonna get to you because I'm here for the fire, and I ain't getting no fire yet. Right now, y'all pussyfoot.
I'm lukewarm.
Where's the heat at?
Y'all dilly-dallying. Y'all dilly-dallying.
Where is the heat at? Now let's get to this guy federated. We gotta close this guy out. Give me one example. You said the Son. You said the Son. Show me how the Son is this, because you got this. I'm gonna tell you where you got this from. It's really Gerald Massey, Achara S, all them crazies.
No, I got this wrong. I got this from Young Pharaoh. Pharaoh.
You know what? I gotta go.
I'm joking.
I gotta go. Once you mention Young Pharaoh, I gotta go.
It's a joke.
I'll be there.
Hey, bro, you just committed harikari, bro.
Yeah,
it's over for you, bro.
It's a joke. I'm playing. Go ahead.
Yeah, James, let's go. Let's get to this Mary stuff right now.
Yes, James. Yes.
Can we deal with Mary and the Mary of the Bible? So I'm an honest guy. You see the word Miriam that's in the Old Testament? The word Miriam is actually a rooted loan word from Kemet. So the name Miriam in the Old Testament, yes, it does come from, it does come from Kemet. Now watch this though. The word Mary, the way how Jabari uses it, when it says Mary, when it says Mary Isis, the Mary actually means beloved. But watch this now. Watch this. When they say Mary Isis in Egypt, they also say Mary Ray or Mary Amun. Mary, it doesn't stop with us Isis. So you can't say it only happens to connect only to Isis. You have to give the whole story. Remember, there are two problems here. The first is on the Egyptian front. It is true, and I have to be honest, that Isis is described as Mary. But hold on. But so are Re and Amun, and just about every other god, male or female. Mary is not a name. It's an adjective that means beloved. When a worshiper wanted to describe their love for something or somebody, they would address their God as Mary, whether that it was Mary Isis, Mary Ray, or Mary Amun. It's a generic term that is not specifically just for Isis.
But I get that, but what we're doing is the chronology of that being a thought. See what I'm saying?
No, you can't say that.
See, you can't.
No, because it's not connected to Isis only. Why did you say
that was a major code?
Hold on.
Got the whole history of that civilization.
Major
so you
what?
Can't just put it in the only context when it fits what you wanted to do, bro. You can't do that. I'm not gonna let you do that.
Hey, Garfield.
No.
I'm gonna stay with Mary.
Yeah.
Why did Mary hide Jesus in Egypt? What's so special about this damn Egypt? What's that about? It's a topology. It's like the same story being told about Moses. The same. He hid this place. What's this shit about hiding in Egypt? What's so big about this damn Egypt?
That's a good question.
That's where the niggas. Hold on. That's where the niggas was. That's where the niggas was at.
No, don't give me that because at that time, Rome. No, listen. And during that time, it was the Hellenistic period. Hold on. It was the Hellenistic period. Hold on. It was the Hellenistic period.
Hold on. Give me 15 seconds. Hold on.
Oh, now the heat. Now the fire is starting.
I'm bringing it out. It's time for war.
All right, Federated.
That's what I'm saying. When I asked them for the name of the mother, I asked them that for a reason.
Dude, but
y'all don't understand.
It's the thing with Pseudo.
You have to be a chronologist to understand what happened.
All right, let's go.
He can't get away from that chronology.
Come on. I was throwing you soft blows in the beginning. Now I knock your ass out. What's up?
Let me take a shot.
Hold on. Let's deal with the Egypt stuff. Yeah,
yes, so let's take a shot at you.
All right, so now let me ask you a question, brother. Now, you're saying to me, why did Jesus go into Egypt? Who is asking this question? I need to know who's asking.
Federal state in the building.
So are you saying that he was a literal person that went into Egypt, or is just a story? Let me get that out the way first.
What I'm just going by the Bible.
What?
No, I'm just going by the Bible.
It's a story.
Sir, I'm going by the Bible.
It's a story.
Sir,
all right.
I'm going by the Bible, sir. I'm just sticking with the Bible.
Oh, so you're being a scholar now because you're using internal evidence. I appreciate
that. The Bible is not scholarly. The Bible is not scholarly, Nick. My dude, the Bible is not, it's a literature book. I'm saying the story.
Okay.
Why
now watch
is he in Egypt?
Watch this. The story, ladies and gentlemen, is that he's going to Egypt to run away because Herod was killing all the young babies that's under 2 years old. That's what the story says. So they are hiding him in Egypt. They're running into Egypt. Now, why are you bringing up that he ran into Egypt? What's the purpose of that?
No, I'm just using this right as a this is
what?
Yeah, when you want to real
hold on, time out. This is hold on. This is a story that is told. I mean, that is presented by his so-called followers of him going into Egypt. So it's supposed to be a true story, right?
All right. So what's the problem? What is your point? What is the point? Hold up. What is the point you're making? I hope you have a point at the end. There's a subject and a predicate. What's the predicate of this story? Come on, let's go.
The point of the matter is, right, if it was true, I'm just gonna take it as it's true by these writers of this time, because you say Paul was a real person, and all that bullshit, right? So if it's true, right, then he went into Egypt.
Beautiful.
Right. Okay. So my point of the matter is he had to learn, his people had to learn from the Egyptian.
Can I agree with you?
No, but I don't agree with me because I say Rome was in charge of that time.
No. Can I agree with you that he learned from the Egyptians? Can I agree with you? I'm asking you. I'm asking you. No. It's not about real or nothing right now. I can say I agree with your point, but the problem is he only stayed there for like 2 months. So how the hell a kid under 2 years old go learn something for under 2 months and not even 2 years old yet? So
he probably got baptized in the water. He got baptized in the water of the Nile.
So take that story about Egypt, take it out, wipe it out. Bye, get it out of here. Next, who's next?
All right.
Let's go.
In the crosshairs. Hold still.
Say that again.
I feel.
Say that again.
This is James Modest.
What up, Jimmy?
What's happening, man?
Get this airplane James. Go in. You clear for takeoff.
I'm going to read from a blog, The Secrets of the Vatican Obelisk in St. Peter's Square. And one of the pseudo killers read some information relating the obelisk to Ray. Now, here, the obelisk and the solstice, the sundial.
Hey, hold on. Before you read anymore, I don't disagree with anything that you're about to say. So if this is your point about the obelisk, I really don't care.
Okay, then the question would be, then the question would be for you, why would the Catholics, the origin of Christianity then, why would they have an obelisk in St. Peter's Square?
I don't know. Hold on. When was it built, by the way? I'm curious. When was it?
Well, it was a long time ago, dealing with Caligula, I believe. But in 1817, the pavement of St. Peter's Square was inlaid with a compass rose and a sundial, right?
You know what? Let me tell you something, man. Egypt is the greatest civilization that ever existed, and I don't have a problem with anybody trying to copy Roman Catholics actually copying the symbolics and the pictures of Kemet or anything. What I am debating with Jabari is the main tenets of Christianity, not images of people holding babies and all that foolishness. I'm talking about December 25th. I'm talking about the virgin birth, resurrection. I'm talking about hold on. Don't move. Let me tell y'all what we're debating. We dealing with the Trinity, baptism, December 25th, winter solstice, resurrection, virgin birth, 3 wise men, Easter, those type of things. Whether the obelisk is there, I'm not going to dispute when Jabari bring that up. There's nothing to dispute. They did what they did.
He's not debating iconography. He's not going to debate the iconography.
He is.
No, I said, but you're not debating. I told him, like, you're not debating the iconography. You're not debating.
But he is, though. He's going to do it. He's going to do that.
Yeah, but you're not.
He has to play to the audience. He has to play that.
Oh, you're going to argue against it, but you're not going to argue against it, right?
I'm not arguing against what they did. That's real stuff. That's not fake.
Yeah. Right.
That's a real building. They're emulating the Greeks. They're emulating the Romans. They're emulating the Egyptians. It's all throughout the world. Not only Romans do it, they did it all over the world.
A couple of days ago,
I totally agree.
A couple of days ago, we talked about the liturgy. He might bring that up because, I mean, I can't get you the source because in work study, the Catholic priest that ran campus ministries, I found out he died, but he was the one, I heard him talking to somebody else regarding the liturgy coming from ancient Kemet. Like, I can't make the connection. Do you know anything about it?
I'll save that for the debate. I'll just say that's all I'll say. If y'all look on the screen, by the way, this is to answer what Haskell said earlier. If there's any human being that did all these things, these wonderful things, fulfilled prophecies, was a lawgiver, received miraculous answers to prayer requests, was killed for trying to be a king. There was a sudden darkness and failure of the sun's light, said by some eclipse, heavenly trumpets, wandering dead, earthquakes, rose up into heaven as seen by witnesses, made at least one post-mortem appearance, was said to be divine and therefore ultimately indestructible. So these are things said about Julius Caesar, and these are things said about Jesus himself. All I'm saying is, somebody said if he would be like, they were comparing what his popularity would be. Let me tell you what Jesus would be. Jesus would be like you, the brother, not James, the brother Michael Jackson. Would President Biden know who you are?
By Michael Jackson?
Yeah, no. Would he know who you are right now? Would President Biden? Where are you from, by the way? You're from Colorado, Georgia. Where are you from?
I'm based right now in Jersey, New Jersey.
All right, so you're in New Jersey, right next to me, right? Would President Biden know who you are?
No, sir.
All right, so you are like what Jesus was in the first century. And
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna tell you why.
all.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on, watch this now. You know why I say that? Because there's nobody in the Roman government who cared about this dude. If you read
exactly.
Story,
we agree.
If you read the story, this is why he only got popular, family, after his death. After his death, it rose from 20 followers in the first century to the 4th century, 6 million people converted to Christianity. You got to ask yourself why. And this is before the Romans adopted it as a state religion. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on, beloved. From 20 people following it to 6 million in the 4th century, early 4th century. Why? Because they taught something that Kemet never taught. They taught that if you die, you're physically coming back in a body on earth. Nobody taught that. Nobody. And what happened is the people around him was saying that he resurrected. Not that it's true. They said that he resurrected. And that's what they taught. So now that they're saying that he resurrected, then you started people saying they started martyring themselves for the belief. So you mean to tell me you're going to kill yourself or get killed because of this belief? That's why it got popular. And that's why the mystery religions never became popular as Christianity, because these people were willing to die for the beliefs. That's why.
A beast, man. Don't fuck with him. This brother is a beast.
Let me ask another question, because Brother Kyle was on here. He mentioned something about the connection between the Zoroastrian religion, Christianity, and the Egyptian tradition. Right. I know you got hundreds of missiles in the silo. I don't want you to give away any of your ammunition.
I got my whole files right here in front of me, so I'm ready for all the shots.
Oh yeah, and I see what you're doing. You got a ton of supporting slides, but you're not doing death by PowerPoint. You're using those as depending on where the conversation goes, and that's what I do a lot. But I have a question. I can see, I guess you would say, the connection between the Zoroastrian piece and the Christian, but what about the Zoroastrian religion or tradition and the Egyptian, right? Could you sort of clarify that piece?
Kyle said something earlier I don't agree with. I don't agree with that the Zoroastrians influence Egypt. I don't agree it's possible, because remember, they did conquer Egypt. So at the end of the day, who knows? But during the time they conquered Egypt, the priesthood was still in place and they were still writing. So they write that Persians killed them and beat their ass and whatever, right? But in 100 years after that, they rebelled and won. So in that 100 years, I don't know, because remember, the sign of the eagle is like the sign of Heru, like what my brother James has on his thing. With that picture that he has, my brother, with the clothing line, designs, that's the design of their eagle. That's like Kemet. So they may have gotten that from Kemet.
They did.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro.
Cut it out.
No, you don't, bro. I can't talk definitively. That's not how scholarship works.
You ain't seen.
I said it's possible. Isn't that good enough, though, bro?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Come on. We got to be scholarly.
But I know.
Yeah, you know for a fact. Hold on. I'm from Jamaica, man. Anytime somebody said trust me, you run the other way. Don't trust that mother ever.
But check this out.
Go the other way.
Hey, brother Garfield, Pan-African, he push a hard line. So he's not going to accept that.
No, because you have to understand chronology. You know, I keep telling y'all. This shit only starts everything that Garfield is talking about, right?
Let me ask you a question.
It has to go in a chronological order.
Okay, watch this. Did Egyptian kings, you call them pharaohs, did they worship deities from outside of Egypt?
No one can really definitively say.
Watch this.
Because see, that's what I'm saying.
No,
you have someone else that interjects that, but that's not a consensus with your interjection.
No, all right, watch this, family. And I want you to mute your mic for a second. If you notice, he's willing to say definitively that the Zoroastrians or the Persians took the eagle from Egypt.
No, I didn't.
Hold on.
That's what you
my brother.
I'm going by chronological order when you first see it. When do you first see the eagle as opposed to when they had it? That's how you do this. It's chronology. And I can. What I'm saying is I could tell older than the one that you're going to produce. That's all I'm saying.
I could tell you're a very jumpy dude, and the reason why I say that is I'm about to prove to you right now live that the ancient Kemetic pharaohs was worshiping other deities.
That ain't what we're talking about.
You just said to me, no. Stop for a second, beloved. You got to give me a chance to talk, beloved. Because you're not winning the conversation, you want to interrupt. I'm not here to win because ain't nobody on the panel can beat me up. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. This is my lane. It's not your lane. This is my lane. So check this out. Watch this now. Watch this. I can show you right now live, if you want to, my brother, Egyptian pharaohs bowing down to several deities outside of Kemet. So they are worshiping inside of Kemet, while at times they got a god for thunder. They said, nah, F our God. We're going to worship the God of thunder for the Canaanites. I could show you that right now in your face. There's no possibility here. This is what it is. I have the primaries. I could show you right now in your face.
I'm waiting.
So don't act like Kemet. Don't act like Kemet.
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
I got you.
How can you show us that, but you can't show people worshiping Jesus?
What do you mean? Hold on a second. Now you're moving the goalpost. What do you mean by showing people worshiping Jesus? What do you mean by that?
No, you don't listen to what he's talking about.
Hold on a second. You guys do realize that Suetonius wrote about Jews who were Christians in Rome around 42 AD, right?
But you don't have the copy of that. You don't have a copy of that.
So what does that mean?
So where you get the copy of it?
So you're saying I don't have the primary? I do not have a primary for that. No, I don't. But I have a copy of the primary.
Do you have a primary?
So it's a trust. So it's a trust issue now.
Do you have a primary?
We know it's going to be a trust issue when certain people lie about history all the time.
Okay, so you know what? You two, I don't need to talk to you two. I need to talk to somebody that needs scholarship. I need to talk to somebody that needs scholarship. Because if you're going to quote the Bible, why are you quoting the Bible if you don't have the primary then?
I didn't quote the Bible.
No, you tell me about stories. You tell me about stories in Egypt. Where's that from? Where's that?
You say you got primary of the Egyptian bound down in other deity. Is that a primary source or is that secondary source?
It's actually a primary source.
Oh, you see? Why you don't have a primary for the damn Jesus followers? You got a primary for the damn, because we wrote our shit down. We did our shit. I'm not Egyptian. I apologize. I'm not Egyptian. Yeah, I'm not.
That's the problem too.
Man, no. Let's get back to the
myself. I'm Egyptian. I corrected myself.
Who said that?
Let's get back on topic.
Let's get back on topic. Now,
do you want me to share this primary?
Do you want me to share it or you don't want me to share it?
A rendition of Heru before the Egyptians share.
Or a rendition of Heru before what? What are you asking?
What do you mean?
What are you asking?
I'm not even going to play that game.
No. What are you asking?
I'm going to go on mute out. No, we all heard what you said you was going to
do. We're talking over each other. What are you asking me to show?
You just said that you had a rendition of Heru before the Egyptians had a rendition of Heru.
I never said that. You hold on. Who heard I say that?
Okay,
somebody said the panel I heard that. I never said that. You made that up. You just made that up.
Right.
Okay. Wow, you worse than the Christians, bro. Oh my God. Y'all make up stuff on the spot.
We're so sad with the playback, baby.
and again, right? We just doing a light sparring session, right? But when we get ourselves in a corner, we give ourselves ability to get out of those, right? So we're not holding y'all. You know what I mean? You know, it's just a little bit of light sparring, right?
Ain't nothing like with somebody being dishonest.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that.
So we just doing. Hey, Brother Garfield. Hey,
yes, sir.
Think about the platform. Anytime you want to get on, you want to do a smoke session between now and your big debate, jump on. We'll all get in and we'll just throw some shots at you. Keep the dagger sharp, right?
Yeah.
So I know you got plenty.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just show something live real quickly to the gentleman right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just show this on the screen real quickly here, so the brother could see the primaries right here. This is from hold on, let me stop sharing and share this right here real quick, because I don't just talk for the sake of talking. All right, the Pharaoh in Canaan, the untold story, the Egyptian worship of Canaanite deities. So this is it right here in the museum.
Oh, it's in the museum.
All right here. All right, the extensive Egyptian presence in Canaan also led to the worship of Canaanite gods by Egyptians and the integration of these gods into the Egyptian pantheon. Let me repeat that. The extensive Egyptian presence in Canaan also led to the worship of Canaanite gods by Egyptians. Stop, bro. Come on, bro. And the integration of these gods into the Egyptian pantheon. I'm going to stop sharing.
Not the presence.
Hold on. No, hold on. That's for my debate. I ain't sharing no date.
The Canaanites don't come into the history of thousands of years. The Canaanites thousands of years after that whole civilization is already fully intact. So we're not doing that.
Did you hear the part? The integration of these gods into the Egyptian pantheon.
Yeah, about 2,000 years later. Cut it out.
2,000 years later?
Not no 2,000 years later. This is during the time of when? He don't know. He just jumping the gun. You don't know when it is. No, I'm not dating nothing.
I know.
Watch the debate.
See, y'all got to pay attention. That's why
watch the debate.
I'm a chronologist.
Go to the.
I don't deal with all this.
That was a
museum flam and what he's talking about.
That was a museum exhibit. Your museum
always come up on top, baby. I'm trying to tell y'all. That's way out to the fact. They don't even mention Canaanites until like 2,000 years, man. Ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Hey, James, hold on. Hey, Garfield. When you go to court, right? The prosecution and the defense team, right? Before they go to court, they bring all the evidence out, right? Pretty much. So I don't understand why. Then at the end of the day, because we're here to learn. At the end of the day. That's how people learn that you can argue all those points because all the evidence is right in front of you and stuff like that. That's what we should be doing.
You know what? Actually, that's the type of debate I want. But they have the ghetto scholarship debates where they want to do the gotcha moments.
Yeah.
That's what they want to do. Now, to Pan-African design, yes, that was in the Canaanite period. The point I'm trying to make to you is that most of the stories that come down to us from Kemet comes from after the Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom. And it comes down to us because remember, the stories from the Old Kingdom has been changed. You don't have the hold on. The stories from the Old Kingdom, you don't have those stories, bro. What you have now is stories from the Middle and the New Kingdom. These are the times where the Canaanites, who actually some of them became Israelites, those stories. So what I'm saying to you, my Egyptomaniac brother, that's the wrong person. It's not disrespect. It's not disrespect.
Yeah, it is disrespect. It's not disrespectful to me.
Gullah. I was just gonna call you in. I was gonna say, Gullah, think of a question. We need somebody that hit in Garfield weight class up in here. Ask him a couple questions, Gullah.
No, I was gonna say Garfield ain't off because you had a whole period in Lower Egypt where you had Canaanite or Semitic people ruling, like the whole Hyksos period. They ruled those areas, bringing in their culture.
But that ain't the point. In chronological order, that's like 1,600 years after the fucking fact. So don't do that. Y'all keep trying to interject something that ain't even had nothing to do with
after what fact?
Yeah, what fact? Yeah.
You interjected it as if that was something that they brought into the civilization early, and that's not the case.
I never said that. Who said that?
Why you interjected then? It has significance.
It does have a significance, bro, because that's during the time when you have Thutmose, when you have Ramesses. That's when they're at their height. What are you talking about of dominance in the ancient Near East? What are you talking about? That's the dominating time. Thutmose went all the way into Asia, bro. What are you talking about? When
Gullah
ruled the ancient Near East.
Yes, what's up with
it?
I need you to think of a challenging question to come in here and hit Garfield with, right? But go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Garfield.
And let a brother talk.
I'm sorry.
First of all, Garfield say Jesus was only in there for 2 months. I want to see that primary that Jesus was in Egypt for only 2 months.
That's not what he means. Let me get this one in. Hey,
hold on. No. He just asked a question. Who does ask a question about
federal state of Kemet?
All right. Okay. Now, because the story actually in the Bible tells you that, beloved. That's why. Okay. You believe it? If you're gonna use inside.
No, this is 3 years.
Because the Bible says so, right?
3 years.
It wasn't no 3 years. You know what? Hold on. My brother, you just said 3 years, right? Show and prove.
Right.
Show and prove. Show and prove. No, everybody stop. Show and prove that.
I can't.
You see what I'm talking about? This is the problem. You just made that up, bro. You just made that up. You just made that up. Jesus was not there for 3 years, bro, according to the story. That's not true. He was there for a couple of months. And they went right back to Bethlehem. Come on, man. Get the stories right.
And that's the Jesus, and that's the Jesus of Nazareth. That's the story version. You know what I'm saying? But you got but you did have like you had all the way from Joshua of Nin. You know what I'm saying? That hero story. You had you know what I'm saying, they idolized that story, and people made that has Yeshua name a title, you know what I'm saying, amongst different Jewish sects or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard to pinpoint who, you know what I'm saying, who was the actual Christ, because they compile different stories, different Masonic people, Masonic leaders from the time period. Even you can find aspects of it from Sebin Bar Kaba, you know what I'm saying, and others too. You know what I'm saying? They just compiled these different stories and added it to this this archetype, what Richard Carrier talking about with the celestial being and all that shit.
Right. When you're ready to field an intellectual question, I'm ready, Brother Garfield. I have a question.
Go ahead, brother. I was going to ask. I thought you had another question. Go ahead.
The online school center have a top 40. The 40 top colleges for Africana studies rank Cornell as number 3. Does that worry you any?
No.
Thank you.
I was gonna say too. A lot of people don't know. Me and Garfield, like Garfield, original Team Osiris member. Me and Garfield used to build on this shit all the time on this old show. Like back in the day, we used to go in on these subjects.
And he also named his son after your brother, right? Pretty much.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, see, I'll be listening. I listen. See, I'll be on it.
I'm still not letting you off the hook, Gullah. You got to come in with a strong.
So when is the debate again?
Gullah ain't finna ask for nothing.
You see, hey, James, you see him ducking?
Yeah, so Gullah ain't gonna ask for nothing, huh? That's how we rocking.
Can I ask Garfield a question?
Go ahead. I gotta crack over.
There go my brother Stoopies. There you go. Come on,
this is no question to
I gotta crack some books because I ain't at the crib right now. I'm walking my dog on that, so I gotta crack over some books to really ask some questions like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Hold on, Garfield. This time around, how certain are you of this debate? How certain are you? I don't see this happening now.
2 years. Actually, it's going to happen in September. It's happening in September.
It's not happening. Who want an open bet? Who want an open bet?
I got open bet.
A pool. Let's put a pool together. Let's put a pool together. Who said this debate happening versus who said this debate not happening?
I'll bet if the sun rising in the morning. What you mean? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
but I got
I'm not buying it either, stupid. I'm not buying it.
I have $100 that this debate not happening.
No, but stupid.
When is the schedule? When is the schedule?
Hold on. I bet you $100 that Jabari gonna win.
That's fine.
No, I don't want to take your money.
I'll take that bet.
The debate will have to happen.
I'll take that bet, Federated.
I got somebody.
Who?
Is it gonna be just? If it's a poll, I'm definitely gonna take Jabari. You talk about the Sanana poll?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you go to Sanana,
you going to it's gonna be on HOK for sure.
It's gonna be a live. It's gonna be a live debate in person. That's where it's gonna be. Live debate.
Okay. So you guys gonna live stream the debate for sure.
Yeah, live stream.
Yeah. Hey,
if it's a poll, Garfield lose.
I got 100. I got 100 on Garfield.
The Sanana poll?
Who got 100? Who got 100 on Garfield?
I got 100 on Garfield live debate.
On the Sanana poll?
Who's talking? Who's talking?
It's Brendan.
Serious B. That's on Sanada, dude. Jabari undefeated, homie. I'm going with Jabari, homie. Get out of here with that shit.
Yeah,
not a Sanada poll. Yeah, hell no. No, I'm not gonna do that. Not that. Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying. You were saying in a chat. No. I'm not that crazy.
Man talking about the Bible. Cut it out.
Put a poll up.
Oh, no.
Let us put a poll up after the debate.
Yeah, they crazy. Yeah, that chat is crazy. That chat is madness.
Jabari
thank you for saving me. Sosa, you just saved me. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the clarification.
Right? He's got this thing where he says, look at his face, and he starts laughing. It's a real ad hominem argument. What do you think about that? You know how to handle that?
Well, ask the person. I'm an expert in body language, right?
So do you know that technique I'm talking about, Jabari?
When the smile, you have to look at the smile. You have to look at the symmetry. Hey, James, you have to look at the symmetry of the smile, right? Is the smile hyped at one side of the mouth? That's called a look of disdain and contempt.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is
Garfield,
very obvious.
no Old Navy. No Old Navy. We don't want to see having no Old Navy.
Go ahead. Hold on. What's your friend? What's your friend? What's your friend?
He jumped off for a minute.
Yeah,
he's been on all day.
No Old Navy. We don't want to see you dressing in the Old Navy for this debate.
Oh snap! For real.
I think this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one.
So it's going to be in person or it's going to be online? Is it face-to-face?
Face-to-face, yeah.
Use the most effective.
Hey, Garfield, you guys having it at Jabari house? Or are you going to have it at the Sanada place?
Garfield laugh. The laugh, brother man. Listen.
Probably, yeah. They usually get an event area. They usually get like an area, arena or something like that. You know, bookstores or
the Embrace Hall or something like that. What's the name of the hall that Senator
I want Garfield to ridicule him with that laugh. I mean, you gotta use it appropriately and use it like a dagger, but you gotta laugh at least 3 times during the debate. It's your technique I'm talking.
No, don't do that.
Gotta laugh at it. You know that shit.
Well, you know, Jabari does that too, or he does the belly laugh on you. You know, if you say something,
it's not as piercing as Garfield, man. Brother Garfield.
They're not gonna be able to do that at a debate. You're not gonna be able to do that.
Yeah, this is gonna be heated. This is gonna be heated. So yeah, this is gonna be heated. It's a lot of information.
I think Garfield is gonna stay on topic better. I do think that. But in the room, I think Jabari gonna win. I think
Jabari gonna win.
He gonna have more control of the crowd. He gonna have he a little more seasoned. Now I did like what Garfield did in the vaccine debate though. He was controlled and he don't lose his composure much. But when they having a conversation, he do. But
yeah, he do. He did. Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you no more. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Nah, not when I'm saying. Watch the Gorilla Hebrew. Watch the Gorilla Hebrew debate.
Man, but that's peanuts.
It was
the laugh was the
that's peanuts to an elephant.
It was 99.9% Hebrews in there, and I was telling them that they're part of a cult.
Yeah, but they don't know much. They don't know much, Garfield.
Yo, that was powerful, brother.
I never lost my composure. Although when I said I'm gonna teach you all about the Bible, and Daniela's wife said, started laughing.
Hey, but listen, you're not as emotionally invested though with that as it's just like Unc get a little bit off his cue with Jabari, and I know it's the piousness and the disingenuousness.
No, the truth is we're so anxious to beat him.
No, that's what Brendan said.
Yeah,
that's what Brendan said. Brendan said you can't lose.
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna be honest with my brother Pan-African Design. If you're offended that I call you Egyptomaniac, an Egyptomaniac is, let me just explain to you what it is so you don't get offended. It's someone who thinks that everything basically comes from Egypt. That's what an Egyptomaniac is. So when you argue about a bird, an eagle sign, if you notice when you brought up the Persians, you was quick to say, yeah, they got it from Kemet, no argument. But the minute I said something about Kemet getting from another place, you got kind of defensive. That's a sign. Yes, you did, bro.
No,
yes, you did. Yes, you did, beloved.
Hey, James.
Don't do that, bro.
Hey,
because
James.
What happened was you tried to lie. This is what you did, and say
so
that
now
somebody else
had
did it before them.
Hey, James.
My brother, I never said that. Why would I say that?
What's so sad, man? I'm telling you.
James, can I say a word in your defense?
Yeah, go ahead.
In the word of James, I don't accept that.
What?
James doesn't accept that. Right?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I don't accept that.
Okay, so we got it.
I think so.
So we got it down to what it's going to be about. And I think now, see, Garfield, before you came on here, I said Jabari is going to beat you to sleep if it was that influence part. But you
hold on. I'm going to say this. That's going to shock everybody. If it's a debate about influence, let's think about it for a second. December 25th, right? Does that come from, is that influenced by Kemet?
The date itself?
Just Christmas Day, and they're celebrating Christmas, the winter solstice. Is that from Kemet? Let me ask James that question.
Yeah, you scared to ask me that question.
See, you trying to ask me questions specific to where I'm not necessarily interested in that part of it. I know that they use the stars before most people are documented to have used them for certain purposes, like to tell when the flood was going to come or something like that. If that's what you're talking about.
No. I'm not talking about.
Or to even date a calendar year.
A matter of fact, Kemet had the first calendar, in my opinion, because
so if that's what you're asking, then
no, I'm not asking
that.
I'm asking about December 25th, and it happened in Christmas. So Jesus' so-called birthday on December 25th.
Well, no, I don't know. What I do know is they had festivals around certain.
Remember what I asked,
about that?
Right?
You talking about that winter solstice?
Yeah. Remember what I said, right? Hold on a second. Remember what I just said? I said, forget about the debate right now. I want to have a conversation with y'all about Egyptian influence on the Bible. That's what I want to talk about right now. So I'm giving y'all the upper hand. Y'all is Jabari, and I'm saying I will take that debate too right now. I take that debate right now. Because if you're saying
I could play devil's advocate. I could play devil's advocate for one point.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the Bible or Christianity?
So
on what Garfield is talking
Christianity. Influence, and that goes for anybody in the audience. Give them the link. Let them jump on.
Okay, so
the debate is about influence now.
So you said that the Egyptians
influence
the calendar,
on Christianity, right? Egyptian influence on Christianity. Let's go.
Relating to Christianity, when
let's start with December 25th first. We're talking about December 25th.
Right, December 25th, exactly. So the winter solstice was plotted by that 23-degree wobble of the Earth pole was plotted by the Egyptians, correct?
Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
They knew on the 21st that was the lowest point, and that in terms of the angle of the sun, the angle of insolation is going to stay dormant for 3 days, and then on the 25th starts rising again. And they denoted this as either Horus's birth, and then the Catholics now had jumped on that and denoted they determined or assigned that date as Jesus' birth. Could that be something that's related?
All right, there you go. That's a good point. Anybody else?
You cooking, James.
But hold on, but is what the brother's saying correct or incorrect?
No. I want to hear everybody first before I respond.
Well, we don't need to say nothing else after that.
Do y'all agree with that?
Well, based on what we all know, yes.
All right, Jabari teaches that they got it from Saturnalia, and that the winter solstice is from Egypt. I guess winter solstice is referring to the sun, and it's connected to Egypt that way and all that stuff. That's what Jabari teaches. What I am saying now, do you guys agree with that as far as an influence for the Christmas for Jesus' birthday?
The birthday of a Messiah. Horus and
yes.
Jesus.
Jesus' birthday. And by the way, for the record,
But hold on. I have to say yes, Garfield.
Yeah, but hold on. Even if Jabari is wrong, Jabari is always right. So that's my answer.
It's not.
Well, not
No, it's not.
personality worship.
No, it looked like Garfield is doing his homework on this one. So the correlation between Jesus's birth that the Catholics assigned as the 25th is correlated with the Egyptians plotting of that wobble, where on the 25th the sun starts rising again and the new year begins. And there's supposed to be some 5 extra days. We call it Kwanzaa. We party till the new year. But no, is it correlated? Is it something that he can use?
For normally, yes. But what happened is you got to look into Christian history now and ask yourself, when did they start celebrating December 25th? This is the key. Now, 274 is when Aurelius made Sol Invictus December 25th, the day to worship the sun god. So Jabari is saying that they started worshiping December 25th because of Sol Invictus on 274 AD. Now, what I am saying is that they are all wrong. You're all wrong. December 25th worship is because of the connection to March 25th. And the fact is, we have Christians on record, probably primary, or we don't know if it's a primary as Federated States says, but we do have church fathers talking about the actual inception date of Jesus. They never really celebrated birthdays because guess what? The earliest Christians were Jews. Jews don't celebrate birthdays like that. But they did mark it as Christians that December 25th was his birthday, way before Saturnalia in 274 and all that stuff. So I don't think, and another thing too, December 25th under the Julian calendar is different than December 25th now. So December 25th was the winter solstice. Actually, it was the winter solstice. But as far as now, it's December 21st. So now when you say December 21st going up, because Jabari is looking at the calendar today, and you're looking at the calendar today. But back then, during Jesus' time, December 25th was where December 21st was.
I remember.
Great point, brother.
I remember you guys hashed this out on Sinetta's channel.
No. What I'm saying now, he doesn't know. Yep. I'm actually revealing something I'm not supposed to reveal out of ear. He doesn't know this. So when I argue with Jabari most of the times, it's actually to hear his opinion and have it on tape. So don't pay no. When I'm arguing with him, it's just to get him to say stuff. So don't pay that no mind. The debate, y'all gonna see where I'm coming from. But just to let y'all know, the Julian calendar, December 25th is not December 25th in the past. It's a total.
Okay, so you just
this brother right here. That's a great.
You data mining,
point, man.
Data mining. Okay, for
God
sure.
damn, he's a beast. Brother, man, that's nice.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go.
You got him, man. You got him. I'm with you, brother.
Hold on.
Oh, what's this now?
Before you go on, let me ask you a question about that. So, what was the significance of March 25th?
March 25th originally.
Why would they celebrating that particular?
I don't want to get into that.
That's what I thought.
No, I don't want to get into that. That's too much information.
We already know what it is, Garfield. You ain't got to be acting like it's a big secret.
March 25th is the spring equinox, but March 25th was the designated date for his actual death.
But who's to say? Hold up. Who's to say that the Egyptians wasn't worshiping on that day back then? Because you got all different type of dates as you're saying.
Okay, so give me the date that tell me Egyptians was worshiping on March 25th, brother. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, what were they worshiping?
And it makes more sense because that springtime when life really is coming into
Okay, let me pull up.
But anyway, go ahead, man. Do what you do, man. I'm just in the background.
No, I'm
mute now.
Don't
be pulling off the covers like that and then mute out. Come on.
No, don't run now. Because I'm gonna pull up the Egyptian calendar right now of the holidays. So we could talk about what you just said. Because what you're saying, you're trying to say that, because X, Y, and Z is happening. So let's look and see if what you're saying is true, brother. No big deal. We're just gonna take a look. Because if you're gonna bring that up, I just need to just correct that and check that right away. Well, he said
how you gonna check nature? You can't check nature.
Hold on 1 second. No. I'm saying the Egyptians, they have their festivals, bro. And
yeah, and it's all based around nature. They what the sun is doing, what the planet is doing.
That's fine. That's fine. That's why I said let me bring it up.
So why did they pick that particular day? That's what I asked you.
James,
but the Egyptians they was already celebrating.
That must have been a good question.
Astrological and solar events. They was already doing that. That's where they got that's where they got it from.
That must have been a good job. Hey, James.
But anyway, act like everybody.
Hold on. Everybody stop.
If this is what you gonna do to Jabari, he's gonna have a fucking field day. Everybody really fucking trip.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop for a minute. So you're saying that March 25th is a significant date?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Just like it is in this time, but when we celebrated today, we ain't doing nothing but celebrating ancient astrological things that other people have worshipped before us. This shit don't stop. What's wrong with you?
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. No problem, brother. If you say that.
But now they just put Easter eggs on it or whatever you want to do.
March 25th. The reason why I'm not going to say it, but March 25th, trust me, it ain't got nothing to do with Egypt.
It got something to do with the fucking sun. It ain't got nothing to do with Egypt. Egypt just was the first to recognize that the sun was getting ready to cross back over
March
into the
25th.
But anyway, man, y'all go ahead.
March 25th has absolutely nothing to do with the sun. Why they chose that day? Absolutely. I got the primary right here in front of me. Nothing to do with that. No, absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. I'm looking at it right here.
Right. When is the spring equinox, Garfield?
When is the spring equinox? Your spring equinox moves yearly. There's no set date for the spring equinox. There's a reason why March 25th is chosen. And there's a reason why December 25th is chosen. And it ain't got nothing to do with Kemet.
Right. That's why they changed Jesus' birthday. And you celebrate Easter on different fucking days. They still trying to figure that shit out.
No, that's his death, my brother. The point is, remember, you have the Eastern Church and the Western Church. The Eastern Church don't have nothing to do with December 25th. They celebrate Jesus' birthday.
Yeah, that's just fragmentation amongst the churches. But one of them saying that you on some bullshit, and the other one said this is the way to go.
Because
that's how fragmentation works.
No, because listen, you have Christianity. He's debating Christianity. So if you're debating Christianity, one of them said that Jesus' birth is January 6th. And that the date when he died is April 6th. That's a whole different tradition. Why is that? Is that connected to
because they making it up? What the hell?
Oh, okay. Oh,
what the hell is wrong with you?
But March 25th and December.
Like he asking me some dumb questions that everybody knows. Hold on. Don't even make sense to even be trying. And when I die, it's gonna have a date on there. They ain't gonna be asking me about that. Did he die this year or that year? They gonna fucking know. These people don't know what the hell they talking about, so they guessing. Just like, and that's all I'm trying to do. My whole point. Everything you talking about is guesswork by Europeans about how history started. That's it. It ain't that fucking complex and you trying to make it out, oh, I have to study this and study that. We already know the chronology of history. And people get mad when I keep bringing up this chronology word, but that's what this is. You have to do this. They told us that this shit started with Adam and Eve. You have to find out if that shit is true or false. You believe Adam and Eve too?
Hold on a second. There's no festival on March 25th in Egypt. I'm here looking at the calendar for all 12 months.
Man, cut that out, man.
There's no.
They worship the sun, bro. You can't get around that.
There is no. I'm gonna repeat that. No date for March 25th in any. I'm looking at the calendars right now.
Man, we know that the people in Kemet were sun worshipers. It's a significant time, which is the spring equinox that happens around March, early April, every fucking year. We can't act like we don't know that.
That's fine, but March 25th is a specific date. March 25th. March 25th.
Yeah, they picked the fucking day close to the fucking equinox. Okay. So what?
All right, I got you. Nobody picked no dates, bro. You don't know the history. That's
man, so you believe them, huh?
So I should believe you.
No, I'm not telling you shouldn't believe, but I'm telling you should question somebody that gave you false history.
I'm believing
everything they say. That's terrible.
I'm believing the records, what the record says.
Yeah, you believe everything they say.
I'm going by what the record says.
That's what I'm talking
That's what I could prove. That's what I could prove. I'm not going by hearsay and emotions. I don't go by emotion. I go by what I can prove. All right. So we deal with December 25th. What else y'all want to deal with? What about Trinity? Is the Trinity from Kemet? The influence. Because we got that picture with Heru and Asar and Aset. We have that picture from how old is that picture, by the way? I don't know how old that picture is.
I'll do the same shit. I spread shit down on the conference.
Somebody got that mic
on the real, man. Fuck yeah.
Hey, Federate, we can hear you.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
So you asking us a question?
Yeah, Trinity. Is the Trinity from Kemet? Did that influence Kemet of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, the whole Trinity concept in the Bible? Was it influenced by ancient Kemet?
See, there you go again. Well, I'm gonna say chronologically, yes, because that comes before the Jesus and the Bible story even coming to existence. So there's your answer.
What is the story in Kemet that relates to the one that's in the Bible?
It was man, woman, and child, and then he had Jesus, his mother, and the Holy Ghost. Is that the Trinity that you're talking about?
So you're saying that the ancient people in Kemet talked about man, woman, and child, and because they talked about man, woman, and child, that influenced the Trinity?
Well, first of all, answer my question. Are you talking about the Jesus?
Yes,
the Mary and the Holy Ghost. That's the Trinity that you're talking about, right? But then yes, then that's what I'm saying.
No, not Mary.
Wait, hold on. Trinity, you see, that's another thing to it, that story. Mary is not in the Trinity.
No,
you see, hold on. By the way, you just taught me something, bro. I never thought about that till just now. Mary, thank you, Pan-African Designs.
Who is Jesus' mother?
No, that's not in the Trinity. Because the Trinity in Kemet.
That's why I'm asking. What Trinity are you referring to?
The Holy Trinity is God,
the Son,
Jesus, and the Holy Ghost.
Holy Ghost, yeah.
So they took the mother out the whole fucking story. See, that's
Hold on.
He was born by two ghosts.
Hold on.
So his mama ain't even fucking in the story. She's just a damn ghost.
Hold up. No.
And his dad is a ghost too.
No, the original is Aset, Asar, and Heru.
Can I answer that?
But the copy is Jesus, God, and the Holy Ghost.
Can I answer that?
What is it?
Let me answer it.
Who fucking said it was the Holy Ghost?
Well, hold on. I got an answer for that. I was telling you, and I was giving you comparison, right? I say if you listen to Led Zeppelin and listen to Chuck Berry, right? And it's completely different guitar string, the material, everything. But I guarantee you, Led Zeppelin would say they got their shit from Chuck Berry, but it sounds completely different. It's the same Trinity, but it's just a little different. That's what I'm saying. It's the same shit, but you don't want to see that. But if you got to be in the culture, of course, it's not identical.
Hold up, for Federated State. Let me ask you a question though, right? So why are you giving the credit to Chuck Berry?
Because Chuck Berry started rock and roll. He's the
So you saying you gonna give the credit to Chuck Berry because Chuck Berry comes before Led Zeppelin?
Way before. But when you listen to the music, it sounds completely. Hold on, but it sounds completely different. They don't give credit to Led Zeppelin. They give it to Chuck Berry, and all the music before Led Zeppelin and all those guys sound different than what Chuck Berry was playing. But the rock and roll is credited to the architect Chuck Berry. Period. So the Trinity may be completely different, but it's still the three Trinity, and it is influenced. And a lot of the materials, a lot of the biblical materials, you will see nothing but Egypt is more than their own civilization. Man, come on,
watch this, Garfield. Let me ask you a question since you asked a lot of questions. So, do you believe that a dead man, can procreate with a woman that's living?
No, my brother. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now, for the Trinity conversation, does anybody else have any opinion on the whole Trinity thing?
No, but peace to Kent, Pseudo Killer official. Just joined the panel. Peace, Kent.
Yo, what's up? What's up, man?
What's happening, brother?
And the only thoughts I got on the Holy Trinity is that all that shit fake, man. Like, why are we sitting here acting like this shit real, dog?
There you go, Ken. There we go.
No, it's not about being real. It's about
I respect you, Garfield. I respect Garfield. Hold on. I respect Garfield and his opinion, but come on, Garfield.
Hold on a second. So you say that to say what? Garfield ain't saying it's real, brother.
You said something just now about the Holy Trinity. You said something about it.
Yeah, but who said it?
No, we're talking about copycat. That's what we're talking about. Copy.
Hold on. Who said it's real?
I thought you said Jesus was real.
Yes, I do say Jesus is a real person. Yes, I do.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Holy Trinity, though. I got you.
No.
I got you.
But thank you, Pan-African Design, because I never realized till now that the Holy Trinity includes a woman, and then when you try to say it includes Mary, it actually bling in my head. I said I never.
Because in my
thank
mind,
you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
You can't be born without a mother and a father. So I was thinking that it had to been Mary because ain't that his dad? Hold up, because ain't that his mama?
Yeah, but they on that gay stuff. They say the Holy Ghost.
So
they say
so Mary ain't his mama.
It is, but she's not part of the Trinity.
But she's that's
impossible though, right?
All right, watch this now. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Now there's a story in another culture that actually literally has a Trinity. And actually, that culture actually helped also influence Judaism and influence Christianity. I won't say it on the air right now, but they have a story that's actually older than the story that's in Kemet and talks about a triune God, a triad God system. And it's actually, they had contact. That's why I said early in the conversation, was on my phone in the car, I said that you got to do comparative research in all the cultures. Then if you're going to say, hold on, beloved, hold on. If you're going to look at a story and say a Trinity, find out who had a Trinity. The Hindus had Trinities. The Sumerians had Trinities. The Zoroastrians had Trinities. Egyptian supposedly had a Trinity. And Assyrians had Trinity, supposedly.
Only when it comes to
with Egyptian. I did it on purpose for you. But
hold on, I'm coming in late.
Hold on. Now, if we're trying to say where the Trinity story come from, I'm trying to say, if you say it come from Egypt, I'm saying there's a lot of places that have the stories, and some even predate the story that's in Kemet. So how would we make a decision that it comes from Kemet, where we have stories older than the one in Kemet that's documented? We have primaries for that, actual primaries, by the way, for the brother that likes to talk about primaries. Actual primaries.
And let me give brother Kent. Hey Kent, let me give you just a bit. Everybody's holding me up. I wanted to give Kent a backdrop because he's a pseudo killer. He's a pseudo killer, so I wanted to give him sort of a backdrop in terms of what the conversation is, right? In terms of what we're doing. This is an exercise. We're sort of, giving Garfield some sparring sessions and some in terms of preparation for his upcoming debate with the Jabari. Not saying that we subscribe to some of these things that we're asking in these questions. These are sort of things we're putting out to the brother just to to get the heat going.
Understood.
And get that conversation going, right? For sure.
Understood. So are you saying that it was the African origin of Christianity, like Quasi and them?
No, I'm not saying none of that. Nope.
Okay. Because I heard you say the Asar Set Heru thing, and I was like, yeah, I heard that one before. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, that's craziness.
Okay, got you. Okay. But go ahead. You were saying something.
He said that's crazy.
You were saying something before he cut you off.
No, go ahead. Somebody said I'm lying. So let me.
Yeah, I said that.
You said that. What am I lying about, brother? Because I said it predates the story in Egypt, right? Why are you defensive when it comes to Egypt so much? Why?
No, I'm not.
Why are you defending Egypt?
I just defend when somebody come around with that Eurocentric thought.
It's not a Eurocentric thought, bro.
Eurocentric, bro.
Yeah, because see, they call us Afrocentric, like that's a
man.
Y'all are
derogatory term.
Afrocentric, though.
So I just say that
hold on,
they have
James. Pan-African is Afrocentric, brother.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the derogatory terms that they use for African thought, like Egyptomaniacs, Egyptomaniacs, or whatever other term that they use to try to just beat down the information that's coming from African thought. See that, but y'all gotta listen carefully to how these people do this. But y'all not listening. But I hear everything they saying. He's a Christian, but he's undercover with it.
I agree with
that. He just dealing with his history. But we all know that Jesus don't got nothing to do with the origins of history. That's all African people looking for. Jesus is way late in history from what Europeans told us, because that's all that we trying to get out the way. What really happened in history? Fuck religion. But this is crazy that this guy is sitting up here trying to make an argument for Jesus for what? That shit was 2,000-3,000 years later. So anyway, I'm gonna mute my mic and let y'all add.
Thank you for that emotional rant.
I mean, we have a conversation about. I'm saying like we have a conversation
about some shit that happened in 1 AD.
I appreciate
but bro,
that's the topic. That's the topic of the moment,
bro.
Though,
if you jump on if you jump on the panel, bro, and we're having a discussion about the debate that's up and coming, bro, you can't snap out because it ain't what you want to talk about. You just be like, okay, y'all talking about that? All right, peace. You feel me? Like you know that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's the topic of the moment. So you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's a billion other channels you can tune into right now.
No, he's saying this shit like this shit is for real though. Y'all don't even understand what he's doing. And then
we having a debate.
What is he doing?
Y'all too emotionally tied to this goddamn
Egypt. Exactly.
I'm emotionally tied to history. I ain't got nothing to do with just Egypt.
Hold on a second. When was the story of the Trinity in Kemet? Does anybody know?
It was in Upper Egypt, way before Kemet was even born.
Okay, so show me that story in Kemet way before it was born. Show me that. I'd like to know how you know it's that story.
Yeah, because they try to throw Noah's. They try to throw Noah's Ark.
You see, that's that Ashra Crazy type talk.
Yeah,
way before there was.
That's what I'm talking about right there. What if that's why crazy is right?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
How old do you place? How old do you put the ISIS, the whole Assad Senaru story? How old do you put that?
Man, I put it 10,000 years.
Hold on.
I want an exact date.
You know what? I don't know, bro. I got to go to the guys who know Egypt, the experts on the panel. I defer to them. Go ahead, my brother. About 10,000 years ago.
No.
Let them carry on, and this is the problem right here.
We have a serious conversation.
Egypt is first, and everybody else is after Egypt. That's what I'm debating. That's exactly why I'm doing this debate. There's no other reason why I'm doing this debate. I'm not even doing this debate to debate Jabari. My debate is to let the people who want to watch the debate and the thousands that's going to watch it, it's for them. It's not about me and Jabari. I don't give a damn about Jabari and what he believes. He's already praying and doing his thing and turning Egypt into Christianity.
Baptizing niggas in New York.
Man. Yep. So I ain't worried about that part. That's him. Jabari gonna be Jabari. We can't change that.
Yeah. It's a cult at the end of the day.
Hey, what's funny? I'm gonna post something in the back chat. It's funny because I'm seeing other articles that's making the same argument. Egyptian influence on Christianity. It's talking about the Trinity. It's talking about how the Christians were buried, how the cross didn't come into play until later on. I'm gonna see if I can.
No, what about the Noah's Ark shit they try to throw in? They try to say that Egypt came up with first, yo. The new Ark shit.
That's Old Testament.
Family, I wouldn't even debate that. That's what Ashra Kwesi teaches too. He teaches that. Ray Higgins teach that, and that is totally false. It is totally false.
I don't think that's what he's teaching.
Yes,
No,
that's
he
what,
is,
bro. That's
no, he's
I got the
definitely,
video.
That's not what he's.
I got the
That's not
video,
what
no,
bro.
hold on, hold on,
Bro, I
hold
got
on,
the video. I
Garfield.
got the
Hold on,
video.
Garfield.
Yeah. I seen the video too. That's not what he's teaching.
Hey,
What he's
James,
saying.
he is teaching that.
What he's saying
James,
is. Go ahead.
he is teaching that, brother.
But
I
listen,
brought
listen
Quasi
from what
in.
I
I
got
brought
from
Quasi in. Hold on. I brought Quasi in for speeches and shit. Like he teaches that the Noah's Ark story came from Egypt. Like he teaches that.
Oh, okay.
Like go to one of his.
I thought you was talking about Khufu's boat. I thought when he brought Khufu's boat up, he was just using that as a reference to show that they actually have a boat, whereas you can't find anything.
He has a whole series. He has a whole lecture.
Okay, well, yeah,
on
I didn't know
origin.
nothing about that.
He has a whole lecture on African origins of Christianity, yo. Like, look at that shit.
Brandon, you see that little source I dropped in the back chat?
I don't agree with that. I thought he was just showing a reference of a boat before thousands of years before this Noah Ark story is supposed to come into existence. But anyway, go ahead.
Brandon, you see the source I dropped in the back chat?
Oh, hold on. Let me pull that up. Let me see that.
Yeah, it's like there's people out there making connections. I was trying to. I looked. I just glanced up real quick.
You got to get a better source.
Oh hell! I see.
Get a better source.
It's the show, baby. It's the
show.
Oh,
We gotta pull this up. We gotta pull this up. Hold on. Damn,
everybody couldn't sing.
Hold on. Hey. Oh, yeah, we gotta hold on. You just messed me up. But I did have one question from the brother Kyle. He put this early on in the chat. And I don't know, Garfield, if you may have spoke to Kyle in terms of why this is relevant, but can you see the screen? Are you at a place where you can see the screen in YouTube?
Hold on. Let me turn on my phone.
But no, I can read it out to you. I didn't know. But what I'll do,
where he put it?
Yep. I'll share the screen and then I'll read this out to you. And this is from Brother Kyle. He says, when was the Demotic script written by the Egyptians, right?
Persian and Greek period.
Mm-hmm. And who ruled Egypt during that time? I'm presuming he was asking that for a particular reason.
Yeah, Persian.
Okay. So this is so Persians were ruling Egypt at that time. Again, this may be in a conversation he was having with somebody else in the chat, but I wanted to get that out. I didn't know if you may have known some context to this. So
no.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me go to Solstice. Oh man. You guys go ahead while I'm pulling up Solstice thing.
Hey, so when is the debate supposed to be, yo?
The end of September. We're gonna work out a date before the week is over.
Okay, and this is a reschedule from the one y'all was supposed to have like about a year or two ago.
Yeah, over 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago.
Oh, got you. Okay. Yeah, that'd be a dope battle. Lock that in.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna get that one if it's pay-per-view or something. All right, so you gotta tell me what this is. I don't know what this is, Brother Sosa. You my master teacher, right? So you got to help me out here.
Like somebody made that up.
Right?
That baby look a little too grown.
That ain't the whole source.
That baby look like a grown woman.
That ain't the whole source. Nah, some type of look like a Muslim thing.
She holding a baby Bible.
Yeah, that look like a grown Ethiopian.
Go over. It's like a Muslim thing. It's like a Muslim.
Who gonna read a book? Who gonna read a book that little, yo? Come on, man.
Nah, it's a source, bro. It's a source.
Yo, that baby holding a sword.
That's all
the pocket. The baby holding a pocket Bible, yo.
That baby so stuck.
I'm asking. Do you have the whole thing, or that's all you have?
Yeah,
no, I've got this. Hold on just a second. Let me, Sister Juju just jumped in. I was just gonna say, man, I wish one of the sisters would jump in as well with some fire questions for Brother Garfield. But I'm gonna switch over my screen just in case if I need to read some of this. I gotta get it in front of my blind eyes.
Yeah, I did it while I'm driving around. That's what I mean. If I was on my computer, I'd just stare at myself.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull it up a little bit better so I can see it, brother. Peace, Juju.
What's up, Drew?
It's making the same argument. Well, making one of the arguments. It talks about the Trinity. It talks about the burial practice of the cross, and there's something else in there. Go ahead, Juju. I'm sorry.
I was just speaking to the family, piece to the panel, piece to the chat. Black African Power, all that good Blackology, Black African shit.
Speaking of Blackology, where do you sit, sister, in terms of the idea that a lot of the traditions, or what you would say the motifs, the religious practices, what you see in Christianity, were stolen or borrowed from Egyptian practices? Where do you sit?
Like I like to be one of those people that like to say Africans, indigenous Africans, Homo sapiens off the continent. Like, we didn't create everything. Like, I think people should be careful about the things they wish for, because when they say that, and I'm like, so you want to take credit for like weapons of mass destruction and pedophilia, which y'all already got on me about, but I still stand my ground. Like, there's just some things that I don't think we did. I believe in a lot of synchronization. I know there was trade and travel. So, vicariously things could have been borrowed, but that's, back and forth exchange with different cultures who've had exposure to others. I say no. Christianity is not an indigenous African religion. I say no, it belongs to someone else. And just like polytopicity, different cultures reinventing the wheel, so was it with beliefs and religion. And they may seem similar, but we are the same species. So why wouldn't it be?
Right.
That's how I feel about that.
All right.
That kind of answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. That was great.
They're too close. They're too close in proximity, but there's definitely borrowing. Now, whether it came from Egypt was another story, but there's definitely shared ideas in that region.
Of course, definitely.
Gods. Yeah.
I mean, whether it's like by word of mouth or just different artifacts, gifts, things of that nature, always put in perspective, like what happens when we travel. Me personally, when I travel, I hate buying stuff. Like, I'd rather spend my money on a show or a good, 5-star, 7-star dinner. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. Like,
there you go.
I'm on a good bottle of wine. Like, I'm not spending my money on some clothes or, feeble things that you can get anywhere. You get what I'm saying? Unless we're in like, what is it? Like, who sells the best gold? It's one of those islands. My homegirl's from the island. They have some of the best gold you can get in the world, or used to. Right up there with Italian gold, like just beautiful and lustrous. But like, if I went there, I'll probably purchase something like that. But other than that, I'm gonna spend my money on experience, not things. So I feel the same way. Like, when they went and traveled, they picked up a few things here and there that was native to wherever they traveled from and brought it back. And
Italians have gold.
Italian gold is really good, like 18 karat, 24 karat. Usually, if you want quality, it's softer, but like the appearance is more lustrous. Like gold now, usually they cut it with a lot of different metals and alloys to make it hard. But that's why it's not as brilliant to the look, if you understand what I mean.
You remember back in the day, you just used to get the Italian chain with that pendant that hanged, right? That little small pendant. Right. No, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I'm talking about like expensive.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like 2024 and yeah,
20,
exactly. You had to go over there to get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's
some of the best gold, I think. The best gold story, things of that nature. Cayman Islands, just if you travel the Caribbean.
Yeah. But Sosa, I'm looking at your source. Where did you get this thing from? Because before I started reading this off, right, I like what's this?
Pulled off the internet because we're just throwing shit up there, bro. Like, I'm not saying that this is correct. Like, come on, bro. Like,
all right, let's go. Let's go.
He just lay it down, and then we move on.
Right. I ain't holding. Hey, what's the thing? They say I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you.
It was my argument is different. I'm just
It says how Egypt was Christian before the birth of Christ, right? So I don't know this guy. It says the documented history of Egypt dates back to the age of codification. He says about 3200 BCE, and over more than 3,500 years of its written history. although the country was subjected to military occupation dozens of times over this period, Egypt changed its religious doctrine only twice. Okay, it says the first was in the 1st century with Christianity, and the second with Islam in the 7th century. In fact, Egypt had succeeded in injecting both Islam and Christianity with many of its ancient beliefs. It says, in the end, the essence of the ancient Egyptian doctrine has centered on faith in the resurrection after death. Okay, we talked about that. Reckoning, paradise and hell, and all of which are essential components to all of the Abrahamic religions. It says, perhaps we need to explain how Egypt created its own version of Islam, right, in a separate article, but for Christianity, the Egyptian touches are very influential in the religion that has spread worldwide. They bear the authentic Egyptian features that the country's people have embraced since ancient times until it appeared and was Christian before the birth of Christ thousands of years ago. All right, so, okay, I guess this is the argument. Say Christianity, which appeared in the 1st century, was considered another version of Judaism. Okay, we know that. Say in the vast pagan ocean, which extended to the Roman Empire, the early Christians were seen only as a group of Jewish sects who failed to establish their kingdom at the hands of their leaders, the Savior, say, who rebelled against the Roman state. So he was punished like one. Okay, Christians, crystallized.
Get to the argument.
The cross. This is all stuff we know. We say the cross.
Yeah, get to the argument. The cross of the get to the argument.
Okay. I'm going through. It says that the early Christians did not use the cross as a symbol until the 4th century AD. Christians in the ancient world used the fish symbol, right? The oldest known Christian symbol. It says, as for the symbol of the cross used by the Christians throughout the world, it is the development of an ancient Egyptian symbol, the Ankh, which carries the meaning of eternity or life after death. Okay, we see this Ankh thing. All right, it talks about in the Coptic Museum in Cairo. There are many archaeological evidence of the evolution of the use of this symbol and its adoption by Egyptian Christians as a decorative element at the beginning, and then as a symbolic view associated with the eternity of Christ and deifying death. Okay, so we talk about what about the Trinity pieces, right? It says the oldest creed that Egyptian had known for thousands of years was based on the Holy Trinity, the Father God Osiris, the Mother Goddess Isis, and the son Horus, whom Isis bore without defiling herself. Sounds familiar. Okay. All right. These are the primaries. Okay. All right. The religious order. All right. It says the first monk in history was the Egyptian saint Anthony the Great, right? Who was born in Thebes in 251 and lived for more than 100 years. He was the first to establish the monastic system and the rules of residence in the monasteries. Okay, so we got monasteries, we've got eternal life, we got life after death, we got resurrection, which we talked about early. We've got the cross, which is the Ankh. We've got the Trinity, which it tries to draw this correlation towards. Is Brother Garfield still on here? I think he actually spoke to much of this.
Yes, he here.
I think he spoke to much of this. But I like this imagery, right? Hopefully Garfield doesn't use any of this against you. Right. What do you think, Pan-African?
That's pretty much the information that everybody has, besides, I guess, certain people. But you know, you can look at the correlations. There's too many correlations to not say that that's where they copied it or got some influence from. You start looking at the other civilizations that these people keep saying that this stuff comes from, and you don't see no evidence of the amount of evidence, not zero, but the amount of evidence that you find in what we call as Kemet or Egypt is substantially greater than the other people that they say they got influence from. And see,
hold on a second. Have you researched the other cultures to find out if they have more than Egypt? I'm curious.
Well, you don't, when you're dealing with chronology, and I hate to keep saying this word, you just looking for what was first.
Oh,
and most of it, and then you find out. Then you find out who's second, who's third, who's fourth. So I mean, it's a simplification of a lot of things where you don't have to sit up and just act like you know everything.
You're using chronology so wrong.
No, that's exactly how you use it.
It's crazy, yo, crazy.
No, it's not, because if the first argument that the scholars have is who was writing first. That's what they want to know, because you know hold on a second. That means
so because somebody writes first. Somebody writes first. Hold on. Because somebody's writing first, that means they were doing it first. Is that what you're saying?
No. We are. You're talking. What you talking? This is how they do in history, bro. You have prehistory, and then you have history. History is what's written. That's when you start history. All we're arguing is history, because you can't argue prehistory. Only thing you can do is just deal with what somebody has written. See, it's real simple.
So you saying because the Egyptians had the oldest writing, that means everything came from them?
Well, if you got an idea, who the fuck else got an idea to do some shit like that? You see what I'm saying?
Bro, that is awful.
No, it's not. It's real simple.
Thinking.
And then watch this. Bro. So why, if it didn't happen this way, then why is Mesopotamia and Egypt the one that they're arguing in between? Because they both live in proximity to each other.
Let me give you an example, right?
Why don't start in China? Why don't start with the Hindu? Why they not arguing with Rome as being the origins of it? They're arguing between Mesopotamia and Egypt as the origins of writing. That's where you start recording history at. It's simple.
Okay, let me give you an example. Right, we know the Egyptians have the oldest calendar, right? But that don't mean that the Aztecs got their calendar from the Egyptians. You understand that?
I didn't say that.
No, but that's what you're saying when you try to make everything Egyptian.
Look at mummification. Mummification has been Chile for 9,000 years.
First, don't mean that it was stolen from the Egyptians. You get that, right?
I didn't say stolen. You
that's why
it's nothing wrong with borrowing something when somebody does something good.
You got to use the historical comparative method. That's the part you missed it.
And how do they do that, brother?
Garfield, can you break it down to him?
How do they disseminate history? I mean, let's break that down. How do they disseminate history? Since you're talking about a historical comparative method, how do they do this?
No,
you would explain it better than me.
Right.
Yeah, you have. Hold on a second. Are you gonna listen? What I was trying to interrupt the brother and said before, while I bring this historical method up, by the way, is that the mummification, the earliest mummification we find is in Chile, in South America, 9,000 years ago. Does it have anything to do with mummification in Egypt? Nope.
Because hold on,
stop, bro. If you're not gonna let me talk, I'll get off the show.
You gotta let him finish, bro.
You know, so jumpy. You don't like to hear opposition on how people think. I thought Pseudo Killasgo was about free thinkers and everybody have their own.
That's because you attacking.
I feel like I'm in a religion.
That's a natural mummification that he's talking about.
We're trying to break the spirit. We're trying to break that spirit off.
That's why he's getting defensive.
He keeps interjecting false narratives off in what we talking about. Y'all don't even get it though.
All right.
Because y'all don't understand.
Go ahead.
So the mummy that you talking about in Chile,
bro. Jesus Christ. Now look at this. Look at this. The mummification in Chile is independent of Kemet and independent of Libya. The mummification where scholars think Egypt got it from, mummification from, is actually found in Libya, right? From around 7,000, 8,000 years ago. And they said somebody from Egypt probably got it from there because they're right beside Egypt, right? Now, Egypt is doing mummification now all over the place. But the idea or the first documentation of it is in Chile, then Libya. So does that mean that Chile is the one that invented it or influenced Egypt? Or is it more likely that Chile, Libya, who is right beside Egypt, influenced Egypt? But you see, this is the problem now. One of the problems is that let me just get into the historical method real quickly. There's something called source criticism, where you have procedures for contradictory sources, core principles of determined reliability, eyewitnesses evidence, indirect witnesses, oral tradition, anonymous sources, X, Y, and Z. One of the things when we're arguing, right, about Jesus' existence that we all leave out of the equation is an oral tradition. Because remember, the reason why oral tradition is in the historical method, it says for the 150 years after an event happened, do you find people testifying to that story for the 150 years? If you do hear the story for 150 years, it is acceptable as possibly facts. So now that's a part of the historical method, oral tradition. But you'll never hear anybody in the community talking about it, because now it will make the story more realistic. Because we know if oral tradition, and I'm going to read this for you guys real quickly here. The tradition should be supported by an unbroken series of witnesses reaching from the immediate and first reporter of the fact to the living mediate witness from whom we take it up or to the one who was the first to commit it to writing. There should be several parallel and independent series of witnesses testifying to the fact in question. The tradition must report a public event of importance, such as would necessarily be known directly to a great number of persons. The tradition must have been generally believed at least for a definite period of time. The tradition must be one of relatively limited duration. A suggestion is a maximum limit of 150 years. So that means when Jesus died, supposedly 33 AD to 183 AD, do we have witnesses and people carrying on the same tradition up until 183 AD? Do we find that? Yes. But anyway, any critical-minded person can challenge any method or whatever. But if you don't have a method, you should at least try it. And I think on Pseudo Killers one day, we should just go at the historical method, put Jesus in there, and try to see what we can come up with without any preconditions, without any pre-notions or anything. Saying, hey, let me see if this makes sense for Jesus, and try it. And this is what the historical method does. At least it gives you a method. So that say somebody said Manetho don't exist. What would you use to prove Manetho don't exist? You don't have no historical account. You don't have no archaeology. Why do we believe Manetho existed? But we won't even think about Jesus because, oh, not that guy. But Manetho, yeah, he wrote all that Egyptian history down, man. But guess what?
But Manetho,
the first person, hold on, the first person to mention Manetho was 400 years after he died.
Manetho wasn't a god, homie. Jesus was considered a god.
That's not the point. That's
right.
The story. Alexander is written as a god. Was he a god? Julius Caesar was written as a god. Is he a god? Augustus Caesar was written to rise up into heaven and never to come back. Some people
Malachi York was a god.
I don't know about all that. Nah, you can't Malachi York. I wouldn't even joke about that shit with that dude. Nah.
Oh my! I'm just saying that they just because they say he was a god, that's not the point.
Dude,
you gotta separate I see what you're saying that with the historical Jesus. You gotta separate the spiritual shit.
So only people writing about Jesus is people who ain't Christian, like
like
Mara Serapian.
Yeah, they're not Christians. So I'm talking about Christians. Who the Christians who wrote about them? Besides Paul.
You got the Bible, the New Testament. You're talking about Clement of Rome is in the 1st century. You got the Didache is in the 1st century. You got the Epistle of Barnabas, that's the 1st century. So you
nobody
have
else
in the 1st century. You have writing in the 1st century. Then you have a Josephus in the
No,
1st
you don't have writing in the 1st century because you say it's no it's no first-hand account. It's all secondary. I'm talking about, do you have primary, the actual primary from the 1st century today that survived?
We don't have any primary accounts.
How about the 2nd century?
For any writings, listen.
How about the 3rd century?
For any writings, you have 3rd century and you have 2nd century. Yes.
Okay, you got 2nd and 3rd. Okay, all right, but you don't have the 1st century writing or nothing like that.
No.
Okay. All right.
But you know what? I can really appreciate how the brother who just talked about the historical method, because that's a specialized method that they use for you would say advanced research inside of his history, right? We always, a lot of times in this community, we talk about what method did you use, right? And we don't use the terms properly in my opinion, right? A lot of times when they say, okay, well, what method did you use to come to your conclusion? They talk about the components within a method, right? When I hear the idea about what research method did you use or what method did you use to come to a conclusion, I think about stuff like, did you use a quantitative method? Did you use a qualitative method, right? What did you do how did you analyze the data, right? Those type, and I think Garfield, that's a really good, I think, topic to sort of break down when you talk about research methods, right? What that term actually means and what those component pieces are. Because I think we really mess that up a lot of times when we have those conversations, right?
Yeah,
a lot of people say, okay, well, what method did you use? They talk about, okay, well, what books did you read? No, that's just a literature review. A literature review isn't a research methodology. You know, that's a component piece within many different research methodologies. You know, so I think that we can actually drill down and have those conversations, and I think that would be very interesting.
Yeah, I think what is allowed in what is secondhand direct eyewitness, secondhand direct witnesses.
Right, primary versus secondary research as well.
There's a gentleman by the name of Philip who used to supposedly walk with Jesus. He had 4 daughters. His 4 daughters are recorded in the 2nd century of their father telling them stories. Now that's a secondhand direct witness. Now, if
so he walked with Jesus, right? He walked with Jesus in the 2nd century.
No, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I said his daughters. He had 4 daughters. They
live in the 2nd
that are recorded in the 2nd century, who are talking about what their father taught them and told them about this guy. That's an eyewitness account. It's a secondhand, indirect.
Secondhand, right?
Right, but that's allowed in the historical method.
Right, right.
Hold on, don't say right. Hold on, I'm trying to understand. So the secondhand is somebody talking about this man's daughter who walked with Jesus, right?
Right.
So they're not saying this woman, these girls who do not live in the 2nd century, right? Right?
They live in the 1st to the 2nd century, but what they did was recorded. Let me just read something real quickly. Indirect witnesses. Hold on a second. Garrigan says that most information comes from indirect witnesses, people who were not present on the scene but heard of the event from someone else. Galchak says that a historian may sometimes use hearsay evidence when no primary texts are available. He writes, in cases where he uses secondary witnesses, he asks, on whose primary testimony does the secondary witness base his statements? Did the secondary witness accurately report the primary testimony as a whole? If not, in what details did he accurately report the primary testimony? So these are things that people, hey, let me just say this. If y'all go through the whole historical method and have a discussion about Jesus with an open mind, and they'll say, hey, I want to deal with scholarship, take all your preconceived notions out, you're gonna have a very good conversation. You're gonna have a very good conversation. Because what happened is, ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is the key thing. When you talk about history in the past, we are not there. We're talking about probabilities. We're talking about probabilities. That's why I won't say, if I came to the conclusion, I don't think it's a high probability that Jesus existed. I think it's pretty low. I wouldn't even count him as somebody that's historical based off of the probability, right? We would talk in probabilities because we are not there. And you would build a case. Nobody has built a case. Most of us just have emotions when it comes to Jesus. Oh, that man walked on water. I don't believe that shit. No, I'm not talking about that dude because I know nobody walked on water. This ain't Chris Angel. Get out of here. You know what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make is, looking at it from a scholastic point of view, you might not come out with a decision if you look at it from a scholastic position. That's why anybody who brings up Jesus to me, anybody brings up Jesus, I'm gonna ask them what methodology you use or what standard did you use to come to your conclusion. And what
listen too. Let me say this real quick. And I'll slide back out. Yeah, like, you know, because the conversation is better if you really understand the historical critical method, and if you're going to debunk it, and if you're going to debunk the historicity, you got to debunk the method. You know what I'm saying? So, like, a good thing to do is go to Yale, and there's like probably like a 13 video course on an introduction to the New Testament.
With the bald head guy.
Yeah, Dale. With Dale, I forgot his name. Dale something. Yeah, the gay guy. Yeah, right. And he walks you through it, and that gives you like a little foundation. And then just go from there, and then just get into the whole. But like once I did that shit, and I was like, yo, the shit seems pretty solid. Like in terms of probability, it's like I was convinced. So yeah, but go ahead, fam.
Hey, so what you saying, Garfield, that it's probable that there was a man named Jesus who they built all these stories around. You're not saying that the stories is true, but it's probable it was a guy that existed at that time who they built these stories around.
There you go. Yeah. And to add on to what you're saying, look at what scholars say. Scholars universally who say he's real only agree on two things universally: that he was baptized by John the Baptist and he was crucified. They don't trust nothing else 100% in the Bible.
Now, which one of these probabilities? Because we talk about the Jesus, and I'm pulling a card out of Brother Unk's deck here. Which one of these Jesuses you guys is talking about? You talk about this Jesus on the left that's like walking on water. He's got like stakes in his hand, and he's resurrected. You're talking about the carpenter.
Leave the out.
Which one of these Jesuses you guys talking
about?
Yeah,
that's it. Leave
the
out, bro. It's not
oh no, hold on. Because this guy in the middle, right, who's just a carpenter, I can believe that he existed. He was just going around, you know, talking to people and stuff. But this guy on the left here with the pajama pants on and you're resurrected and all this, I don't know if he existed. You know, he walked on water. He did all this miraculous stuff. He's on the plates on the wall at your grandmama's house, right? Is that the Jesus that we're talking about with the probability, or which one?
Well, I think before you made that comment, we already made that clear.
Yeah, you're amazing.
Anyway, so I know you're trying to be funny though.
I'm just messing with you.
Garfield. So the 2nd century primary that you had, what's the name of that? What's the name of that so I can look it up?
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna tell you right now. Hold on 1 second.
Anyway, Juju, I'm bringing science for them, right? And they're going to start folding. Spinning. They beat me up good.
Hey, Garfield, while you looking that up, what language did you say those girls wrote about the history? And what language did they write that history in? If you got that.
Egyptian.
You guys could talk while he looking it up.
No, but I would only ask in terms of like this upcoming debate, right? Like this thing was postponed for a while, right? So this is gonna definitely happen in September, right? Do you guys have a location in terms of where you guys gonna have it?
Yes, yes, in Harlem.
Oh, okay. Is it gonna be at like the Alhambra ballroom or one of those?
No.
Okay.
It's gonna be at this spot. I know exactly where it is. The daughters of Philip were prophetesses. Paul is said to have met them in Acts 8 and Acts 21. And Papias. So it's in Papias writings, my brother. Papias is in the 2nd century. I don't know if they have a primary for Papias. It's said to have met
How you spell that name?
Papias, Papias.
P-A what?
Papis.
And
Polycrates, Polycrates. He also testifies about also knowing of the daughters.
And that's a primary. It's not a secondary.
It's a primary account, but I mean, as far as secondary, as far as what?
I mean, his actual work is that is it existing or is it you know what I'm saying?
There's no primaries around, bro. Most of these writings don't exist anymore.
That's why I was asking you. You say you had primary and second and third. You say you had.
You're not gonna have. There are primary accounts, but what you're gonna have is copies of these accounts. You're not gonna have the original.
The oldest copy is what? What's the oldest copy of that?
I have no idea, my brother. You're gonna have to look it up. Go on
2013.
Hold on. Go to Catholic Encyclopedia. They have most of the church fathers' writings. You could find the original accounts are the copies of the original accounts, depending on how you look at it.
You say Catholic what?
Catholic Encyclopedia.
Okay. Yeah, all these people talking about this and that. I want the primary. The Egyptian had primary, baby. We had it on the wall, baby.
That's why people love.
What are you talking about? We? You ain't Egyptian.
That's right. I'm not Egyptian.
That's why.
That nigga said we.
Okay, I'm West African. I
He
apologize.
just said we. I thought you said you was from Liberia earlier.
I am. I'm West African.
How you get way to Kemet?
Hey, Blue, that's what they do. As soon as you give them a end, they're gonna slide.
Hey, Brandon, this nigga, he teleported to Kemet.
Oh man, you're killing me, man.
He said we had primary. Wow.
Hey, but hold on though. Let me say something though about that. Listen, I guarantee you right now, right? If Nigerian, right, was facing Saudi Arabia in the World Cup, I guarantee you Egyptian will be going with the Nigerians. Facts. So
man, you crazy.
Why would they go with the Nigerians? And Egypt is close to Saudi Arabia.
Yo, I'm telling you, I got Egyptian friends. They love. Them
niggas hate Saudi Arabia.
Bro, you just made that.
He made that all the way up.
Yo, I'm telling you.
And then he goes anecdotal and say, "I got friends."
Hold on.
Like really? Okay, we believe you.
Hey, but hold on. Let me also say this thing before you guys beat me up. Look, they had an NBA. Listen, I'm telling you, they had the NBA junior, right, with young kids, 12 to 13-year-old play basketball, right? And the African team, when they were dominating until the met with the American team, who they lost. It was a close game. I remember that like 3 years ago. But they didn't connect. They didn't put the Egyptian team, players, which was like two of them. They didn't play with the Israel team or Middle Eastern team. They put them right with the African team. They put them right with the African ball team. We was from Senegal, Nigeria, but they put those little two Egyptian kids on the African. They didn't put them in the Israel team.
They ain't put it. They put them on the continent, nigga. So we the same.
Based on the basketball
the Arab
game.
nation. What are you talking about?
Say that again.
Egypt is an Arab country. It ain't
So
no
why they put those Arab?
sub-Saharan African country.
Why they put those Arab boys on the damn West African team? Huh? Why didn't they put it with the Israel team? They had an Israel.
It had to do with basketball. It had nothing to do with race.
But I'm saying, no, it was nation. No,
crazy.
All right, Garfield. Hey, it was a good bill, brother. It was a good bill.
It just went crazy.
Anything else y'all want to talk about before I leave? Any last thing? Any last questions?
I would say this, man. Anytime, again, look, I would say this. I'll put that the invitation anytime between now and your debate, brother. Anytime you want to come on and get some smoke off your chest, jump on and we'll do the same thing, man. I tell you what,
we're gonna beat you up every time you come on.
Keep those daggers on deck, brother. I'm rooting for you. I got my $100 on Garfield.
I got money on Garfield.
That you just lost that one.
Y'all gonna be some broke ass niggas. I'm telling you, now on that now on Sinatra show.
Hey, they going with their Egyptian
you don't want to bet. You don't want to put no money up. Come on. Stop.
They going with their Egyptian brothers.
Brethren, anytime it's personal, you know what to do, man. Strike back right away.
So I got Liberian dollars on that.
Right. Peace.
Liberian
Peace,
currency
brother.
on it. All right, bro.
Peace and love, man.
All right, take it. Peace.
Be cool.
I got Garfield in that.
Let me get out of here.
Yeah, that's a Garfield. James.
Which one?
Airplane James. Who you got on this debate? I'm curious.
Hold on 1 second. Before I leave, I didn't even say hello to Juju, man. Juju, I apologize. I forgot
sister.
you came on. My apologies. I am so
It's okay.
No, it's
I was
not
gonna
okay.
say something.
No, it's not okay.
Juju, hit him with a hard question, Juju, before his ass get off. Hit him with a hard question.
Man. Oh man.
I don't have no hard questions for Garfield.
The next round, the next round, we gotta get him in shape. We gotta get him in shape, Juju.
That's what I'm trying to do to Garfield. I just playing Garfield. I think Garfield
we getting him in his fighting weight for this upcoming debate.
Actually,
for sure.
I do. Actually, I do. If I can't convince you guys, then I don't have no chance at all.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Come on.
You already know Team Dagger's side, so I know. I don't even have no worries about it. It is what it is. Garfield always has sort of
You're not gonna convince Pan-African. So
I'm a Pan-African. I'm convinced.
No, Pan-African designs. Right?
Oh,
not you.
He's gonna beat you up. That's my boy though. He be sure. The chats when I'm not around. Now he on here. I want him to beat me up live. But hey,
right?
Yeah, he ain't able to do it. He ain't able to do it. But hey.
But before Garfield leave, Brendan,
crazy, Garfield for real.
Brendan, I'm from Trinidad.
I'm just glad you I'm glad you came out the closet, dog.
And by the way, I've been trying to buy your stuff for the longest. Where are you in Georgia? Where are you?
No, I'm in Texas.
All right.
Yeah. You sell stuff? Really?
Oh man, y'all don't know Pan-African. Y'all better
I didn't know that.
Y'all just violated. Y'all just
Pan-African.
Why don't you got the African
we gotta start posting your stuff.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Down with that. Look at his logo. That's him. He's the hottest outfit. He got the hottest outfit, except for the one with Heru that brother Sarnetta has. I've never seen anything better than this guy's outfit. But
he got some good.
But he always hate on me in the chat, so I'm like, I'm not gonna buy his stuff. But I'm
but that's fine. You know, we at war right now, Garfield. I mean, you got a whole nother ideology.
Hey, by the way, too, before I leave, let me say this before I leave. I do not believe in a supernatural Jesus. No matter how a Christian spin it, I don't believe in none of that. I believe there's somebody behind the storyline that got blown out of proportion because the people who followed him said, hey, this dude resurrected. So once they said that lie and people started dying for it, it exploded. Like I said earlier, from 20 followers to 6 million. That's a lot of people, bro. That was 10% of the Roman Empire. So once Rome, this was before Rome said, yo, we're going to nationalize this religion. So you're talking about from 6 million to 60 million in about 5 years. So you got to look at it that way. Don't look at it as, hey, they believe a guy in the sky. Yeah, they believe that shit. But the truth is, they taught something that nobody else taught. All the mystery religions had some shit in them. but they never taught you was gonna come back in that body, because we so egotistical and arrogant as humans. If you hear that you're gonna come back, yo, as fly as I am, and I'm gonna come back looking like this, oh shit, sign me up. And nobody has built a better game or a better program than the Christians as far as selling it. The Muslims tried that little hype shit with the 72 virgins. So a lot of men joined Islam because of the whole 72 virgins argument. But it still can't beat out Christianity. You're gonna die and come back in a physical body. You can't beat that.
No, clearly I agree with Brother Garfield, Brendan, to answer your question, because yeah, as far as Christianity, they're number one, man. I mean, they got the game covered. You know, as far as religion, I mean, right? Yeah, and I think as far as scholarship, on these YouTube streets, man, it's Brother Garfield that's bringing the heat. You know, so
thank you, my brother.
You know, cheers to you.
I send you $100 in your Cash App. All right.
Yeah, I do it.
Hey, and I think, you know what? And I think Sister Juju, either she's a clandestine member of the Dagger Squad or Team Osiris. Which one?
Nah. She always Dagger Squad. She Dagger Squad. She Dagger Squad from day one. She had a contract.
She's a clandestine operations officer.
Wait a minute, Garfield. Did you just see how they just threw me under the bus with Team Osiris?
Yeah, I know. I saw that. That's why I jumped
in. But Gala was squarely in your corner as well, brother. You know.
So here it is, Brendan. Just like Sheffrin, I'm big on solidarity. Like, yes, sure. African, homogenous culture, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. We all have a common goal, right? We all may have a difference of opinion and things of that nature. But like I've always said, since I've been in the community, since I've been on these platforms, I come to learn. I'm always a student first, you know, and maybe a tutor later, but that's my position. Garfield was like one of the first families that embraced me, you know, or whatnot, kind of paved the way to lead me to meet other people and just expand the things that I was doing locally also, and to connect. So with that is nothing but love and gratitude to him. He's always been extremely supportive. Definitely one of the first people to really help me out on my GoFundMe. And I'm so forever grateful because it helped me so much. So I just have to say that loud and publicly, you know, I thank you and I love you. And I'm always going to be loyal. So people can say what they want. They can have their arguments, whatever. But, you know, I follow the science. I follow the sources. I follow the facts. And I follow people who push the accurate, correct info and knowledge to our community. And Garfield, Dagger Squad, Brother Garfield podcast, that's what he does. That's what he is. So, and also go out there and purchase his book. You can get it on Amazon.com. It is still available. So I'm letting people know that. So yeah, thank you, Garfield. Thank you, fam.
No problem.
Yeah, for sure.
Peace and love, guys. Thanks for having me on, by the way.
Peace, brother.
I appreciate y'all taking the time out to talk about it. And if a question ever comes up about Jesus, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, call me. All right, call me. Call me on the Jesus hotline.
Put your thinking caps on,
call me on the Jesus
caps.
hotline. Call me on the Jesus Pan-African hotline.
We don't want this brother to get blindsided by any questions. Right?
That's right. Sure. That's right. You know, Jabari listen. He listening.
Yeah, for sure. Come on over here, Jabari. We can talk.
All right. Peace and love. Later.
Peace and love, brother.
All right.
That's the real deal.
That brother's solid right there in terms of his information.
Yep. Good guy.
Yep. I like how he commands in terms of like how he has his PowerPoint presentation sort of set up, right? I like how he did it with what was the Hebrew guy's name? What was that guy's name? Gorilla Hebrew. Yeah. He had like he basically had a collage of different slides. It was almost about 50 different slides, right? We call them supporting slides. And we do this as well, right? And when we do presentations in sales, if potentially you can get hit with a lot of different questions and things, what you do, you bring a lot of supporting slides. You may not cover all the information in the slides, but you have those just in case. Garfield, he's covering his flank when he does that. And that's what I like. You know, what you do, you put your presentation slides at the top, put your supporting slides at the bottom and just fill those up. Right. Don't get hit from the blind side. Just in case of wherever the conversation goes, he's solid. So that's one of the great things I like when I saw that him doing that with Guerrilla Hebrew. I said, okay, well, he's got the command of his information down, because you're not going to put anything in those supporting slides you can't talk to. Right. And he's talking to, when he pulled up those supporting slides just now, he's talking to all that very fluidly. He's not reading, he's speaking to those. I say, okay, he's got a command of the information. So yeah. That's what I like to see, you know.
Yeah, Julanda, listen, since I got on and they hog-tied me, beat me up so far, I am going to present some real good information coming up. If it's going to be on the history of Tuskegee Airmen is really important in our American history. So I'm going to be going over some information on that coming up.
I think that'll be pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah, I can't wait.
American history. It's something we need to really get a hold on, because we really don't know what we're capable of, what we've done. You know, I'm in Daytona Beach, Florida, and there's still people who live here who have no idea who Mary McLeod Bethune is. It makes me cringe. It brings.
Oh, you went down to Second Ave?
I was born and raised in Daytona.
Stop it, Julanda. Get out of here. Listen, you see this picture right there? I'm presenting at Embry-Riddle, my alma mater. I went to school there.
Oh, you went to Embry-Riddle?
I'm a graduate from Embry-Riddle. That's the world's leader in aviation education. I ain't coming like slack, but they treat me like I'm from the gutter or something.
Yeah, one of the best aviation schools in the country.
Right.
Some of the 9/11, unfortunately, those plane bombers, they did some training at Embry-Riddle. That's just a little fact. There's a lot of interesting.
Well, they did some training at one of the old companies I used to work for as well, but we don't hold that in terms of that is their fault, right? The ideology was there.
Listen, I like interesting, quirky facts. People can take it how it is. I was like, for real. And then to find out that you have close ties to that, like literally people that were living here at the time knew like those people, like live with them. Like, I mean, it was 10 degrees of separation. It was crazy. You get what I'm saying?
I remember they used to tell us back when 9/11 first happened. They told us, the corporation told us, don't tell people that you work for us.
Yeah, you better not. Yeah,
because he was like, you're to blame. You know, it's like no.
But then they flunk. Didn't they flunk those guys? According to the story, they
you didn't. Yeah, you didn't have to learn to land just to fly.
Trying to get a good grade.
Yeah,
they were doing tactical, planning and shit. They didn't care about a grade. I don't think they probably even finished the semester. They came to get the information they needed and be on their way. You get what I'm saying?
My question to that is, when you up that high, right? How can you know if you up that high, right? How you know how to aim that perfectly?
It's mathematics. It's engineering. Mathematics. They figure it out.
Let brother James answer that one, because you got avionics.
Let me finish. So they knew exactly they were going. This airplane was going to fly directly over.
Listen, that is aviation.
Listen, I can't answer aviation terrorist techniques or anything like that. I'm sorry.
Don't do that.
Yeah, because if you up that high. You got it. If you flunk that damn whatever that shit is, aviation and shit, and if you up that high, how you know how to map out the damn towers if you up that high? How you know?
First of all, it can be mathematical. It's a glide ratio, man. This is nothing.
Right.
That's
right.
Knowing the performance characteristics.
Like sniper shoot.
Are you an expert in what? What are you an expert in? Are you an expert?
the pilot.
He's a pilot.
Oh, you
Yeah, the aviation.
Yeah.
this guy right here, who I'm talking, who are you?
James is a
James,
pilot.
okay, James a pilot. Okay, James, nice to meet you. I didn't know you was a pilot, James.
Yes.
What are we talking about?
Show some respect to James.
Okay, so James, when you up
We got
that
two
high,
expert Jameses.
okay, James the pilot, expert.
James Modesty is
Now, James, I am a conspiracist. My question to you: Can a few that hit building, whatever that building was, right?
Oh shit!
Oh, now let me leave that one. Forget that.
I assume you're talking about
the
Trade Center.
No, I ain't gonna go there. Fuck that.
James,
I ain't gonna say.
Hey, Airplane James, he's a conspiracy theorist as well. So ask away.
This is not true.
Okay. Airplane James.
Airplane James.
Okay.
That's how we distinguish between the we got Pan-African James and we got Airplane James.
Yeah.
Right.
All I can tell you is I know for a fact that plane hit the Pentagon because my cousin was in the Army and she was stationed at the Pentagon. So I'm not saying knock down the building. I don't get into all that, but those planes hit the building definitely.
So they had luggages and all that shit in there, right? Pretty much.
I don't know. The plane hit the building. We all saw it live.
They said
the second one. I don't know. Like I know people who used to work in some of those buildings that specifically moved to Florida because they were traumatized. Like one lady I worked with, like she didn't go to work that day because she was sick, and she would have been dead if it hadn't been for that. And I mean, every time I think about it, I get chills. So I don't know what to tell you. Something hit those buildings. A plane hit the building. I don't know about the collapse.
My question
is zero that I've known, and those planes hit the building.
What type of planes were they training them in? And if you can just fly a little Cessna, can you fly a commercial plane after learning how to fly a Cessna? I mean, what kind of planes were they training? Were they training them in commercial airlines, or were they?
They were training them in Cessnas, and
so I'm asking, can you got
any other type ratings? Right, because the cockpit is set up for a certain type of standardization, so it'll be possible to do it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking. I know if you fly planes, and if you could fly a Cessna, you think that you could fly a commercial plane if you had to.
That's right.
But these brothers,
you can fly. It's like if you drive a car, can you drive a truck? It might not be pretty, but I'm sure, especially if you're not doing 6-speed, you're gonna get that bitch moving.
That's completely different, man. That riding that plane, that's crazy. But I hear you.
You would think that it's very difficult, right? Again, I was telling brother James earlier that early on in my career, I worked as an engineer. We built, tested, and maintained flight simulators, right? And a part of what we did was do ops checks. We had to do operational checks with the flight simulators because we had pilots would come in and they would actually fly sorties, right? It was a way to, I guess you would say, save money for the Air Force, right? Because you could actually fly initial sorties, what we call primary flight training, right? For pilots, right? They would get training time. It's actually considered flight training time when you would do it, right? So the people that would build, maintain, and do these things, we would actually fly those things ourselves. And I could actually fly. I could fly the planes. You know how long it really took me to be able to operationally just fly it? Just a few weeks, right? But I wasn't like a person where I could actually fly by what you would call instruments. I didn't know anything about the instrumentation of it. I didn't know a lot about what I could do. I could get off the runway, right? I could navigate a bit, right? And then possibly land. When I say possibly land, because that is the hardest part of it is doing a sortie, coming back and landing, right? Mm-hmm. Those people, they were trained for specific things. They were training for specific things inside of that. They weren't training to use the instrumentation very well. They weren't training to do landing. They were training to to make a sortie, come over and hit something, right?
Right.
So that was their focus. So again, it's not that terribly difficult to do it. Just like James was saying, right? It's not beyond the stretch of imagination with a little bit of training that the people could do that. Yeah.
But here's my question, right? At one, the Twin Towers was about 2,000 feet long,
We're
right?
gonna go down this rabbit hole. You know that, right?
Oh yeah. It's always another question, right?
But here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing, right? I went to visit. I have a girlfriend live in Tanzania. When I was going to Tanzania. There's a mountain called Mount Meru. It's like 14,000 feet, and it's like in the clouds. Huh?
Tanzania, beautiful. I know Mount Meru.
Yeah, Meru. Yeah, it's beautiful, babe. It's real beautiful.
And James, and here's I'll throw you a bone just to let you know that I'm not pulling your leg. I remember the airing systems in terms of the avionics systems that we would do. Again, we had the gyroscopic systems that were the backups, and then we had the electronic systems, right? All these pieces we had to actually make work through computer systems, right? Because everything that we did was simulated. We even had visual simulation systems, right? So, like for instance, if someone wanted to do a sortie out of Bethesda, Maryland, we will pull up, the system out of the Bethesda, Maryland on the airport. We will pull it up and we'll put it on the screen. Go ahead, and you could fly just as if you were in Bethesda, Maryland, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was yeah.
The simulators.
Yeah, exactly. And we have them for all different types. We have them for air carriers, we have them for ships, boats, all different types
Even
of
Microsoft Flight Simulator X was really popular with a lot of these
Microsoft Flight Simulator is very similar. Exactly. You can learn how to fly a plane using Microsoft Flight Simulator for sure. Yep.
Yeah. But the actual level D and other simulators that you're referring to for designated for flight training, that's another story. That's another ball of wax than just the PC based flight simulator. But most of them are PC based now, and then they're adding the full motion with different mechanisms.
Yeah.
Segue, y'all asked. So you want to know another interesting fact about Daytona? Well, when Castro took over Cuba, U.S. gave him asylum. They actually gave asylum to Batista right here in Daytona. That was wild shit.
Now I arrived there. I went mostly in the 70s, so you could date me out. I worked at Sambo's restaurant. Was my first freaking job.
Oh wow!
So the first, and they closed that bad boy down because of the name. I mean,
hell of a name. I was about to say. I know they did.
I don't know.
I was
why would they close that down? I don't know.
Got to the beach, and they weren't letting people. They wouldn't let black people get on the beach after 5 o'clock.
James, so you do realize the black beach here in Daytona used to be Bethune Beach, which is in Daytona Beach Shores, which is now a multi-million-dollar property and land. Can't find a black face in sight. It's damn near all the way to the inlet. That is Bethune Beach.
Right before you get to New Smyrna?
Yes, my mother had to go to that beach.
Yeah, going down. Oh man. That's gotta be.
I've never visited that beach until about 4 years ago. 5 years ago, the vegan restaurant I worked for, Kale Cafe, we took a company trip to the used to be black only beach.
Right, we used to have to go way down there. We used to have to go way down.
That's where we went. That's where they had to go. My mother can't swim. My aunt can't swim. My granny can't swim. I've been swimming since 9 months. Like I live at the beach, and that's the first time visiting. But of course, they never visited because of the trauma associated. Like, who wants to do that? You know what I'm saying? But it is beautiful. It's pristine. It's gorgeous. They do turtle nesting out there. I mean, the shore here in Daytona is a gem. That's why when people
Yeah,
always,
well, I went there for a reunion. I hadn't been there in 10 years, and I mean, it has changed so much. Even our campus is it's up there. It's way up there now.
yeah.
And as a matter of fact,
here.
Holly Hill, my last apartment where I lived was Holly Hill, and the LPGA got that taken over. Like, I mean, that's where their headquarters are for the ladies golf, the ladies professional golf.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Central Florida is a big hub for sports training, also sports training and tech.
Well, don't forget NASCAR, because the granddaddy of them all. I mean, at 17 years old, I'm selling beer. I can't drink it, but I'm selling beer at the track.
NASCAR is big.
Daytona.
But it's a little redneckish, just like hockey. So with that said, I banned football. I still really don't do football no more. And I'm a hardcore tomboy. I love every sport in the book. I will watch it all, hands down.
Julian, those days in Daytona Beach, NASCAR came a long way. I'm gonna tell you what, it's big money in NASCAR now. And back then, I mean, you got Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison and them fighting and shit at the finish line. All kinds of stuff was happening back then. I was
with that major wreck that those people got killed about 8 years ago. I used to work races. Like, I used to go to them. I used to know execs, get free tickets, had all the perks, but again, it's my stance. Once I started really getting into community organization work, like, if Black people don't have a space there, I don't want to be there, like, I had to lead by example to let it be known that it's not.
Well, you know anybody up in the city council? I noticed that guy when I got there, the whole city council back down. I said, oh shit.
I know quite important people just because of the community work I do, but I work in the trenches and I'm very much a nonconformist. So you have to understand, like, I live in a city that is very white, conservative, Christian. Anything that we discuss here is deemed crazy. I've even had people go to the nonprofit I helped start and try to not solicit a donation on the grounds that I'm a devil worshiper because I teach African spirituality, or I try to get other Black people to embrace their West African culture, not as a practice, but to understand it so we can stop demonizing things like voodoo, or really understand what those things were about, and then understand American culture and how anything Black or Black culture was demonized and why. So we can, have a better self-awareness, confidence about ourselves. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You need to leave those pseudoisms alone, Juju.
No, so here's the thing. You get it. So here's the thing about that. So me and Aunt talk about this all the time. I can be, an atheist, but I'm gonna still go to church for my aunt. I'm gonna still show respect.
The praying atheist, yeah.
Those things about tradition, those things about honor and family. So being, Floridian, West African heritage, Geechee, all those things were put in a pot to help us get to where we are. You know what I'm saying? We're not at the epitome, but we're getting there, and it helped us to survive. So I respect it, and I pay homage to it. Do I practice it or feel it in my heart? No, but I will participate. You get what I'm saying? And for me, I have
for sure.
And I have to meet people in the middle. And 95% of the people here are Christian. So, I have to be polite. I have to bend a little.
But you know what, Juju? But that's what they say is like the sign of a superior intellect is to be able to hold two contradictory beliefs in your mind at the same time without going mad, right? So you can be an atheist and a spiritual practitioner, right? At the same time, right?
That's right.
If you can't do it, that's your fault, right?
Well, listen, that's the dichotomy, right? We are American.
Sure. Yeah.
Our existence.
Right. Life is full of contradictions.
Of course.
And I embrace them all. Right. So I do too. I'm right with you. I'm with you. Right.
I do too. So, you know, and that's where I stand with it. I mean, I go to Akumalu. I love to go to that. I love to experience it. I love to experience, you know, that kind of synchronized West African heritage, you know, where we're doing the sacrificing of the bull, but, you know, you're teaching the children about appreciating, you know, nature and asking permission and having that respect. It's about building integrity and character. So again, I do understand why, you know, beliefs in those mechanisms were created or whatnot in a cultural aspect. So it's not to, it is to put aside when they're not advancing us, right? But
right. I can go to church with my mom and not compromise my atheism.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
And I mean,
as a matter of fact, Brendan, I will be in DC next month. My wife and I, we're going to Arlington for her grand internment over there because her husband, her grandmother's husband, her grandfather was a designated Tuskegee Airman, right?
Okay.
And passed some years ago, so we're gonna get his wife next to her over at Arlington.
Oh man, pass me your information if you will. If you're not booked up for dinner one night, man, maybe me and your wife can go grab dinner somewhere.
No, that ain't gonna happen too quick. But
or we can meet for a hello.
He said maybe him and my wife will have dinner.
Maybe a hello.
No, we'll be at the State Plaza from the 23rd to. You know, I'm not going to say the exact dates in case some of my enemies are listening. But yeah, we'll be right there. You know, so
for sure,
brother.
I would like to see. I would like to come and say hello for sure.
Wonderful.
I'm boring. I always have an excuse for getting out and seeing people, right?
Exactly.
Seeing people, right? For sure.
It's Saturday, Brendan, and that is going to be 1 month from today. So we'll be there before and after, of course.
Yep. Awesome. Yep. Go and see that African American Museum if you haven't seen it.
Yeah. I planned that. I planned that because we were there when it opened in 2016. Wife is from DC. And we were there, but it was so crowded. It was so much activity. We couldn't get it.
It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better now. Go and see that, dude. You have to. It is so, dude, it's so touching. Everybody that goes there, right? They come out, they're like, man, it's like I tell you what, if you're a Frankenstein if you don't shed at least one tear in that museum, I tell you. Right? It's a touching spot.
Well, that's one of the real reasons I want to present with the Tuskegee Airmen, because you know, they are such an integral part of American history that it's what they would want to suppress. At the same time, they exalt it in their circles, but they suppress it from us, and it's our history. I mean, it's American history, you know.
Right.
So
right.
it'll be my pleasure to present that information. You guys are gonna be.
They got a whole movie on Tuskegee Airmen.
Yeah, but in the movie, man.
I went to the British Museum when I was over in London. I went to the British Museum. It's one of the top-notch, best museums in terms of, you know, Egyptology. There, it was fascinating. I took pictures and all that. But I would tell you this, right? In terms of the visceral connection that you get. It has nothing. It's nothing on the African American Museum with the Smithsonian put together. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that.
Really? With Brown. That's the last time I went to it.
For sure.
And yeah.
Because it hits home. It's me, right? I can look at a Van Gogh. I can look at all this stuff that's in the British Museum. It's, okay, yes. I see all this Egyptians. Yeah. The best, yeah, but again, right? This is stuff that's tied to you.
Agreed. I remember when the Ramses exhibit came to Jacksonville. I think that became my fascination with history. Yes, it's Egyptian, it's Kemetic, but being that it was from Africa, and to see that was just something that just opened up and. It was a different narrative, You know, seeing that at 14 and 15, it was different narrative than, yeah, you know, you came from slavery. So it changed everything. So from then on, it was no longer focusing on just the history that they were trying to teach us. Like, I started digging. Like, I wanted to know what happened before we got here. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that, you know, and that's why I think we should be careful when we're trying to still here, in some sense, separate that Egypt from Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know,
right. I'll give you an example. I'll give you another example. I was with an elder. Oh, well, I say elder, an older guy. You know, I guess he may have been 60, almost 70, right? When he actually lived through the Jim Crow era.
Right.
Right. When we were actually going through the thing, and they had a cabin that they talk about in the old slave houses.
Yes.
And I think maybe Sosa could, because I don't know, Sosa. I think Sosa's from Carolina in the South.
Yeah,
what we used to call them back in the day was the shotgun houses, right? We call them the shotgun houses because you can see the front door, you can see out of the back. You open the front door, you can see it straight through, right? You know what I'm talking about, the shotgun houses. The shotgun, they had an old shotgun house inside of the museum that showed it. You said you had a one room shotgun house. And you know what? Some of those old houses, those were the old houses back in the hood areas. Those were back. Yeah. They used to be back in those small little houses back in Georgia, in the areas that I used to live in. So that's why I say that all that stuff sort of really connects to me. And when I see it,
I was down in
those one room shacks. Yep.
I was in Beaufort in 2019 with some friends from the school in Daytona, some old college buddies, because we went down to Beaufort in November from I think 6th to 12th or something like that. They had a Gullah festival down at the St. Helena's or something. Man, we were all around there, man, and we ended up going up before the festival. We ended up going up to Charleston to the Boone Plantation. They have a tour. Now, we wanted to see for ourselves, but guess what? The main surprise was, of course, it's 99% white Americans taking this tour of the plantation. It's right across from the C.C. Pinckney plantation. And man, let me tell you something. We kind of made it hell for because we weren't, we were a little rowdy, because we were like the only brothers there, and we're all stout-hearted men. And felt that, in these times, nobody could do shit to us. We're all men of a professional age, and we're not crossing the line, but we were pissing off a couple of them, But dude, the housing that you're talking about on the plantation for the slaves housing, man, that was the most I would say deprecating thing I saw, man. Oh man, it hurt me, And
it's a whole family. They used to raise whole families in those houses. Man.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, like, we from there, so we see it, so it's like it's not a tour for us. We've already seen it. And you can go if you go downtown Charleston, they actually have the slave market down there where actually they have the slaves. You can see the chains and stuff where these shackle the slaves to, you know what I'm saying? But we turn it into like a more of a where we do the different arts and shit and weaving and things of that nature shit down there now. But yeah, that's still got that market is still downtown Charleston.
Yeah.
But we see it all the time. We be downtown Charleston, so it's like, it's not, what I mean?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, exactly. That was a way of life down there, right?
Yeah, it's not too far removed. Everybody already seen it. Yeah, it's not like it's not a tour for us because we downtown all the time, so we've seen it already.
Yeah, we stayed at a nice Airbnb down in Beaufort in order to make that festival. I ended up buying some stuff at the festival. I still have it. I bought some stuff for my wife, even though she wasn't there. They were trying to say it's a men's retreat. I said, listen, this ain't no men's retreat, right? Let's call it a men's advance, all right? No, fuck this retreat shit, right? And so it was some college buddies, man, just you know, getting in some American history, man.
Yeah. And it as well, one of the other most touching pieces over at the African American History Museum is the Emmett Till exhibit, right?
Oh.
Because it goes through all of the details in terms of what happened, right? What was with his mom, and it even has like a perpetual sort of funerary sort of exhibit there. It's got the casket there, it's got the funeral music, and everybody sort of walks in. There's no cameras in there. And when you go through, it tells you exactly what happened to this boy, right? And it tells you in terms of like what the mother said. He's like, it even talks about the funerary lady that was responsible for preparing the body of the child, right? It talks about, he's like, okay, well, they had, it describes the brutality, right? It said, well, what they did to Emmett Till, which was a child, he's like, they captured him, and they basically took what was a hatchet and they split his head open with a hatchet, right? After they captured it, and they did something and knocked his eye out, and his eye was like out of the socket, right? And they brutalized his face. They took something and they absolutely they disfigured his face. Nothing from his neck down had changed. They basically just brutalized his face and killed him, right? And his mother said, and when she came to identify the body, and the lady that was like preparing the body said, what do you want us to do with him? He said, okay, well, I want the people to see him as I saw him. I don't want you to do anything, right? Lay him in the casket. I want them to experience what I experienced. And that was the defining piece, right? That it would say that the lynching was wrong, and the issues, I tell you, it was heartbreaking when you actually see it. And they show you all that stuff. It's raw, Wow. It's absolutely raw. And imagine, a boy, and they show him, just growing up, and the mother and stuff. It's heartbreaking.
So my question is, by you seeing that, how it made you feel? Did it make you feel like, oh man, I gotta kill some white folks? Or did it make you feel like, damn, how can we just can't just get along? Or what was your emotion when you seen that?
For me, it was a bit of it both. Really, I was mad. A lot of times you've been mad as hell. For one, you get two. You get two emotions from me. First of all, you sad as hell, and the second of all, you mad as hell.
I don't feel no sadness. I feel anger.
Right.
James Pinckney, the youngest child ever to be executed, Emmett Till. Like, I knew about the Emmett Till story when I was in like middle school. I don't know exactly how it was introduced, but it was big in my house about knowing that. My grandmother made sure I knew everything about that story, so it was very personal.
I think a 14-year-old boy that was the youngest to be executed. I forgot his name. I can't remember his name right now.
So on the right.
Hey, Glarkin, you know how they prime you up for it? Who was the guy that talked about segregation now, segregation forever? Who was that made that speech?
That was McGovern, the one from Alabama.
Right, McGovern. You get a speech from McGovern.
Wow.
Right, on a big Summer Jam screen before you go into it, because it's priming up, right? It's building, it's doing is it's building up an emotional sort of reaction, right? And you see that, that McGovern speech about segregation and how they're just sitting there, they're like, yeah, this is, and you think about it, what are the Confederate papers, right? In terms of, they were very clear in terms of what the Confederates wanted, right? With the secession, right? So when you go into it, you see it's a whole different thing. Again, all of this is like an emotional roller coaster. I've seen people break down in tears and have to leave that place. You know.
Hey, Brendan, I made you the host, bro. I made you the host, bro. I got
Yep. And it's a very good. I think it's a very good museum. It's a very good experience for any, African American, any Black person in DC. Go to the African American Museum built by the Smithsonian. It's great. I think it's great. But again, it sends you through, it's like a collection. It sends you up from the 14th century all the way through, slavery, Jim Crow, the 60s, the 80s, the 90s, and up to the current day, right? It gives you the entire spectrum of our time in America, right? So it's not just confined to one thing. But again, the artifacts and all that stuff is great. Yep.
Now, what I'm saying is any other race, that will be shown as a war tactics by showing that. But we'll look at it as,
Have you been to the Holocaust Museum?
I ain't going to look at black security guards over there. I ain't going over that shit.
I've been to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. That museum, right? Again, when I actually put the Holocaust Museum, right? I will put that on par with what you would see at the African American Museum there. But the only difference with the Holocaust Museum, it's been attacked several times, right? People have been killed outside of the Holocaust Museum with terrorist attacks. People, and when you go there, it's similar. It shows you, it walks you through the places. I don't even think you can take pictures in the Holocaust Museum, right? Because it shows you Auschwitz. It tells you all the different, what you would call, I almost said internment camps. It's like concentration camps, right? And it's a solemn sort of thing there, right? If you want to see anything similar to that, it's the Holocaust Museum, right? I think it was when I went, this was it may have been maybe 5 years ago. I think it was a couple people had already been killed. Jewish people were killed by gunmen outside of that museum because they were, extremists, right? Because they didn't agree with that, So these things are real, right? And I can expect that something may happen there, right, with ours,
But
because
my thing is they it's a lot of there's a lot of slave movies going now, and it's like, what you want us to do when you be showing these slave movies? You want us to rebel? I mean, what's the and these museum? Never forget. I understand that, and stuff like that. But I don't know. I got mixed emotion. Like, I don't know if because any other race, right? If you show that shit in Palestine, other people, man, they're ready to go to war, my nigga, with rocks. But our people so docile, we like, our ancestor went to God. Nigga, we gotta fight for our ancestors.
Everything
ain't about being docile, man. Like every country does that went through some type of that type of trauma. Like that's not like a docile move. Like it is not some plot ploy for them to get us to goddamn go get guns. Like that's not the point. You know what I'm saying? Like there are movies that document history. So you know what I mean? Why not show our history in America so it's fresh on the mind? So we always understand what it took to get to where we are. You feel me? So
yeah, for sure.
that's
For sure. Have you ever seen a Klansman? Have you ever seen Clarkin? Have you ever seen a Klansman in full Klans regalia?
No, I seen on TV with him.
Exactly. When I went to that museum the first time and I saw a Klan outfit in full regalia, right? You can imagine as much information that I read and his history and all that shit. When I saw it for the first time, it was a visceral reaction, bro. Right? When you see it, okay, well, you take it in, you see it, okay, well, this is what was happening. Our people had to endure that. Not just a uniform, they had to endure that with, people marching up on them with that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when you see that, okay, well, the second time I went, it's a little bit different, right? And now I can actually look and kind of analyze and see what's going on. And then the second or third time, when I'm bringing my relatives in, we can actually talk about what's happening.
Right. I hear you. But
so you're facing it. You're facing what happened in history. That's for me.
I feel.
Yeah, and at the same time, you're honoring the lives of those people that's lost. Like, you don't want them to be lost in memory. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they paid a heavy price. So, you want to keep their memory alive. You don't want them to fade into the background.
Yeah, there's a lynching. There's a lynching area where it talks about the people who were lynched unjustly, right? All those the names, right? It talks about those people who were lynched unjustly, right? That should be a sacred area, just like they do in the what we'll call the Vietnam Memorial, right? Those people they're acknowledged as being killed unjustly, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it's it's very, the emotions get very raw, right? And one of the things I actually, this was one of the on one of the previous show with the Pseudo Killers, when I sent the picture and we pulled it up, the picture of Nzinga, right? On the very first floor of it, and they had Nzinga there. And that created a very raw sort of conversation even between us when we talk about Nzinga and her I guess you would say involvement or non-involvement in the slave trade, right? But it gets even deeper than that. You thinking about the conversations that we talking about in Nzinga gets raw, right? You go deeper than that, right? It'll get worse,
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, people are people. We got good side, good bad. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. But I'm just saying that any other people will look at that and be ready for war. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just
maybe we too nice of a person. People,
maybe you should be ready for war. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna take that off the table for you. Yeah. I don't know. What kind of war you're gonna wage.
Right. I feel you. It could be academic war.
But you gotta know exactly. But now the Dutchies. Who said that? The problem is because the Dutchies set you up, right? Somebody said that on the thing last night. I think it was you. I think it might have been you. It's like the Dutchies set us up. The damn Portuguese set us up.
Yeah, the Portuguese.
Right. All you got. At least you'll be able to identify that, right? And then I see Brother Reggie's in here. I tell you, these museum walks get raw.
their great brother.
These museum walls get raw when you're talking about it.
Right.
And you know what? You get a sense of the ones that fought back as well. I think I put up the image of the brother Toussaint, right? From the African, right? Exactly. Right.
And Haiti.
Put him, and then we have the exhibit of the brother. What was the other brother? Nat Turner. There's a Nat Turner exhibit in there. So it's not just that is it. There it is a very we have a history of defiance as well.
Right.
So you see that, and then we have our scientists, Benjamin Banneker, right?
Right.
So we have again, it runs the spectrum, and the sisters as well. We have those sisters, the ones that that raise those babies in the middle of all of that, right?
I was reading
Sojourner Truth. We got all of them. So you see them. I'm just naming out some of the prominent names, but you got to go through detail, and it shows you, the ones that stood in defiance as well.
Yeah, I was reading Frederick Douglass' autobiography. Man, when you read that shit, man, it just puts you in that place about you just there, you understand, because he didn't even know how old he was. Oh, he knew that he was born at a certain time of the winter. No, not in the winter. I forgot, in the fall. He say they just know they would just say, oh, you were born in the fall, you were born in the summer, you were born in the spring, but they didn't know. He didn't know how old he was. You dig? He said when his remember one story in his book, in his autobiography, that caught me was it was a mulatto child by the master, right? Who had a younger brother who was like 4 or 5 years younger than him, and the father kept him around, put him, treat him better than the other slave because it's his son and all. But when he misbehaved, he would have his younger brother beat him. Imagine that, like you 5, 6 years older than the cat, and he would strip him butt ass naked, and his younger brother would whip him, who is pure white. His pure white. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was a lot of that book there would have you like, it was crazy.
Dude, this stuff you wouldn't imagine. I mentioned earlier I had one of my I guess you would say an older guy that was with me. He was one of my older mentors. He's about 60 something. He actually lived during that time. You know what? When we were walking through that museum and we were looking at the different faces, and that's what I like to do. I like to look at the faces and the photographs of it. And we would look at a photograph. He was like, the person that you would look at right there back in those days, they wouldn't be considered white. If a person that you would consider white, they would say no, that's a black person. So the people that you might think, no, I like for instance, when I think we walked by, there was an exhibit, I think it was Susan B. Anthony with the Quakers, and then they showed different pictures and stuff. He said the people that you guys today consider white may not be, so it was very, ambiguous back in the days, right? In terms of what you would see that. But that was for me, that was a very interesting thing. That's because I like to look at the pictures. I call them those old-timey pictures. I like to see, okay, well, they're out there like washing clothes in those wash pots, stuff like that. When I say back in the South, when we see those things, sort of those artifacts laying around, I know where they come from. Those old-timey type stuff. And that's why I was really, really interested when I went through it with him, because he was in a wheelchair, we was pushing around, and he was giving me a lot. He was like, yeah, we used to drink out of those water fountains, the black and the white ones. He said, what we used to do? We used to like digging our nose and poking the white water fountains, because we know that was wrong. Right. And they talked about the sit-ins. He was like the sit-ins that they were doing in some of those locations. He said, yeah, we were doing those back in Georgia as well. Right. Yeah,
you know what
they were doing them around the country at the those lunch counter sit-ins. Yeah,
right. And the thing is, the thing you what you put in your body, right? You one can poison you, right? I'm not saying that's what I mean. I don't know what was the sit-in. I mean, because if nobody, I'm just speaking because I'm in modern day time, but I'm just saying like, yo, if those motherfuckers don't want you there, and they tell you don't want you there, what you think they're gonna do to that food you gonna put in your system though?
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, what kind of sense that make? Like, they tell you come to the back door and they will serve you.
You can imagine what they was doing. If you was doing that to the water fountain, imagine what they was doing to your food. You know, spitting in the stuff and doing all that.
Oh man,
it was, but
that's crazy.
Those were the times. Those were the times that they lived there. And you know what? When I was on the other day, I put on. I think we were doing a show. It was about 2 or 3 days ago, and this is after I came back from the African American Museum. I pulled off my shelf. I've got an audio file about historical. I guess what you would say. People that talked about in their times in Jim Crow. I pulled that out because I was interested in the audio pieces because, when we went over to the museum and I pulled them out and I was listening to the stuff, man, you know what? You would be surprised at some of the stuff, some of those stories. That's what I would like to actually play on Pseudo Killers at the Sunday at the movies. We can actually listen to some of those old accounts of those people. From those Jim Crow times. They talk about how it was back in those old days, how it was. And you'll be surprised some of the things that, that misconceptions that you would think. Just like I'll give you just a brief example. How you would always say, okay, well, we don't, a black person can't go and talk to a white woman, right? You wouldn't think it would be the same way about a white person going and talking, and having relationships with a black woman. That is the case, right? They had a community. I don't know exactly where it was. I would have to pull it up. When they had a bunch of white guys coming and having relations with a light-skinned black woman, and the young black guys in that town, they got pissed off at that. They said we can't go and do that in your communities, so you're not gonna be coming, in our communities, and doing all this stuff. They actually started a riot, right? And ended up some of those guys that were coming, they were police officers. And they almost burned that house down, right? But you gonna come in our community and do it, and we can't do it in yours. No, we're not gonna stand for that,
right?
So it was those kind of things that was happening on both sides, right? No, it wasn't just a one-sided thing that was happening, right? So that was a very interesting story. Right. So I was like, yeah. They were telling me, I was like, burn that son of a bitch down.
Wait, look. There's a community in Ohio. If you were to look at them, you would swear up and down they're white folks, right? But years, in the early 1900s, that black folks and white folks was mixing over there. But if but they were how people say now the mother now, she older now, she and her brothers and sisters, they will say, how you would say, oh, I got a little bit of a mulatto or whatever. They would say they're black. They would claim being black. You know what I'm saying? But with the naked eye, when you see these people from Ohio, they look white. They look European. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But that's why I say you can't really,
back then they would be considered black back then. But what they say they could pass for white. Remember that old thing they say you could pass for white, but people know they black. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but these people, if you look at them, they're white.
But we can't tell.
So much. Yeah,
we
but they
can't
mix
tell.
so much.
Right?
They mix so much with the whiteness that they
We
came
can't
out.
tell.
Yeah.
They look white. They look
even
white.
They even look whiter than Mariah Carey when you see them. Whiter than Mariah Carey. You be like, damn.
Back then, Mariah Carey would have been black. Yeah, Mariah Carey wouldn't be in white. Yeah, I can look at Mariah Carey, just know she's mixed up. You can tell.
Listen,
you can tell Mariah Carey's mixed.
Well, white folks are conniving because if you go to Jamaica and during the time of Marcus Garvey, because he was a maroon, he was in his book. That's why he didn't even know W.E.D. Du Bois was not a mixed child, right? I think one of his parents was mixed, but he wasn't a mixed child. He didn't like him because he considered him as being a mixed child. In Jamaica, there was three. It was three castes. It was a caste system, really. The majority who was darker skinned, right? Were when you're saying it was more African, what I'm saying. Then you have the mulatto who mixed with other mulatto was the second largest group. Then you had the white group who had all the power, you know what I'm saying? They only used to do business with the mulatto. The mulatto wouldn't even look at the darker skin and think they were much better. This in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey, you know what I'm saying? So and the white would only do business with the mulatto, and it would leave out the majority group, which was the darker skin.
Right, like a caste system, like you said, yeah.
Yeah, it was a caste system back then. That's why Marcus Garvey, when he came, him and Du Bois used to battle newspaper. They used to battle each other. Du Bois would call him ugly. Marcus Garvey would say shit like, you know what I'm saying, you ain't really black, you ain't this and that, you a sellout, all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? So this shit go deep. You know what I'm saying?
We got to get you on here because it seems like I think our brother Reggie, he's got a little bit of background on these type of topics. You know what I would like to start doing as well is having some very targeted topics where we delve into some of this stuff, right? You know, stuff that's like, okay, well, that hits us. Are you're from Baltimore, right? You actually Unc and all those guys, right?
Yeah, I ain't from Baltimore. I grew up. It's a place outside of Philadelphia called Coatesville, where Richard Hamilton, the basketball player Richard Hamilton, do wear that mask on his face.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar, but but I moved down to Houston, Texas. My dad's a chemist, so he had a his company that he's working for in the early 90s, mid 90s, offered him a better job down in Houston. So he moved the family at that time, and that's where he is still to this day in Houston, Texas. While I'm up here, I'm in Jersey. I'm in New Jersey right now.
Oh, okay.
My brothers, my sisters down there, and I also got family in Ohio. But I'm more of an East Coast, Midwest. I spend most of my time over there. I'm 43 years old. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I've been around all over. I've been around all the U.S. though, but I claim Coatesville outside of Philly though. But
I would really like to maybe have what I would like to do, because when I went through that audio archive, I'm gonna carve out some really good audio snippets to talk about the Jim Crow era, right, and let these people talk for themselves, and we just sit back and talk about that kind of stuff, right? I think that, and what I'm also gonna do, I'm gonna couple that with a culmination of pictures. I've been going through the African American Museum and getting these pictures, and we can put those together in a slide deck and talk about it. For people who can't actually come to DC and do it, and then we can actually talk about that online, right?
So
in a couple of shows. I'm in DC.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm from Georgia, though. I'm from Georgia.
Gotcha.
But I've been in DC for 10 years, me and my wife. But that's what I would like to do. I want to really do that, and then we can go in and have some of these really good conversations.
Right. I feel
for sure.
That's a nice thing.
Right.
So
right.
you said
Because
Reggie was you saying in here, or you say he was in?
No, he in the chat. He was in the chat. Yeah, he's in the chat. He's just hanging out. Right yeah. It was a lot. Again, we've been at Pseudo Killasgo at war. We've been at we go at war sometimes internally, externally, right? But again, that's why I told Garfield, in preparation for your debate, come over here for the next few days and let us throw some daggers at you. You know, he's like, keep your reflexes sharp, sharpen your knives and skills, right? And keep you right? Or at least, keep your voice good, right? Keep your lungs open for your upcoming debate. You know how it is, right? You never want to go in cold. That's the worst. That's the worst thing you can do is go in cold to a speaking engagement. Trust me.
That's true.
Right.
And yeah, Garfield. I mean, he's
ready. He's the truth now. He's ready.
But he haven't faced. Well, he faced Zion Lex, but that was like on the block. He didn't. There was no really presentation done, and all his guys he battled. Who he had? He had him. Gorilla Hebrew. Who else he battled? Who else he had?
It's not many. Not many.
It's Jabari went against Polite.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Jabari went against, Brother Reggie. Little spats and shit.
He went against Unc. I think he battle Unc. I don't know.
He really battled. Now he
no. Yeah. I think I think Pastor Bennett battled Unc. Yeah, he did. Okay. But he's taking on some heavy hitters, right?
Right.
I want, but that's I think this has been the most long awaited sort of battle, right? Because I think we were waiting on it before COVID hit, and then we postponed it a bit right before for brother Garfield to release his book. The book is out. That's behind him. He went on his book tour. He's getting all this stuff behind him. He's got his channel up and popping, right? He's got his information. He's got that. I think he's ready, right? We'll see. And
I also gotta give Sarnetta some credit too, right? Because you know how many people what you call him, you had, even though he's pseudo, you had Young Pharaoh, you had Umar Johnson, you had, before they became who they were. You know what I'm saying? SETI and all those guys. And even I seen Young Pharaoh, right, having like almost 30,000 people on his YouTube channel. At live, going live. Yeah. He even was mentioned on Jimmy Kimmel. He made it mainstream. Jimmy Kimmel mentioned Young Pharaoh before. I can imagine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was shocked though, because after that, like a month and a half later, his shit got
he imploded. He imploded.
So if you reach mainstream, you doing too much. They coming for your ass.
Well, you have to be ready for it, right? You have to be ready for some of the stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened, because I wasn't really following him. I know he was on a bunch of pseudoisms. He thought he thought the alien was coming back at any time.
Yo, that nigga there was when George, what's that guy who died in Minnesota? George Floyd. Is that him?
Okay. Yeah.
This nigga was on, and it was just a simple Google search, my nigga. This nigga was on there talking about, and he had like 20,000 people live talking about the uniform, right? That he said it wasn't a police uniform. They don't wear that. I did my investigation because I think the uniform is kind of brownish, right? And he was saying that it was he was saying some pseudo shit, but all you had to do is use a quick Google search and find out that though in that city they wear those uniform. Police officer really wear those type of uniform. But you know what I'm saying, a lot of people would just, like Ankh say, you got that Brooklyn magic kind of shit that
that truth and falsehood strangely mix, right?
And mix it. Yep.
And mix it up. Exactly. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Again, that's what you have to be. That's what you have to be weary of in this debate. That truth and falsehood. You see an artifact. I'm going to put a primary up, and then I'm going to put a biblical fact or text up, and then I'm going to strangely mix the interpretation. Right? You have to be able to identify. Okay, well, what is the primary saying? Right? And what is the debater saying?
Right.
You know?
Between two,
and what do the experts say?
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep.
We deal with the same thing in the pseudo killers when we examine information, right? Because we're all vying for positions, and we all have an opinion and all this. So you have to be able to see. We see it because we do it in the moment. We wake up in the morning in the back chats and we go through information. We're doing it. Right. So that's what I'm looking for. That's why I was like a very interested. I say, Garfield, get on here. Let me see, let us see you're walking through this information. Right. I have an idea of your preparation. Chef sort of has an idea. He's a little bit more skeptical. Sosa does as well. Unc does. So yeah, keep going. Let's vet it. Right. Don't give all your ammunition. Don't shoot all your bullets. Of course, he's not going to do it because he has a full arsenal. Right. Garfield, he's very, seasoned. Right. He's not giving us any information that he hasn't already put forth already.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, this is it's just giving, this is good. I just want to see it happen. I want to see this debate happen. So it'll be interesting.
Right. It will. Yep. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yep.
For sure.
Real good.
All right. So we're getting ready to close this show out again, man. Really, peace to all the people that are in the chat, everybody that's been listening to us, all the supporters, for sure. I'm sure we're gonna go live tomorrow. It's been a marathon. The Pseudo Killers back online. Our channel was down for a couple of days. Again, we energized, ready to get this back up and popping. But again, peace to all supporters. Peace, Sosa. Peace, Federated. Peace to the chat. Peace, Brother Reggie. We're gonna get that show popping. Me and you, Brother Reggie, as well. Right? We're gonna do a show, an initial opening, and what I would really like to do is to talk about some of the early writing. I know Brother Reggie's got some stuff cooking up for the early writing systems there, right? And what a specific topic that I want to cover is the occult, right? So I don't know if you know a little bit about, but I am sort of an occult researcher as well. I didn't tell all you guys that, but I delve into all the pseudoisms. So I want to dig up all of these occult practices that these people are, all in our community that people are sort of latching on to. Let's expose that as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But again, peace. We're gonna do all of that.
All right then, fam.
All right. Late.